we have had some audio issues in the last 20 seconds, we do apologise. Great start to the stream. Why are we talking about that? So, Howard's trying to find a headset that's stick on his head. Just any of them. Welcome to, I'm going to say it, the best commentary box in the UK for karting. Because it's very nice. It's our first time in here. Which headset are you going with? Maybe? 1 second, caller.
Hello. Ooh, I can hear myself in this one. Sorry, everybody. There we go. It's alright, I couldn't hear you over the sound of the higher qualifying there.
Yes, we've got 90 seconds to go with qualifying. Let me press that button there.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to do something very we're live, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to do something very unprofessional and check we're live. Because we've been at disparate ends of this comms operation trying to set stuff up. But yes, it's moved on a bit, this comms position, since I was last here, so that's fantastic to see.
Sorry, I was just checking whether we have got audio. We have got audio. We'll continually mix this, isn't it? You're basically watching our test of the setup in a way. It's that too professional. But yeah, we're back at Teesside. First time in 2 years for you.
Yeah, it's been a long time. What
have you been up to?
Oh, got married, became a parent.
Fair bits, Jack.
Those sort of things, really. Those sort of things. But no, it's good to be back. Good to be back up here at Teesside. And yeah, looking forward to this one. Looking forward to this one because I've just been looking through, having a proper look through. Yeah, it's the first time. It's been one of those weeks. I've just been able to sort of go and look through the entry list. It's cracking.
It's very good.
It's cracking entry list they've got this year. So and I've just made my race predictions, and I think Butters is going to seal them in an envelope, and we're going to open it up at the end of the race and have a good laugh as to how far gone we are from the truth. And the Alpha Live operation are all getting set up here.
Yep.
We have
qualifying just finished.
Qualifying just finished. Yes.
This is qualifying for the hires, and the Mazda 787B enthusiasts themselves, the renowned Vankels. Straight away, there it is. We've got pole position at the moment.
Are we allowed?
23.5. It is damp. We should.
Yes, it is.
At some point, I might chuck a weather thing up here, but we can reportedly say it is mildly moist. It has stopped raining.
Can I just get my driver's excuse in really early here?
Go for it.
My predictions were made before the end of qualifying. I just want that to be remembered before he goes and makes his...
I'm going to
he hasn't locked in his predictions yet.
We've got some predictions here.
Because I nearly put the 555 down, and... Well, no, I'm not going to... Actually, I'm not going to discuss that, because that's being piped right into his ears and his brain.
So we're going with what? Overall podium and higher podium.
Yes.
Nothing to do with classes.
Nothing to do with classes, and I believe nothing in particular to do with order. Like, if you get them in the wrong order to what you wrote down, we're still going to claim it.
Okay.
So it's a fairly loose, fairly lenient system.
I'm going to go for third place. Just remind myself. I've seen their tent in the Paddock and Honolulu appeal to me quite a lot.
Which Honolulu?
There's multiple Honolulus, aren't there?
So I have a correct. This may help you. I'll tell you this because it's just a factual statement. That one, it's marked on your sheet. It's not marked on mine.
The 58.
That one's not in elites. It says it's in elites, but it's not.
Okay.
I don't know if that's of use of you in your predictions. But yes, the Alpha Live operation is, I say, springing into life. It's been springing into life, or
For the last
sprung
hour.
for the last hour, but we have the glorious Adam Chapman behind us, working his magic, getting everything connected up.
Northerners on tour once again. Although, to be honest, in this part of the world, we're not really on tour, are we? We're very much where we normally are. Right. Okay. I am going to go. I'm going to go. Honolulu number 25 third.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Which is a straight run of. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to talk too much about the predictions. I'm going to save that post-race in some ways. But yes, Honolulu for third. I like.
Yeah. Honolulu for third. Just reminding myself of who else we could potentially have in there. I'm going to go race for Ruben P2.
Okay, last year's winners.
Yeah.
In the hires.
On the basis that that was not a fluke last year. They have progressed and got better.
Yes.
Year on year on year on year. They've always got better. It's very difficult to see how they can get better, and in fact, I've made them worse. If I say they're going to finish second, but I still think they're going to be pretty strong out there. And then I'm going to go back to my sheet.
Your sheet.
My sheet.
You want
Look
your
at-
entry list.
Well, I'm just looking at the timing.
Oh, that sheet. Right.
Yeah.
I was getting that all ready for you on the other screen.
I think I kind of have to do it, being such a Mazda fan myself,
Well, yeah.
and be really boring, and go renowned to take the winning hire, which means they are instantly cursed.
They are instantly cursed.
Hello. Oh, we've got people on the chat. Hello, everybody. Morning, gents. Looking forward to this one. Howard, check Facebook Messenger. I mean, I say that to him regularly, Alex.
Oh, fair play, Alex. No, to be fair. No, this is my
Oh.
annual. This is my annual. Alex has messaged me on Facebook.
chat.
It's great to see you in the chat there, Alex. Good to hear from you again. I shall duly do so, sir.
And Kirith, good morning, mate. Looking forward to this. Did that man in the background have the Teesside layout tattooed on his arm? Don't know who that was. There is an Anthony Jordan round here, and he does have. I'm going to stick my foot in it now. I want to say he's got Magello tattooed on his arm
Oh, really?
because he's a Valley fan.
Ah, of course.
Not Teesside. Is the sound okay, guys? Streamlabs is giving me a little bit of mixed messages at the moment on the sound quality. And we're doing our old pinching from Alpha Live trick of the sound from the big proper desk into our tiny little one, into laptop. But thank you for joining us, guys. Quiet has fallen over the circuit. Right, shall I talk about some owners?
You can indeed.
So owners, we'll talk about classes in a bit. Who do I think? I think owners is probably a little bit easier on the basis we've got a lot of returning talent.
Great to see.
To the teams. Sorry, there was a sound there that was perturbing. I'm going to be boring and go all elites.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. I'm going to go a little bit different. I'm going to go number 43 in third. I'm going to go with second place. Who am I going to go with second place? Yeah. Prime number 57. Yeah. Yeah. Treanor. Yep. Who am I gonna go for?
There's nothing for that. Good question. There's nothing currently for that to plug into. It's not essential.
Oh, damn! I thought I was going to be rad and go with a 113 in second place, but that's what you've done.
That's what I've done.
That's what you've done. How dare you? Who do I think? This is riveting content, by the way. Two on our
the
heads.
two on our heads are, the rest aren't. Sorry,
318 Team Tate. I'm going to go with them in second place. And MS Lucas, number 42 to win. That is my predictions. And they'll probably all be wrong. And all those teams are now cursed. So there we go.
Well, luckily they have decided now to split the grid into four lanes and then four piles. Because Cat's original idea was to just do it in whatever order they qualified
In terms of time.
Which would have got Hires on pole because the track is now dry.
Gotcha. Shall I put a headset on your head, Mr. Sullivan? To say hello to the folks on DDMM? Yes. I'll go without headset in my head for a minute. Can you still hear me? I'm going to do that.
Can you hear me? Oh, that's very loud in the ears, but
There we
lovely,
go.
lovely, lovely.
Before Adam's got the PA check done, David, what have you been doing?
Silly
For
things,
folks
mate.
on DDMM. What have you been up to?
Silly things. In Pop World in Middlesbrough on Thursday night. I was gracious while in the air, the landing less so. Came down on the side of my ankle. Woke up Friday morning, to which point I thought that hurts a lot because I couldn't put any weight on it. Drove myself to A&E and it turns out I fractured the 5th metatarsal. So I've now got 4 weeks in the moon boot and I'm going to hobble round the paddock.
And he's doing grid walk.
He is doing the grid walk. I can do the static entry bit, so I'll do the bit to camera right at the start, and then I'm going to let everybody else do the walking because it's not. Whilst I can move, it's not a fantastic visual.
I'm not sure that I personally, I feel it would be a better grid walk if we'd organised a sedan chair for you to just carry you between competitors.
See, what I wanted was a sack barra, so I could just literally stay stood up on it and just lean back and then just sit me upright in front of the next person and then back again, and away we go. So,
You excited for it though?
always, mate, it's the best weekend of the year by a million miles. The atmosphere really starts building from Thursday afternoon up, doesn't it? And then, Friday practice is pretty much where most of the teams sort of start formulating their plan and who's going to start. The rain this morning showing a bit of a spanner in the works on that.
Yep.
Some teams have made a bit of a change because they've got some drivers that like it in the wet, some not so much so. But there's still 1 or 2 puddles out there. Hopefully it'll dry fully for the start of the race. We know it stays a little bit wetter down there at Hairpin 3 where they do all the drifting, so there's a lot of rubber on there. The water doesn't really dissipate quite so quickly. Everywhere else, though, we've got a dry line through the chicanes. Not that they're going to be. We know that they'll be side by side on the first lap at the very least going through there, particularly further down in the hires. So,
I think, and I've just noted as well, as I say, the sun is starting to come out here at Teesside, that there is the dry line, but it's a rather sizable puddle just to drive us right at the racing line.
Could do with a sweeping brush through that.
Yeah, that could get a little bit spicy on lap 1. Race starts at noon UK time, so that is 48 minutes away. The link to the Alpha live stream, there's a single Alpha, so if you're on here on YouTube, a little bit different on Facebook, we'll get to that. If you're on YouTube, there is one single Alpha live stream in sound and vision for the whole event, the whole race and the preamble before and a little bit afterwards. So very good effort by the Alpha Live guys, that you don't have to be hopping around and going, oh, we're going to go to part 1 to part 2 to part 3. There will be some of that here on DDMM just to make sure that everything keeps alive, but they're far more professional than us.
They know what they're doing, despite the fact that they do try occasionally to look like they don't.
Yeah.
They really do know what they're doing.
As I say, we've got the crack team on today. And
Yes, I do. I'm just going to see if I just can just...
checking over it. Well, so we've got the full team here today. DJ's here, busy and away. Hello to... Hey you. Good day, guys. My favourite karting weekend of the year. Watching from Australia. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much. Thank you for getting in touch. Am I still hearing good in your ears, guys?
Yes,
Yes.
you're fine.
Good morning, Paddock, and welcome to Teesside Autodrome for the 2022 British 24-hour race. We'll be live on the Alpha Live channel from 11:30, and live timing can be found at live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. We look forward to welcoming you onto the grid shortly for the Le Mans style start, and for what will be once again a fantastic 24-hour race here at Teesside. See you all soon. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Right. Oh, hang on.
Just double check, can you hear me as well?
There we go. Now I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me in your ear?
I can hear you very loud.
Lovely. That's perfect though, thanks Andrew.
Folks on the DDMM stream, I say a couple of system checks going on. What I think we're going to do is, now that qualifying's over, we're going to have a bit of a break, and we'll put the music on, and we'll be back in a bit. The main stream goes live in 14 minutes time. Basically any audio that you have on the stream will be here on DDMM as well. So we're going to go for a break, stay with us, we'll keep the stream running, and we'll catch you in a bit. We're very, very close to start this 2022 British 24-hour. See you in a bit.
and this lovely man, Mr. Tom Butterworth. Tom, you're going to take us through the owner-driver grid, then we're going to go to an onboard lap, and then Howard's going to take us through the rest of this mammoth grid. So I'll hand you the microphone and let you use your feet.
Thank you very much, like passing the Olympic torch. I'm using my feet because David can't use his. He's over here, we love him very much. He had a bit of an incident the other night. We'll talk about that a lot on the stream and fire pelters at him. First of all, we're going to go over to our pole sitters and leaders of the pro class. Asher Blythe took pole position, you were the driver behind the wheel at the time. Obviously, coming off the back of an amazing result as well at Le Mans 2 weeks ago, winning that overall. How's it going for you this weekend so far? Pretty good?
Yeah, we're on the new Apollo chassis. We're giving that a shot this weekend. Yeah, it's been quick, but it's 24 hours, so it's a long race.
Mixed conditions as well. Obviously, it goes quite well in the wet so far. Conditions in the dry, going to suit it as well?
Yeah, it's been quick in the dry as well, so all around a good car.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Asher. Thanks for talking to us. Hope you go well this weekend. This is your pole sitter in Elites. Jack, can we borrow you for a moment? Jack, this is the 111 MSJSR. Jack, how's it going this weekend?
Yeah, good week of testing. Mixed conditions in qualifying led to last-minute scenarios. Luckily, got a banger lap in the very end.
Right, yeah, it was right at the very end as well. It was pretty much the last lap completed in qualifying, and it's obviously put you right to the front of the grid as well. There's been some penalties as well, which I'll come on to as I'm walking down the grid, but are you going to be looking to sort of wait for them coming through, or are you just flat out from the start?
Yeah, just got to progress. Got to make the most of where we are. With some of the faster teams at the very back of the grid, we just need to try and push on and get as much of a gap as we can whilst we can.
Great stuff. Thanks very much for talking to us, Jack. So that's your pole sitter in Elites. Your pole sitter in Club is this one here. This is the 818 Dazzle. We got a member to come and talk to us. What's your name? Where do you come from?
Connor White. Not far from here.
Not far away. Stuck it on pole for Clubman, so that's going to give you a good advantage going straight into the race. Mixed conditions as well. Is that what you're hoping for the rest of the race, or are you hoping it dries up?
Could be a bit of either, I suppose. Say we're all right in both, hopefully. It's more about just surviving the 24 hours, I think. So.
Well, you're in a good place to start it off anyway, third on the grid. It doesn't get much better than that. Yeah. How are your running legs?
Yeah, all nice and warmed up. Gonna give it everything. Sprint, send it at the start.
Great stuff. Of course, we have the Le Mans style start here, so they'll be starting on this side of the grid over here. All the drivers will run across the grid, jump in their karts and get going. Now, somebody I've wanted to speak to for a long while on camera is Jess Alexander. Jess, how's it been this week? Because you've been here since, what, Thursday last week, I think?
Yeah, Thursday last week we came down, we did the doubleheader sprint, and we stayed here until now. We've been testing since Wednesday.
And we've got the rest of the lineup of the team on here as well. We'll get the camera to have a look at that as well. Walk us through the team. Who's looking strong? Who's your weak link, if there is one?
Oh, you can't ask
in the 42.
I don't think we have one. I think everybody's been pretty strong. We've all been pretty fast in testing. Everybody's been consistent. We've been good through the traffic. But for the 24 hour, especially with this many corporates, it's a lottery. It's making sure that we don't crash into people.
It's going to be mixed conditions. What are you hoping for? Wet or dry?
Some rain would be nice. We were very fast in the wet in qualifying, so I could do with some rain. But we were fast in the dry. We've been happy with the kart in the dry as well. So we're happy either way, and we'll see where we are in 24 hours from now.
Great stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck for this weekend. So we're going to move on. So we've got the MS11. This is Car Shop. So this is like pretty much an Isle of Man team. Is that right?
Pretty much, yes it is.
Sorry, I haven't introduced you. This is Dan Crossley, perennial runner here. How many 24 hours have you done here, Dan?
I think maybe 6 or 7 now.
Okay. Close to that. Well, you've always been at the front whenever I've been here, and I've been coming here for about the same.
Yeah, it's been a while now, hasn't it? Yeah.
So it's no surprise to find you at the front of the grid again. Chances for this weekend?
I think it's just been getting it through the traffic, keeping out of trouble. Pace is obviously one thing, but keeping the kart going round and round is the biggest thing overall, really. It's 24 hours. I've said it before. It's a long race. Just got to see what happens at the end.
You've got the Boogie Bunch with the fan club as well, so we'll keep them on the comment stream as well and keep giving them a shout out as well. So great to see these guys. I think these guys are second in Clubman. This is the 303 Racing guys. We'll run through why it's called 303 Racing because we've got a great story to tell. Good friend of Alpha Live as well. Of course, you normally find him manning the camera at Christmas Corner at Wilton Mill. Slavek, how's things going this weekend?
As you can see, very well. He did the quali, so he can tell you how he messed up in the last lap because we're supposed to be first, not second. But yeah,
Supposed to be first in class, but still happy with second and a long way to go. So, what do we think the chances are holding position and pushing through?
I think you should do back in me in 24 hours and half hour, and I can answer you that.
No problem. Will do. We'll come and chat to you at the end then. Thanks very much. Cheers. So we're going to move on down. So this is my outsider for the win here. I'm going to say this quietly. This is my outsider, certainly for not so much outsider for the podium, but my dark horse for the overall win. This is Team Tate. So keep your eyes on them coming through. Very, very, very fast lineup. Very fast team. We're going to speak to, I think, nominated spokesman. This is Tony Pogson, formerly my team boss with 77 Offline Motorsport, just down here. Tell us about your record in this race, Poggy, because it's one that really is sort of unbeatable, really, so far.
Well, you know, we try. It's something to be proud of. I think we've only not finished on the podium once, so we ain't going to jinx it this year. But we're strong.
We're trying not to.
We're trying not to, but we're strong. We're strong. We're even stronger this year than we were last year. And we narrowly missed out. You know, one pit stop, we would have beat them.
But going hard as always.
Flat out this time. No fuel save, no nothing.
No lift and coast.
No lift and coast.
Great stuff. All right, well, Poggy is the Ross Brawn of the grid with the strategy calls and things, so we'll keep an eye on them as well. Thank you very much for talking to us. We're going to have this is the final one at the top of the grid. Steve, we're going to wish you a very happy birthday for today. Your birthday, we won't tell people how old you are, but instead of that, let's talk about the race. Yep. Kart looks good, but I've heard there were some problems overnight.
Yeah, a little bit. Some slight changes on the axle and stuff like that, so we're just going through bearings and bits and pieces. One thing led to another, and we just ended up putting a new axle in, had a little bit of welding done as well, so one thing led to another, which just set us back a lot of hours. So, but it's done, it's finished, it's going well. P10 for number 10. It was good. So, yeah,
so a late start, but an early morning as well, on top of the prep for a 24-hour race.
Yeah, definitely.
Not ideal, but go well. Yeah, cheers, guys, for talking to us. So, gonna shoot off down the grid a little bit more now. So we'll focus on some of the karts as well. So get these beautiful colour schemes in that everybody spends so much time on. I'm gonna try and find. Oh, here we are, actually. We're back up a little bit. So this is the 113 of Red Graphics. And I'm just going to give them a big shout out as well, because they've done pretty much all of the sticker kits that you're going to see here today, including a lot on the hires as well. So big shout out to Red Graphics. Danielle from the team works really, really hard to get all these beautiful colour schemes printed out and made for the teams and designed as well. She designs a lot of them. So really big shout out. We've got a group of GrabX here. We've got the triple threat of GrabX coming through. So we'll keep an eye on those guys as well. They're all running 7 kart chassis as opposed to what most of the grid are on, either MS chassis or Apollo chassis this year. But moving on, but the GrabX are all running 7s, so they're all grouped together as well, which shows that their pace is really consistent. What we want to focus on here as well, this is the 881 of Blue Speed Racing. So racing in
Check, check, 1, 2.
And you're live.
Hello and welcome back to Teesside. In terms of audio, we are back and ready to go here at Teesside. Apologies for the break-up in the grid walk there. There was quite a bit that we still had to cover, and unfortunately we haven't been able to bring that to you. So my deepest apologies about that. We were finishing off the story on Miller Buchanan, who unfortunately passed away at Crail a few weeks ago in a motorbike accident, and that's what the guys at Blue Speed Racing are there for, and racing in memory of as well. So our hearts go out to them. And also we have as well the British 24-hour solo, so in fact the world 24-hour solo karting record is up for grabs this weekend as well, which was something we were going to cover on the grid, but fortunately we have a pre-recorded interview with Joe Patterson, who is going hard in that one. Howard, I'm going to throw to you. You were going to obviously take us through the owner-driver grid on a grid walk, but obviously that isn't happening. So would you like to do it from here instead?
Yeah, certainly. Let's do it, mate. I just say just whilst I'm getting this, it's an absolute pleasure and privilege to be back here. It's been a 2-year break for myself, so it's absolutely fantastic to be back at Teesside for the British 24 Hours of Karting. So yeah, the pole sitters, I mean, it's a cracking field, this high kart field this year. I know we say words that affect every year, but this is fantastic. 61 car entry for our higher classes, 4 subclasses, your elites, your pros, your clubmans and your novices. And on pole for them this year, and hoping that they can retain that position through to the end, no doubt, is the 555 of the renowned Vankels Mazda enthusiast. You can tell that from the design of the Nassau panel that they've got on the front of the car, harking back to Mazda's very successful sports car days, the 787B, etc. And yeah, they finished 7th in the pros class last year, where they find themselves, they're in the pros class again this year. They find themselves on the pole position. That team of Matthew Brain, Michael Shepherd, Ben Stewart and Ollie Hobbs, they are your pole sitters for hire karts. CSM Racing in the 181, they're second overall within the hires. I say overall within the hires. Overall, they've got all of the owners in front of them, of course. But CSM there, the highest of the clubman teams there on the grid, all in the same machinery, of course, across these classes. So those subclasses, they're something to keep an eye on, but that overall fight is going to be fantastic across the field. Third place in the pro class a year ago, Core Blimey Racing are third within the higher kart class. Badger's Best Racing next up in fourth on the grid. And last year's winners in hires, Race for Reuben, racing to raise money for Children's Cancer North. Do please check out their Just Giving page. It is justgiving.com / race 4, that's the number 4, so race 4 Reuben 95. Race 4 Reuben 95. So definitely check that out. They, as I say, are reigning champions in hire karts coming into this year. They are line up 5th on the grid. They are, of course, in the elite subclass within that. Garage 29 Graphics, the number 629, are next up. Paul Watson and Chris Cutler, 2 winners within the higher kart field from last year, then competing with the A66 squad. But now with Garage 29 Graphics, so there are 2 race winners from last year joining Thomas Thorpe and Ben Lockyer on that team. V3 Racing are next in 7th on the higher kart grid. Then it's Ladidies Racing. Is that how we're going to? I think that's how we're going to say that. In 8th.
Lads.
Lads Race. Is it just Lads Racing? There we are. I was trying to spice that up a bit with La DDS. There we go. Lads
I'm on
Racing.
mute. There we go. It's Lads.
Lads Racing.
Lads Racing.
ABC Racing are next in 9th, and they are the highest placed pro subclass kart on the grid for them. Rounding out the top 10, last year's Clubman's winners, A66 in the number 66. They round out the top 10. SKA Racing are next. A lot of experience in that squad. Then it's the 111 of JS Racing. Next up then, 13th in the higher karts, the one that we're going to have to... The Norfolk N Chance squad.
The chances.
The chances indeed. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Important mantra for competing in this event. 14th there, and the 5th highest placed club grid. BCW All-Sun Racing next. Newmarket Hornets are 16th. Then it's Chadwick Racing in the number 29. Stilts Racing in the number 92. And 24 Hours for Diabetes UK. Rounding up 19th on the grid. Then it is Good Ship, the kart that came second in novices last year. They round up the top 20 in higher karts. Another Core Blimey kart, the 213, this one is 21st. Then it's Honolulu, the first of the Honolulu karts. The number 25 lines up 22nd on the grid. Third in the novice class from last year. Maple Motorsport, the number 74, are in 23rd place on the grid. They're in the Clubman subclass this year. Then it's Simtech Super Pink, the 666. LC Racing, the 143. Scenario 77, Straight Through Crew are next. Then it's Bonato, Receding Racing, and Ties Racing in 30th. I'm going to end it there because I think we're good for a start, Butters.
There we go. We are very, very close to having a start here. Drivers are already making their way across. So in a moment, that will give me great pleasure to introduce back into the commentary box, once again for the 24 hour, Mr. Andrew Mather.
Good morning, everybody. It's just about a few minutes before noon here at Teesside Autodrome for the start. One of my favourite points of the whole karting season, start of the British 24-hour. Here for another one, and I really do think this is going to be a tricky one, even by 24-hour standards. The conditions out there, if you ask me as I put my driver hat on, are horrible. It's muggy, it's sticky, it's deceptively tricky out there, especially for the endurance of the drivers in the cars. And there are dark clouds within sight of us here at Teesside Autodrome. It's going to be a very unpredictable British 24-hour, I feel. The stream stretching all the way back to the exit of hairpin number 4 through the dog leg. Massive field here. Both higher karts and the owner karts.
Slightly different this year, actually, that we're going around the corner.
Yes.
Normally, we go straight through the cut-through and down South Bank, and they're actually lined up this year. I believe it's because of the sheer volume of karts that we've got this year. That they're actually going around the corner towards hairpin 4.
They'd be up on the bank if they weren't.
Well, exactly. They would be, almost a lap down before they get going. So we have the Le Mans style start here. The drivers will sprint across the grid, jump in the karts, and away they go. There's a risk factor involved in that, of course, with how it goes. We've also got to talk about some penalties that were applied as well during qualifying as well. The most notable of which is the 24-hour record attempt by Joe Patterson, but also the 43 MS Soco Select team, who are multiple winners of this event. Connor Lucas looks like he's taking the start, I can see, across the grid from the commentary box at the moment, but they have been put right to the very back of the owner grid. Quite a few penalties applied, in fact, after qualifying, all for Parc Fermé infringements post-qualifying, but that's where they start, so we will look for them coming through fairly quickly, and Connor, we know, is incredibly fast. So we will look for them coming through the grid very, very quickly.
Indeed, bit of a breeze across the circuit.
it's very mixed conditions here, and it could change in a heartbeat.
It's probably to those at home. We have seen this race change on a dime before when it comes to weather. I don't think we're going to have as dramatic rain as some years, but I think it's going to be that on-off nature of the weather that's going to make it very tricky for drivers to keep on top of. The one thing we don't have to do there, of course, is strategy and tyres, because there's no wet tyres in this race.
Correct. Everybody will run on slick tyres regardless, so that evens up that playing field. What doesn't, what skews it slightly is whether the teams have gone for wet or dry setups on the car. Now, I know of several teams that I've spoken to who have gone for a full dry setup. It's going to be quite tricky to change it mid-race, let's just say that. But quite a few of the teams have gone for full dry setup, so if it gets wet, those teams who have gone for a wet setup are then going to have an advantage, and we could see a yo-yo effect as the weather changes. I think it is going to be dry for the most part through this event, but there will be showers. I mean, there usually is, and it's very unusual that we don't get rain at this particular event at some point. Andrew is now loading up the weather.
Just having a look at the sources that is reporting rain starting in 57 minutes. We have, we've been here before going into hour 2, having a deluge of rain. Doesn't look like on the weather forecast it would be that heavy. Tension continue to grow. I think we're just waiting for the on the dot.
We've got a couple minutes to go, so in fact, the flag is in the air, so we're going early. The flag is in the air. Drivers are ready. And away they go, across the grid they go, jumping into the karts and heading off down the grid for 24 hours of racing. Looks like a good start from the pole sitter, Team Take 2, Rosso Corsa. And I think that's 42, I think that's Jess Alexander in the 42, has taken second place as they head down to Ribs Bend for the first time.
And we've seen drama down here. We've been there's a spinner towards the back of the owners. There's going to be more karts off a field because all the hires were about to come through there through Rib Bend. So incident at the first braking zone of the 2022 British 24 Hour. It's a good start for those at the front of the field as they head along the Bob Post straight towards the Wiggles for the first time. Now this is going to be interesting. There are wet patches through here. If you try and go 2 or 3 wide through this part of the circuit, you could be in trouble going into hairpin 1. The 104 is having a slight issue there, waiting for the hires to come through now. They are trying to go side by side. So they've changed the lead in the front of hire. The number 95 of Race for Ruben has taken the lead in hire. It looks like everybody is making it through Butters unscathed, which is good to see. A couple of drivers towards the back having trouble with those wet patches that we talked about earlier. But all in all, good start for the vast majority of the field.
Yes, Conor Lucas has already made up around about 10, maybe even 12 places on this grid as well. So we'll get them across the line for the first time and give you a full running order, or as close as we can, given the action that's taking place. So it is 42 MS Lucas Racing has now taken the lead across the line in first place. Definitely that is piloted by Jess Alexander. TTM2 Rosso Corsa, then it's MS Car Shop, second in elite. TTM Rosso Corsa, of course, is in the pro class. Then it's Dazzle, your clubman leader. Then it's Team Tate, X Racing, Red Graphics, MSJSR, 303 Racing and Omega Racing rounding out the top 10.
Already trouble for the 104 of Rethink Racing 2. They've come to the pit at the end of lap 1. Yellow flag out down towards the back as well. For this lead one kart still in trouble. Saw a spinner at the last quarter of the owner field. Battles going up and down the order. You can see that a group was a 5 cars second group back in the 4th place. But Jess Alexander leading this race in the early stages, coming round hairpins 3 and 4 to lead in the number 42 MS Lucas Racing. A lot of work has gone into this team so far this year, and this has been the perfect start for them here at Teesside.
Yeah, they've had a flyer here, and Jess has been very, very quick all year, taking the first win here in the sprint series very recently as well. So that's going to stand very good for this race. We've got a technical defect for the number 10, which I'll come on to in a moment.
That's in owners. That's the X-Racing Clubman entry currently leading. So they've got a pro class championship.
Yes, and they've got a mechanical flag on it. They'll have one. I'm not sure what that's for, but we'll keep an eye on it as they come through. Wiggle, they go, and out, through the chicane, and now onto the back section. Into Ribs Bend, we're focusing on the higher class here, they're still trying to sort themselves out. We're now onto lap 2 of this race, sorry, lap 3 of this race, and they're still side by side trying to figure themselves out.
The other car that I think is in the stubble buttons is the Full Throttle Racing 201. That's the entry in higher novice. They are off the back of the field at the moment, but apart from them, they have now completed a full lap on the circuit. So it's just the 104, the Racing 2, and they're in trouble in the early stages.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on their progress as well. Jess Alexander not managing to break away from MS Car Shop is still there within a second as well, but there is a gap now for them back to Team Tate. So you can see them heading down the back straight already, coming into traffic, and that's halted slightly. They come in front of the commentary box, Jess Alexander in the lead of this race. So that is now brought back into play. There's now 5, 6 of them in a line, which has got Jack Morris in the 111 on the tail of that. So the front 6 are all nose to tail now as they head round South Bank once more. We are still looking at the higher carts as they head through the D chicane and on to the front straight down towards Ribs Bend. This is the drone shot.
Just to confirm, I don't know if we did this, that yes, it is the X-Racing number 10, currently in 7th place, that has been shown the mechanical flag. They have not come in yet to serve that. We'll try and catch an eye and see what is the cause of that mechanical flag, because we can expect to have the ability to this stage of the race.
No, exactly, and new for this year as well, we've got our ticker on the left-hand side that will scroll through all of our entries. You are here supporting a team. You can see exactly where they are. 95 carts out of the track, as you can see. This year, which I believe is certainly a recent record. I'm not sure whether it's the overall record. I'll get to the bottom of that. That was Conor Lucas just going through on Costa Rica in Gravex to take what would be 11th place in the race. So from 3,700 up to 11th. Already, and they are now well into the traffic.
Change for the lead going into South Bank. The leaders have now caught the back end of the higher traffic. That is it for clean running for the rest of this 24-hour race. They will not get clean track between now and the end of the race, but as I say, there have been a few moves. It's the number 318, which is your new leader, TTM, cutting through from 3rd to 1st there on lap number 4.
Yeah, and this is where it starts to get really, really tricky now for the owners, because this is the first time that they're heading into this massive pack of hire carts to put them one lap down. And the key issue here is that they are still nose to tail, and in some places they're still 2 wide and 3 wide even in places. They come into hairpin 1, you can see on your screen. So it's really, really tricky for the owners to get through this, not only cleanly, but safely. And now that mechanical flag has now been upgraded to a black flag for number 10. They have, I can see them just coming through hairpin 1 now, out of the commentary box window. There's something hanging off from the rear. I think it's a loose chain guard. I think it's a loose chain guard.
Yes.
He's just had a look down and spotted it. I've just seen him come out onto the back straight, have a look over the shoulder and spot it. Now, this is where, as I was saying, where they're starting to make their way through the traffic for the first time. They're headed through most of the back of the hires already, and they're into the mid-pack now. And this is where it becomes even more tricky, because these guys really are now scrapping for position. They're not giving an inch, or they're not wanting to give an inch. There's 6 owner carts nose to tail, and the 10 is now in. The 10 has spotted their penalty, and they are in. But yeah, where these owner carts are now having to try and play it safe, but be fast and make progress as well, as we've got another driver off at the exit of the D chicane, just going through Paddock Bend.
Got to say, I'm a little bit surprised with X Racing there. That is a bit of an own goal in the first hour of the race. Okay, it's not great to get mechanical flag and have problems at this time, but he's doing so. He's bound to produce a mistake in the independent. That's now going to be still sort of fair challenge for that captain. And he's going to get yes, at your time and at your leisure.
At their leisure, this will be a big hold-up. Big changes at the front of the race as well. So Team Tate have now taken the lead with red graphics now in second. 42 Jess Alexander through this traffic has now dropped to third and around about half a second back. Our early leaders, Rosso Corsa, I'm going to do that and draw them out of the race because it's TTM2 Rosso Corsa. So Rosso Corsa are now showing in 5th place as they came across the line. With the 111 JSR in 6th. Leader of Clubman is now 303 Racing in 8th and Dazzle in 10th. So pole sitters Dazzle, who we did manage to speak to on the grid, they're now in 10th. I think it's Connor White, who was spoken on the grid, who's going out for the first stint. Keeping an eye on Hires as well as they stream through. Your leader in Hires currently trying to find how I scroll down on our time. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Dave. Andrew. Sorry, that's my. See, I've called you Howard and I've called you David now, so eventually we'll get there. So JS Racing leading Hires. We'll run us through the high group.
Yeah, so JS Racing, good place overall, leading the pro entry by less than spin in hairpin 1 is the one part with that CFK Ricardo. Spanish team, not going again now, World Champions second place in the second down. So that's the problem in high. There's Racing. Pro entry into the class. Leading ahead of last week's race for Rubik. Followed by Sam in 3rd place. That is a team that I like the look of. We've seen the race from the team. Took 24 hours of non-car basically. Series. They're here in the UK. Great to have them at Teesside. They've had a strong start.
Yes, before the race, myself, Andrew, Howard, David, all wrote down some key things will make the podium this year in overall for owners and overall for hires. And there was one particular name as we look at 113 Red Graphics. Yes. Going side by side through hairpin 1 and 2 with Jess Alexander in that 42. I'm going to have a look at who's driving the 318, which is Team Tate, your leader.
It's Sam Spinale in for the 113 Red Graphics. These two drivers, Alexander and Spinale, very accustomed to each other on the racetrack, both in BPEC, also Series BUKC and Club 100 over the years.
I thought I'd recognise the helmet Sam and Alexander, I think, in Team Tate, leading the race at the moment. I think, wait for him to come back in front of the commentary box again, just so I can 100% confirm that. But very, very strong lineup for Team Tate this year, with Scott Tate, Dan Tate, Connor Jupp, Austin Monday, and Aaron Alexander as well. So really, really strong lineup there. Scott Tate, winner of various rounds here at Teesside in the Overdrive Sprint Series. Connor Jupp from 2020 X30 Miami World Champion. Aaron Alexander has won the Junior Pro Kart Series here as well. And Austin Monday won the race last year in the 133 racing. So yes, fantastic lineup for Team Tate, and they're showing really, really well already. I said on the grid that I thought they were going to be strong, and they're already showing that pace. Being pushed along now by 113 and 42. In fact, there they are on screen, and it is Aaron Alexander, and now there's been a change for the lead. Red Graphics has now taken the lead.
As ever, 10 minutes down. It's been very scratchy out there on the circuit. It's getting warm in the box, it's getting warm out on circuit. Rain is still reported to be closing in, about 20 minutes away. So don't go anywhere.
getting involved there as well. The number 11 MS Car Shop. And this is what it's going to be like, Butters, isn't it? Throughout the course of this race, that when these owner karts together on track, it's going to look more like a 20-minute sprint as opposed to a 24-hour race. As Jess Alexander, I thought was going to go down the inside of Sam Spinell there into hairpin number 3.
Well, normally when we do the sprint series here, and in fact she does and takes the lead. Takes the lead back from Sam Spinell in the 113 red graphics, and side by side goes Aaron Alexander round the outside and taking second place into the D chicane. Goes Team Tate. So TTM Motorsport Team Tate. The 111 of MSJSR, which is Asher Blythe, that's now in 6th place. Sorry, not Asher Blythe in that one. It is Jack Morris, I think, that's driving that. It's just set the fastest lap of the race. In fact, there you see back of the train there. So there is a train of 6 karts again. Connor Lucas already starting to make his way onto the back of this group of 6. So from last on the grid in terms of owner karts, already starting to pick his way through and onto the back of this train of 6. So it's very soon it's going to be 7, potentially even 8 karts in this train now that they've got a bit of clear air in front of them and have made their way through the higher karts for the first time. But what I was going to say is that normally when we do the sprint races here, we'd already have done a sprint race by about 5 minutes. So we're well done in that respect, but we still have 23 hours and 46 minutes here to go. Strap in and hold tight, folks. This is going to be a good one.
You're watching live coverage of the 2022 British Hour here on Hour Kart Race. Fantastic for the crew here. Very race leaders. Alexander having cycled back to the front of the order now. Coming in. Pace at the moment. Back to some of the laps from last year, Butters, that we saw high 112s as the fastest lap times from last year. At the moment, we're already seen some 113s out there. In fact, actually, I tell you what, we've seen a very fast lap time. 1 minute 12.102 rather for MS Soco Select.
Yeah, that's
champions
Connor
of this
Lucas.
race.
Yeah.
Previously, of course, that is a very good lap time to be seeing in the first 15 minutes of this race.
It certainly is, and I've been told unofficially in practice that the 112 barrier got broken as we look at Aaron Alexander now retaking the lead from Jess. There, we've got some images on screen there that have been taken early doors. Taking a lead from Jess Alexander. So they swapped at the end of the previous lap, and then now swapped not working together, not choosing to work together so far. It's all just a 24-hour sprint and a scrap at the moment. Is Michael Burke watching from Australia as well. Yeah. Let us know what the weather's like there, Michael, and keep us up to date on your happenings and things. This is great to have our Australian viewers as well as some American viewers as well that we've got this year. Various other countries in the world. Let us know where you're watching from and who you are watching and supporting. We've got a contact warning has gone out for Team BPR. That's in Owner Clubman. Jess Alexander still working her way through the traffic here, right on the tail now of Aaron Alexander. Spinell there getting bulked slightly as they came out of hairpin 4.
Yellow flags over
in
start
fact, even
finish.
more, and there were yellow flags there. So they were all going side by side and very quickly had to drop into line. So there's a bit of contact front to rear from about 3 or 4 of them there. Lucas now up to 5th place in the MS Soco Select car. They're in a train now of 5 or 6 karts that goes from 3rd all the way down to 8th. Sidemaker Racing. Then it's Grabex who have now taken Clubman, the leading Clubman owners, the 88 of Grabex Racing. You've got Foster Chris at the wheel of that, of course, Foster Chris of ourselves, massive petrol head, pretty much driving something. Every single weekend, and sometimes even during the week. degree got us speed.
Hasn't always been the best of looking into it.
Big news. Oh, wow. We've got a black flag for 42 and 318. So your two leaders, Team Tate and Lucas Racing, black flags. So that's going to put them around about a lap off the pace, almost straight away. I'm wondering whether that was overtaking under yellow flags through the dogleg.
Yep.
Everybody else behind them slowed up, and it's given them the gap of 2 seconds.
Yep, I think you might be onto the money there, Butters. I mean, that is pure speculation from us, but that's what we like to do. But what we do know is that both of those karts are going to have to come into the pits.
Yes. And that's going to promote Red. Well, Red Graphics went over the line at the front of that pack, but now Lucas has overtaken Car Shop. I'm looking for the 113 Red Graphics. Oh, there it is. We've got 133 on the back of that one. That's Team Tate 2. Oh, in fact, there they go. 113 is coming in. Not sure why, though. Okay, so we've got Red Graphics in the pits. I didn't see Team Tate come in, and I didn't see MS Lucas either.
That would make sense.
But there is Red Graphics. They're getting fuel now. So maybe this is a scheduled stop.
Both of them are in. Both of them are now in.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on where they're going to filter back out. But that has now promoted Connor Lucas in the 43 to the front of this race. So started at the back and it took him 20 minutes to get to the front. Am I going that really? They've got a stellar lineup this year as well.
That'll be a bit of an early kick in the stomach for the rest of the field that they
have that much pace.
Dare to think, well, we know MS Sucker Select are very good, but they won't be at the front in the first hour. Yes, they will, and that is very much down to the mistakes of other teams.
And they had a penalty at the end of qualifying that demoted them to the back of the owner driver grid. But obviously it hasn't taken them long at all to make their way through. Their lineup this year, as I said, Andrew, is it's stellar to say the least. We've got Connor Lucas and Josh Falkus, who went toe-to-toe last year for the entirety of the season in the owner driver sprint series. Were right at the front for the entire series, and absolutely flying. Then you've got Paul Wilkins, and you've got Charlie Bingham.
Yeah.
Charlie Bingham, of course, won the race last year.
He did. He did indeed.
Paul Wilkins, of course, no stranger to this event either. Has incredible form at this race. Donkey's years in pro karts as well. Will not say how old Paul is, but he's got plenty. He's 21, yeah, of course, yeah. But plenty of experience. Let's just say that, and pace to go with it.
So MS Sucker Select confirmed as your new race leaders at the end of lap number 17 here for the British 24 Hour 2022. MS Car Shop, quarter of a second behind TTM2 Rosso Corsa. very nicely in third place overall and leading in their category. I feel like now the race is just starting to calm down a bit, although Butters is looking concerned.
No, I'm just trying to find out where TTM filtered out into 24th, MS Lucas have filtered out into 28th overall, and Red Graphics 113 that came in for that early stop are now 34th overall. So even though they have made their stops, they're still well in front of the higher car field as well. So it shows the pace that these cars have got this year. They can, even with a black flag within the first 20 minutes, they're still able to stay in front of the higher division.
Total though, they have lost over 30 seconds. 2.7 TTM.
It must have been a stop, quick coming off, and then drive out. And 30 seconds behind now. Well, I'll take through owners. So we've got 3 different classes in owners. We have Elite, Pro, and Clubman. The Elite runners are your ones with the yellow backgrounds that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. They will be the ones that will filter towards the top in terms of pace. Just overall pace and finishing positions in the championship, driver lineup, pedigree, that kind of thing will put you into the elite category, as we've just had a change for second place, as TTM2 Rosso Corsa has now moved ahead of MS Car Shop and gapped them quite significantly by 0.8 of a second there. Then we have the red background, as you can see, for Rosso Corsa. They are in the pro class, so they're a driver standard that, as a team, aren't quite at the top table, if you like. They are certainly going to be there or thereabouts, though, overall, and over the course of the 24 hours you will see them as well near the front. Then you have the black backgrounds, which is the largest class for this year, which is the Clubman class for owners. This is by far the biggest group of drivers and teams, and they are the ones who are your weekend warriors, if you like. The ones who are you've got a mixed bag. I mean, you've got Costa Kuritsis driving in Clubman at the moment for GrabX and leading that field. And the reason he's leading that field is he's an elite class driver. But the rest of the team may fall below that and may not be up to that kind of pace and standard, hence them entering into Clubman.
It's a good opportunity, though, for those newer drivers to learn something across the course of this race. A more established team member in there. In Hires, it's pretty much the same. You've got the elite class, by the sky blue backgrounds on the number boards, pink for the pros, green for the clubmans, and then darker blue for the novices. And what I'm liking seeing in I think much at it, pulling up a little graphic there. The Hires this year, there's quite a few squads, Honolulu being a very good example, where they've got teams across the board in those classes, almost on a little bit of a ladder system, promoting the development of the series and this kind of racing.
Yeah, it's tricky trying to place people as well. In fact, we've had late on, we had the EDKT team changed from pro to elite this morning. So they've actually nominated themselves to go into the pro category of hires. As we've got one off here at hairpin 1, trying to pick out the number of that. I think it's the 81.
It's the 81 in owner that's gone off at hairpin.
That's Team BPR, who we saw with a warning earlier on. But they are... Well, they were back up and running up to speed, and now they're dropping down again a little bit. So it is still 43 from Rosso Corsa, from Car Shop JSR, and we've got 133 receiving a contact warning, which is Rosso Corsa in second place. So that must have been contact with the Hires, I would imagine, because they are still nose to tail at the front of this race. As you can just see them heading down on the back straight now. They're about to sweep through your shot
at the front of it in South Bank. There they go. That's Connor Lucas and Asher Blythe. We've got a contact warning as well for the 95 of MS Scorchio. They are currently 14th overall and 17 seconds off the lead. Yeah, so it's difficult for when you're categorising the teams as well to get it right.
Yeah.
You know, to be in the right class. Part of the reason I think EDKT have gone into higher elite is that it's such a small class this year.
Yeah.
There's very, very few teams in it, so they nominated themselves to go through that. I think in the hope of getting an overall class podium, and who can blame them?
Absolutely. Good afternoon to our very good friend Ian Williams. He says, good afternoon everyone. I want to wish the best of luck to Joe Patterson, taking on the Mammoth Challenge Drive 24 hours so charity. Break that Guinness World Record. And Ian saying that he'll be back next year. Good to hear from you, mate. And yeah, definitely hope to see you back here very, very soon.
We'll see if we can get some close-up shots of the stickers as well, because we've had a I did an interview with Joe on Friday, sat down with him and went through the effort and how it's all going to work for him, and we'll bring that to you at various points throughout the show as well. But yeah, it was interesting to see what his tactics were going to be. He's currently showing in 29th place. He's just pounding round at the moment, and we'll see, you know, where he's not going for anything overall in terms of victory or anything like that, except for breaking that distance record, which I believe works out at 966 laps.
I remember us last year talking about the target of maybe even 1,000.
Yeah, I think, or it might be 920 to break the record, and he worked out that if everything goes to plan, he'll do 966.
We'll see how that effort does get on at the moment. Guinness World Record attempt, not in a specific class, of course. Running in 29th place overall. Thank you, David. 9:28 is the record. Tried for the record.
No, I wasn't far off then. So 9:28 to break the record, and he thinks he'll do 9:66. So he should beat it fairly comfortably by his reckoning, which in my mind says just do 930 and park it.
Yes. Have a rest.
Then you've definitely broken the record, and you can have a bit of a rest, and you go out and take the flag at the end.
Yeah.
That would be my method of doing it. But then again, I wouldn't be in that position. I would put myself in that place. 22nd place now for MS Lucas. Still working their way back towards the front, as are Team Tate Motorsport, who are in 20th. So they're starting to work back forwards again. The gap is still around about 30 seconds between them and
bottom of the hour, back on the bottom of the hour.
Okay.
Here on the odd hour with 23 and a half hours of the 2022 British 24-hour to go. Your race leader, the number 43 of MS SoCo Selects. They've completed 24, nearly 25 laps as they come through hairpins 3 and 4. In second place at the last count, the 133 of TTM2 Rosso Corsa on your screens at the moment. I don't need to tell you how far behind they are because they're right there, bumper to bumper coming over the line. Third place, the number 11 of MS Carter, 4 seconds back. They're in a close battle with the 0111. That's the MS KSR entering in fourth place. She mentioned as well that the TTM2 entering in the first kart in Pro. Nexus Sports, the number 17, are in fifth place overall, fourth in Elite. In sixth place, running very nicely, number 88 of Rabbit Racing, sixth place overall, staying also in seventh place at the moment overall, second in Pro, number 3 of Omega Racing. They're just ahead of the number 8 in 8th place overall, third in Pro, Grabex Pro. 9th place, the number 77 of Offline Motorsport, just ahead of the 818 of Dazzle. 10th overall for them, second in club. Top 10 at the moment, covered by 15.1 seconds. In 11th place, 303 Racing, rich history at this event. 303 Racing's 303 kart is third place in club at the moment. 11th overall. 12th overall, the number 22, and 4th in club is JDM. 13th place and 5th place in club. 14th place and 5th in pro is DWS Racing, their number 58. 22.5 seconds off the overall lead. I would expect them to come through the order over the next few hours. Don't rule them out at this early stage. 15th place overall, grabbing Motorsport. 16th place. 17th place at the moment, Prime number 57. They're running well in club, just ahead of the recovering TTM number 318 that had the black flag earlier. The former leaders are now in 18th place overall. They've just got past the number 44 of MSDLCR and relegated them to 19th place. The 881 of Blue Speed Racing is currently completing the top 20 overall. 42 of MS Lucas Racing, that's the other karts that we saw in the lead early on, but has had a black flag due to excessive contact in this first hour. They're now 21st, just ahead of Harry's Hot Wheels, the clubman entry. 61 cars of Alessia, the next in 23rd, and Red 77, 213. Are in 24th. The number 66 of A66, back again for another year, are running in 25th place at the moment, just ahead of X Racing. They have also had a black flag and the mechanical issue in the first hour here. And 26 overall, 10 cars. Then we might be world record in the second go. Can't see any 24 record. Racing, last of those in pro, and 29th place. Red Graphics as well. They haven't had a black flag, but they have a pit. Essentially, they put the distance there on the track to 113. The last of those in the lead. Currently, they're in 30th place. They're top the overall lead. Team BPR, the number 81, they've had some thrills and spills out there in the first hour. The race one is there in 21st place. Just taking that position away from the 916 races there in 32nd. Speed coming in TSG karting at 1:5.81. They've just at their fastest lap of the race so far in 33rd. They are the first of the karts not on the lead lap of the race at this stage. So these karts are all one lap down or more. The 529 are in 34th place. That's Team HWR. Racing had a really tough start in trouble on lap 1 and had to come into the pits on lap 1. They're in 35th place, one lap off the overall lead. And unfortunately, Rethink Racing 1, the 103, are the last of those in the main group of owner karts. They're there in 32nd place, 2 laps off the overall lead. I am just going to scroll down because, yes, no, we do have some more further down the order. Norfolk and Chance, say that all nice and slowly. The number 667 are in 48th place overall. The club entry, the Scenario 77 team with the 077 plate, I mean 53rd. Maple Motorsport, number 74 and 56th. And just looking down, is a high cart.
Wow. While you've been running down that order, I've been keeping my eye on this battle in front of the race, which has been closing up because Asher Blythe set the fastest lap of, personal best lap of the previous lap, 1:12.1, almost matching the overall fastest lap so far in the race. So even after 37 minutes, they're still able to set quicker laps. Now that gap has been closed up, but then Connor Lucas got it absolutely sideways into Ribs Bend at the inside of a hire car. I missed which number of hire car it was, but that will have certainly given the hire car a fright because he arrived floating over the bumps at Ribs Bend sideways with the hire car on the outside. So that's certainly a wake-up call if they were dropping off to sleep. This is your Pro Class leader that we are looking at the moment, and as you can see from the graphic, second place on the road, that's Asher Blythe in Team Tank Motorsport 2. They're starting to make their way now, not just through the higher kart traffic as well, but into some owners as well, which makes it quite a bit more difficult to overtake because certainly down the straights they've got huge amounts of speed.
Something I'm going to mention, and I'm going to take partial credit for the early stages of this one, because I thought about putting them on my prediction for the top 3 in highs. I thought, no, I don't think we're going to see them in highs.
Yes.
Another team, Butters, who we've seen here for several years.
Yes, indeed.
At Teesside for the British 24 Hour, and that's good to see them, that pro entry, running strongly here in the first hour.
SKA standing for Swindon Karting Arena, and yes, that's where they make their way up from. And yeah, as you said, Andrew, they've been here for a number of years now. Always show well. Not always had the best of luck, but always showing well in terms of pace. That gap has suddenly gone from 0.4 of a second to around about 2 seconds now. But just get them as they come over the line. 2.1 it is. Through traffic, Asher Blythe got held up quite a bit there, and I was wondering as they came through the reverse corkscrew and up the hill in the mountain section, as Asher sat patiently behind the AC1 of BPR, and I was wondering if the roles reversed and that was Conor Lucas, would Conor Lucas have sent him to that ball? I think the answer is absolutely yes. Asher playing patient there. As you can see, Conor's all-action driving style down the back straight, weaving between the higher karts and getting it sideways, not just into hairpin one, but in a straight line as well. He's certainly exciting to watch, isn't he?
Just a bit. It's been a very, very good run so far from them.
So gap going out still, so it is still 2 seconds as they make their way around the back half of the lap. I can't see that of closing up much, especially with this traffic through the hairpin as well. That's going to hold up Blythe there as they head out of hairpin 4. We're going to contact one of TYS Racing. But yes, the gap is now around about 10 seconds. It's going to be third place, which is now being held by the Isle of Man crew of MS Car Shop. That's got Dan Bugard in it, as well as who we spoke to on the grid, Dan Crossley. In fact, I think I've got a funny feeling there's 3 Dans in that team. There's Dan Bugard, Dan Crossley and Dan Martin. So one Dan. In fact, well, that's why I left the clip this morning on the MS page of Dan. And then there's also Andrew Delahunty, Will Jones and Josh Thompson in the team as well.
Doesn't quite work with their names.
No,
anyway.
It doesn't.
We've reached that stage already, ladies and gentlemen. There's the 133 TTM2 Rosso Corsa, looking resplendent there, going up to South Bank. 2 seconds is the gap. They'll be delighted with this, I think, these early stages, mate, because they've, yes, they've got a kart ahead to chase down, and they've got 3 elite karts behind them, but I'm looking at that 15-second gap that they've got already at the front of Pro. That's pretty useful at this stage.
It certainly is, and of course it'll ebb and flow for 24 hours. Traffic will come into play, the weather will come into play, but if you've got a 15-second gap when you come into the pits and you have a slight fumble, you could still come out in the lead of your class. So very important to bear that in mind as well. 24-hour race, but half a second to make a big difference. We saw at the end of the 2020 race where they came nose to tail throughout for the last lap of the race. They were nose to tail coming down the back straight.
I think there's a kart off right in front of us. They're in the tyres on hairpin number 1. That's why the yellow flag's out. You saw Conor Lucas with his hand in the air about. That's okay.
Haven't got the binoculars, so I can't actually see
one of the
a number on that one. So we'll bring an update on that as soon as we have it.
I was about to say, is it the 75? Got lads racing there. They're just in for a standard pit stop. And just trying to identify which car it is. 171. We had a 172 with Receding Racing. I'm not sure whether it is them or not. They've got
No,
it going
it's not
again now.
Receding Racing. I'll keep an eye on them. I'll get them as they come over
it's
the line.
100 of. I think it is. Yeah, CFK Granada.
Yeah.
Fallen down the order.
Oh, this is the Spanish team.
Yes.
CFK Granada. So they have Daniel. I'm going to try and fumble my way through pronouncing these. Daniel Ceballos, Javier Esnaola, Juan Antonio Lopez, Manuel Aragon, and David Munoz. It might be Munoz. Munoz. Well, anyway, that's the team for CFK Granada. It's out there at the moment.
A couple of questions in regards to timing. live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR.
It's Daniel Ceballos. Or Ceballos. Yes.
That's completely wrong.
We have
and
no
Chert
idea.
Is Kurt and Cert is Chert. And it messes with my mind every year.
Change for 5th place. Omega Racing have now taken the lead of that pack that goes down to GrabX Pro in 9th. 303 Racing around about 4.5 seconds off the back of that group. But again, that might come together as they work their way through traffic. But yeah, Omega Racing now at the front of that, taking 5th place overall. We've got a black flag out for 104 as well. I'll bring you update on that in a moment. But yeah, Nexus Sport, GrabX Racing in Clubman, so your Clubman leader is in that group, as is Offline Motorsport and GrabX Pro. In fact, that 104, where's my 104, Andrew? 104, Rethink Racing 2, apologies for that. Rethink Racing 2 with a black flag, so we'll keep an eye on them coming in. Currently placed around about... Oh, sorry, as we just try and move our timing screen up. This is the problem with 95 runners. We can't fit them all on the screen. Rethink Racing 2, 35th overall at the moment and 2 laps off the lead. So you'd imagine that would be around about another lap.
Question.
So Nicholas Woodhouse has asked, what make of chassis are running this year? Well, we have out there at the moment, we have definitely MS karts, Apollo karts, Haas karts, and 7 karts. And I'm not sure whether we've got any rights this year or not.
Not seen any so far myself.
But we've definitely got 4 chassis makes out there at the moment, being driven around by these drivers. There is a huge difference between the feel of the chassis, as I'm sure you're well aware, Andrew. It does make a big difference, but when you look at lap time, there's nothing between them. No. But they can feel completely and totally different. In fact, we've got not only have we got those types of chassis out there, we've also got different marks as well. So we've got different year chassis, which will feel different again. So it really does mix it up. What does equal it all out, though, is the engines. Very, very similar, and I mean very similar. Within the 10th of a horsepower per engine, they are so close, so closely matched, and they're all run under one banner of manufacturer as well. It's RPM engines do all the engines here for the owner karts.
Now, I'm just having a look because I think I saw my first engine cowling escape route of the day. I want to say it was the number 18 that came past me about a minute ago, so I'm just keeping an eye on to see if it was there.
Oh, they've got a lovely front panel if it is the 18, with a Badger on the front.
Yes, the Badgers team. Where are they?
We will try and bring you these through the race because we couldn't get close-ups of many of the higher karts, unfortunately, due to the technical issues we had on the grid walk. So we will endeavour to bring you them throughout the race with close-ups, as we were doing with the Focus on the 43 and the 133 earlier on.
if it was the 18, I think they've kind of secured it back down, or at least flapped it back down.
It will be secured with an elbow as they come past the race control box. And then we'll probably be allowed to run free for the rest of the lap.
We have seen them come loose in editions past. Yes, it's disappeared. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the Badgers Best Racing. Ben Randall, Mark Wheeler, Jake Bagg and Harry Ashman in that entry. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your continued support. I think we've had some action involving MS Scorchio because they've just lost. Well, they've done the 2-minute 2.921 last time around. They were running in 24th place, they're now in 29th. MS Lucas Racing also continuing to move up through the order. They've just gone past Grabex Motorsport. So I think that's the number 96 that's got Sam Nash in it at the moment.
Oh, the Crash Bandits are back.
Effectively, yeah. Two team members. Michael Kimber, Alex Terry Valentine, Michael Howland and Jeff Lamb in the first season this year, part of the Grabex crew. I had a very brief chat to Sam earlier. He's got a newish race sled, or at least in terms of design. I can see it had proudly emblazoned across the top, Cash Bandits.
We've had an update from David. The 104 and the 95 were black flags for overtaking under yellow.
Okay.
Thank you, David, for keeping us up to date as well. Of course, he will be joining us on commentary in around about just over an hour's time.
Sorry,
but he's down in the
95 in owners.
Yes. Bringing us the pit lane reports at the moment, which I will be going to do the same when I get off my stint at around about 4 o'clock as well. So I'm here for the first 4 hours.
Yeah.
Keeping you in the loop, as it were. Trying to keep an eye on what's happening in hires as well, as Honolulu Racing have now taken the lead back from SKA. Got Garage 29 Graphics overall, third place overall. So in fact we've got a higher elite, higher pro and higher clubman class all at the front of the overall higher field. We've got 5.5 seconds between them, and then it's ABC Racing, Core Blimey Racing and JS Racing. Core Blimey Racing 113 also in elite. So Race for Ruben we saw having an early pit stop. We'll look for them coming back through. Not sure what that was for, but I'll try and find who the driver is as well. I'll try and find them on circuit. In fact, there you go, Andrew. There is your engine cowling that's flicked up. But I'll keep an eye out for Race for Ruben coming through and find out who's taking the start for them. In fact, there they go. Black suit, white helmet. Let's have a look down the order.
There's not many of them.
No, it's going to be fairly. I think there's going to be fairly few of them.
My loose cowling.
Cameron McLean, according to this. According to the data sheet that David has so kindly put together for us, and I give David a big shout out actually because he's not in the commentary box, so he can't get embarrassed with me doing it. But big shout out to David because the prep work that he's done for this race this year has been phenomenal, as it always is. But he really has gone over and above this year in terms of our preparation notes and things like that. And so thank you to David for that effort.
It's the new Market Buzzin' Hornets who have got the problem with the cowling. And it's Sean Dabin in the cart for them at the moment. Quick driver is Sean. But that loose bit of bodywork won't be helping him. Now, I can understand why that's not getting mechanical, because whilst it's flapping in the wind a little bit, it's upright, it's not sticking out beyond the extremities of the cart, and it doesn't look like it's going to fall off any minute, so...
No, I've seen them called for them, and I've seen them not called for them as well. It's just simply an R-clip that comes loose, so it'll most likely be just clip back in on their next pit stop, and away they go again. Gaps still fairly the same as they stand at the moment. It looks like the race has started to settle down quite a bit now. Lots of teams starting to work together rather than fight for position and overtake like they were doing for the first 15 laps to try and establish themselves as where they should be in terms of pace. I think now that they've figured that out, there are a lot of teams working together and pushing each other along, particularly in hires. But also, you can see 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th and even 9th place are still very, very, in very close order, and will be working together in slipstream as they work their way through the traffic. Joe Patterson just comes through the in front of the commentary box and heads out for another lap. How many laps is that completed now?
That is 42 laps completed for the Guinness World Record attempt now.
Okay, only
so almost a 20th of the way through.
Yes. Well, if you think of it like that, it's fairly easy, isn't it? You've only got 19 more of those to go.
Yeah.
Good maths, quick maths.
BRM Racing have just taken a position, 30th place for them now. Overall, that's the owner Pro entry going past Team BPR in Club. X Racing also continuing their recovery. Remember, they had a mechanical and black flag earlier on. They're now up to 22nd place. They've just got past Red 77. That's kart number 213. A couple of other places to tell you about. CSM Racing, the 181 in Hire Club. They've just taken 47th place away from the A66 Hire team. So that's another one of the Hire Club entries. And they are running in kart 066. So there's a 66 and a 066. You'll be able to tell them apart from the side of the circuit, well, because one's got a Bigfoot NATO panel, the other does not. Because they're running in the different categories. Who else can we tell you about? Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat have just taken 67th place, the 79. They've got past LC Racing in the 143. And Receding Racing have well, this is an interesting team, mate. The 172 have gone past up the rear, the 777 for 73rd place. And that's pretty much all your position changes to tell you about at this stage of the race.
There is a battle raging for third in hires overall at the moment. There's very, very little separating them. Although it shows on our timing, it will only show, at the moment anyway, the overall position behind the leader. We can see on our timing, which you can find yourself actually. If you want to dual screen, you can see at live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. That will take you to the live timing screen, and you can see, even if you're on your phone, you flip your phone sideways, flip it to landscape mode, and you can see individual gaps between karts.
Yes.
As well, so it's not just the overall behind the leader, but it's behind the person in front as well.
Very sad to report that I think we've got problems for Century Sim Racing, another one of the teams who have done this for several years. Well, they are circulating, okay, so they are circulating now, but they have had a problem with number 59. They are 12 laps off the overall lead. There's a whole lap up to the next car ahead of them in the road, so and I think someone have that as one of the... oh no, we can't look at it, can we? Because we've sealed it away in its 24-hour time capsule. I think one of us had Century Sim Racing.
Yes, one of us did. We haven't. I tried to come to broach this earlier on, but we had. We did a prediction. The four commentators have done a prediction for the overall podium and the overall higher class of what three karts we think are going to be on the podium for each of the two entry types this year, and there is no prize for the winner except, of course, fame, glory, and all that goes with it.
Smugness.
Smugness that will carry through to next year. But we all went for one team. There was one team in particular. We won't name them because we don't want to jinx anything, but one team in particular in hires went across all 4 entries, and then there was a couple that were repeated here and there, and then we all went a bit outlandish with the third as well. We went for a bit of a dark horse with the third. The team that we all named are currently showing quite well.
Yes.
So I think we got that one right, certainly so far. There was Century Sim was on one person's choice, so sorry about that. It's our fault.
It's always our fault. A couple of other position changes to notify. Stills Racing, the number 92, are in the pits. That has promoted a race for Ruben up to 64th place. Now that's another one of our former race leaders who, well, at least class leaders in hire, who have had a black flag in this first hour. They've also got past the renowned Wankles, the 555, or the Mazda 787B Appreciation Society, as I like to call them.
Absolutely.
Running, resplendently.
Best sounding engine in the world ever.
I've got a story to tell about that actually, because missed the 30th anniversary last year of Mazda's 1991 24 Hours at Le Mans win. So as a Mazda appreciator myself, and the 1991 baby, I have an affinity for that one. So there's lots of appreciation for it this year, because we went there last year. And I think I found a bloke who basically was me, but like in 30 years' time, because he was a Mazda fan.
Okay.
At Le Mans, loving life. He was a Shepherd United fan as well. And we had a very good discussion whilst getting a jambon de baguettes.
Okay.
About, you know, how great 787B was.
It's arguably my favourite car of all time. It's definitely the best sounding car of all time. No ifs, no buts, no coconuts. There will be no arguments or debates about it. We've got the 19 now in. That's possibly for their cowling replacing.
Yes.
Potentially. It could be an unscheduled stop that they're going to turn into a scheduled stop. So it could work it in with a driver change, because we're an hour into the race now, so they're potentially 40 minutes or half an hour, 40 minutes or so early for their first stop, but that might not be the end of the world for them. Yeah, the 787B, brilliant car, best sounding car in the world. YouTube it if you haven't heard of it before. 787B, engine noise, and prepare to be amazed and turn your volume down, because it may well break your phone.
Yes.
But yes, the 787B Appreciation Society, the renowned Vankles, run here for around about 6 or 7 years now, I think. Got a contact warning gone out for the 916 Reckless Racing. But yeah, they've run here for a few years now. Where are they positioned at the moment, Andrew?
Sorry, say that again.
The 555.
555 in terms of position 65th at the moment. They have, again, it's that funny phase of the race for the hires because of their fuel usages, and there's a point, isn't there, in the practice. It's one of those sessions that
they have to be in the queue by a certain point for fuel. Yeah,
it's not like you can burn your fuel down, do your qualifying laps at the start of the whole session is a practice, pre-practice and qualifying, but the qualifying's only for the last portion.
Correct. Yes.
And it's before that point that you have to have basically either topped your tank off to as much as you want or run what you brought. You can't then come in with 1 minute of the qualifying session and go, oh, hello, I would like some fuel now. No, you've got to start with how much fuel you've got during that qualifying segment of the practice session. And it does sometimes mean that you have hire karts going very, very quickly at the start of these races because they're on half a tank, quarter of a tank.
Yeah.
But they then have to come in very, very early to get some more fuel.
Yeah, not a bad strategy really, provided you can make it work in terms of timing and going to the end of the race with, you know, by doing an early stop, because like Andrew says, you get that light car, so you can get the speed early doors, get yourself out of the front and out of all the trouble, and you make an early stop, essentially get yourself off sequence, if you like. It also makes it a lot clearer for when you do want to come into the pits, because round about an hour and 20 minutes onwards, that pit lane is going to get very, very busy.
And And it's not like, I always like to take Le Mans 24 hours as an example. It's not like you as a team, you have your own space in the pit lane to do your servicing. No, there's one team that does the refueling. They work through the course of the whole race, through the night.
Two bays where you
and
can get fuel.
if those 2 bays are full, you've got to then wait as that third cart.
And everybody out on track is just pounding round, and all the work that you've done to get yourself into, for argument's sake, 7th place in class.
I have had a report from our roving reporter of the R word. Rain has started now. It's not heavy enough that we can see it on our commentary box window, so it'll be very, very light. We'll keep an eye on the lap times. In fact, what are the lap times looking like at the moment? Well, the leaders are still doing 1:13s. Slippery surface flag is just, for my goodness, that's bright. That's just been illuminated.
That's definitely going to wake us up during the night, isn't it?
So the rain is coming, and we are now starting to see more significant raindrops on the wonderful new commentary box that we have here at Teesside Autodrome. Now, if we are to believe our sources, this is going to be in now for an hour. It's going to be light. It's not going to be like the deluge that we had back a few years ago, where we had carts going off left, right and centre. At pretty much this stage of the race, going into the second hour, it's still going to be tricky out there for the drivers.
The deluge to end all deluge. Biblical levels of rain came down. In fact, I was showing that video to our producer director Adam last night of when the rain
Had you not
came.
seen it before?
No,
Oh.
And it was within 8 minutes the track went from bone dry to about 3 inches underwater.
And it's something about this circuit as well. I know there's several race circuits around the world that do this, but the weather normally, if I'm not mistaken, comes from our left and down from the Riverside Stadium. Apologies, folks. Slight technical hitch there. I believe we are still running. I'm just going to check that we are still running on the DDMM comms box stream. Hello. Yes, we are. So if you're wanting continuation of the commentary on YouTube, Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. If you really want to scare, you can see my face. You can see Butters' face. What more could you want for a Saturday afternoon? But yes, no, the rain normally comes, if you know your geography of this part of the circuits and this part of the world, it comes from the sea, over the Riverside Stadium, over the Middlesbrough Football Club, and then kind of from the reverse corkscrew rib bend end of the circuit down towards the car track and the drifting track, and it sweeps upwards over the hill and from basically in the reverse direction of where the carts are going along the pit straight. Doesn't seem too bad at the moment. All the drivers dealing with this very well. There's a few more spots on our commentary box window. What are the times looking like? They've dropped a little bit. They're into the mid 1 minute 14s and 15s.
So not too far off the pace, especially with traffic out there as well.
You've driven this race many times, Butters. Would you say that this rain...
Psychological rain.
It's psychological rain. It's the rain that gets in your head.
Yes.
And you see it on your visor and you think, oh no. But actually, there's still a lot of grip out there. As I say that, there's a spinner in hairpin 1.
In fact, they're going quite wide in hairpin 1 at the moment. There's a lot of, certainly the higher karts, who are really struggling to make an apex, almost as if the apex is lava, and we're playing that game. In fact, everybody now, it is getting much worse out there. I can see, even just through hairpin 1, drivers very, very wide, full lock, having to slow it down a lot more, and the kart just ploughing. There we go, massive contact. Teesside Tigers involved. They were on the receiving end of that one. I'm not sure who it was. Red and white helmet. I will get them as they come over the line. But yeah, massive contact into hairpin 1, just because there's no grip.
I have news. Thank you very much to Adam Sears, who's got in contact. You can get the various ways you can get in contact with us. Probably the best ways to do it, directly to us here in the box. On the DDMM YouTube comments, as there's yellow flag out, the rain really started to fall. let me get to the point. Rethink Racing, 104. The reason they pitted at the end of lap 1 was to change tyre pressures from qualifying. So that was one of those setup changes that you were talking about, Butters, from the wet to the dry. So that's what that was. And the 103 came in to sort engine problems. The rain is getting heavier.
Have we gone? We haven't gone full course yellow yet.
Whoa, big off. Big spin for the 158 in hairpin number 1. Right there in the centre of the camera.
We've got yellow flags everywhere I can see in the front half of the circuit. Everywhere except now. In fact, no, we're all clear. We are green and racing again everywhere on track. We had yellow flags left, right and centre. Quite literally as we look out the commentary box, but no, it looks like we're all okay at the moment. People just getting to grips with the conditions, pardon the pun.
And it is hairpin 1 that, from my experience around this circuit in the higher karts, hairpin 1 is so tricky to get right. It's the fastest run-in of the whole circuit because you've come off the reverse corkscrew, gone down the Bob Pope straight, carrying a lot of speed into what in any conditions is a heavy braking zone, and it's narrow, it's tight in there, and we're even seeing some of the drivers deliberately hooking the right wheels in the curb on drivers' right, just to give them something that provides some delta of grip from left to right to help to pivot the kart into the corner. I remember having a bit of a big one myself where I just speared off drivers' right, ran out of talent, which isn't too easy, and ended up in these tyres right in front of us here in a qualifying session. That was good. So we'll keep our eyes.
Well, that was a long way off then.
Oh yeah, I really got it wrong. Really got it wrong.
Fortunately, I've touch wood haven't gone off there, as we have another one off. We're just keeping this camera on hairpin 1 because it's an exciting point of the track at the moment.
I want to say that was the 103 Rethink Racing.
I think you might be right.
And another one's off. This time it is one of the highs. I think it's the 4-1. It's either the 413 of Corblammy Racing or Simtech UK's 420. The good news though is nobody's getting bogged in down there. These are sounding like dramatic spins. They definitely feel dramatic when you're the driver in the seat. They're only losing 3 or 4 seconds here or there. On the whole, everybody's dealing with this very well. We're into the second hour though of this, the British 24-hour 2022. Andrew Mather and Tom Butterworth on commentary duties for you. Join the commentary at @NM across the various social media networks. And if you've not done so already, click subscribe here on Alpha Live.
What do you want to see? I've just seen the board go out for 3rd place overall for MSJSR.
Okay.
So they're coming in for first pit stop. So we're an hour and 10 minutes into the race. So that's an early stop. In fact, there's only one who's made a stop so far, and that's TTM, of course. They've now crept up to 9th place as Nexus Sport take a couple of places on that lap, and they move themselves up to 6th. TTM have moved up 2 places.
We can go on to David.
They're on to 9th, and they are the first of the teams who've made a pit stop, but they had a black flag, so I don't believe they would have been able to take fuel in that. Let's throw down to David Sullivan, who is in the pit lane. And I can't hear him.
Early broken track rod down at Rib Bend on the first lap. Simtech Super Pink not much later actually, they came in. Clutch bolt had come out of the right hand side engine. Century Sim, they stripped a sprocket. There was gravel between the chain and the sprocket. No teeth means no drive. They were in very early as well. Good chip. They had a broken front right kingpin. That's the bolt that holds the steering bit in on the right hand side at the front. BTM came in with some tyre issues, and CFK Granada, they had no brakes. Fairly quiet though generally. Pit stops are starting to happen now. The owners are coming in as their time, about 1 hour 20, starts to elapse on their fuel window, so they're starting to come in. Joe Patterson, he's been in as well in his 24-hour attempt. He's taken on some fluid after his first one. He's gone straight back out, but as you can see from the rain, the pace is going to slow, and that's not what he wants at this time. getting early where he wants to get as many laps in as possible. Back to you guys, thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Lots of thrills and spills in the last couple of minutes. The 541 has become another victim to hairpin number 1. So that's the Bottas boys team. And just as we were cutting to David there, Bottas, we saw quite a bizarre one between the number 7 of Century Sim Evolution and the 116 of AB Racing, where both of them ended up facing almost like perpendicular to the direction of travel straight towards us here in the comms box. And in fact, the 116 had gone the far side of the tyres, almost onto the run into hairpin number 1. Both of them got going again there.
Almost had to do another half a lap to get back to where they were, giving themselves a half lap penalty. But fortunately, they were able to use the cut through again and get back to where they were and got away fairly quickly.
Hello to Motorsport Magpie, David Whitehouse. Friend of ours, good to see that you're watching from home, and hello to Chris Simpson as well, because he lives not too far from here and is sending me weather reports. Before I get to that, we've got another
What's
one.
He got in
46.
What's Chris got in the BAPS today? That's the only news that we're really interested in.
Steel City Racers off there at hairpin number 1. They have now got going again. There's been another. I say it's all hairpin 1. It's all carrying the speed in there. That's catching a lot of the higher drivers out. That time, I think, was that the 590 of Porsche Sport. Luke Holroyd, Alex Rolls, Vernon McCallum and Malcolm Hollandrake in that team that went for a little bit of a spin. There's another one. I'm just going to keep commentating on
that's
on
the 10, that's
X
10, Racing.
X Racing.
Yeah, that's X Racing. I've seen, I believe... oh no, they haven't. In fact, no, that's fine. I was just checking for who's made pit stops and who hasn't. So, TTM showing, of course, having made 1 pit stop, but there was for a black flag. As are Lucas Racing in 42. They're now showing as 8th and 9th. GrabX Pro, I believe they've been in as well for potentially a penalty.
Potentially so.
So, in fact, I've had a photo of Chris. He says he's southwest of the circuit, where the weather is coming from.
Yep.
This is Chris Simpson giving us the
update.
Update, and his BAPs of betrayal, as we call them here, are just about to go in the oven. That's what they're called, the BAPs of betrayal. He likes to bake his own bread rolls, does Chris, and then he fills them in with a sandwich, or fills them in with some fillings, and then posts it to Facebook as to where he is in the world and what he's eating, usually ham and cheese, as you say.
Yeah.
But he was supposed, or he normally does the Owner Driver Sprint series here and works the cameras for us here, and decided to bin us off for the last round and do another event instead. So now we call them the BAPs of betrayal. But great to see that you're watching, Chris, and please keep your comments coming in on YouTube as well. We will bring, or we will endeavour to get them read out as quickly as we can. Let us know who you're supporting, who you're following here, or if you're just randomly watching at home. Also, where you're watching from as well. I think Michael Burke normally takes the distance record because he watches in Australia. But if anybody's in and around that kind of area or long distance, perhaps you could take the the biggest distance award. Normally goes to Michael Burke. Still coming down here is the rain. Very tricky conditions out at the moment.
I mean, to put it into context, the lap times are now in the mid-130s, even at the front of the field, so they're going around at least 20 seconds slower than we were at the start of the race. It's another little spin. You guess where it is. It's, of course, in hairpin 1, and I think that was the 104 going round again. The number 96 has become the latest addition to the club.
Second place in Clubman, speaking of club, second place in Clubman, Dazzle Racing, who took pole position. They're in for their first stop now. TTM still making their way forward. They've just taken 6th overall. So they're making their way through, but they're now 6 seconds in front of the 42 of MS Lucas, both of which received black flags at the same time for contact in the D chicane.
Veterans Motorsports having some difficulties getting going again at hairpin one. It's really tricky where they are now. They've basically gone full 180 and are facing back up the circuit to where everybody else is coming from. And I really do sympathise when you're in that situation, because you see all these karts coming towards you and you're thinking, one, I need to find a gap here to pull out of, because you're not actually going to zip off the line. But two, you're also thinking, please nobody do what I've just done and join me here in this situation. So well done to Veteran Motorsports UK. They've got themselves going again now. They've probably lost about 40 seconds there.
We've got a contact warning for the 65 in the higher novice, known as Boom. Well, I think they probably
I saw that one earlier. That is a good-looking kart. That
probably went boom alongside somebody else or into the back of somebody else, and that's how you end up receiving a contact warning.
Just to let you know as well, we've got Comms Box Cam working. As I say, keep your comments coming in. We've also got a command on there of !Brit2424 timing, and that'll pull up a little link in our chat to say go here for the live timing. If you want to do it manually, live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. Oh, we've got another spinner down. Oh dear, and a full pirouette going on in the grass now. It's the number 65 in the owner categories. It's one of our clubman entries. In fact, no, I think it's the 66 of A66. So it's not too much of a problem at the moment if you have a spin down at hairpin number 1, because everybody seems to be doing it at this precise moment of the race.
Could I give a mention to, obviously we've mentioned David Whitehouse already, but giving us spoilers of what's happening in the in another championship elsewhere in the world this weekend.
Yes.
Let's try not to have any more of those, please, David. Some of us are going to watch it when we get home.
If it's the one I think it is, I had an event last year. It's a certain race.
Yes.
In Abu Dhabi.
Yes.
Where we'd got through the whole day.
Yes.
The whole day without any mention of the result, what was going on, or the rest of it. We had a race that was delayed by a red flag. The last race of the day, which extended the stream by 10 minutes.
Oh no!
And someone came and spoilt the result.
Are you still breathing? Through a tube. So we've got, we were looking at the Bottas boys there, Paul Bottas, Billy Beaumont, Matt Howard and James Brown, quite forward, struggling there. Due to the conditions.
Burlington, Canada, very busy pit lane, which is what I would expect at this stage. What is it, 1 hour and 20 minutes into bang on as you said, so 1 hour 20 onwards in a stint to start doing no busy like that.
Got Rotto Corsican from 2nd place, Mid-stint Racing from 15th place, 303 Racing who were 2nd in Clubman, they pitted, as have X Racing in Clubman as well. So they're dropping down the order at the moment. We've got 111 for JS Racing. Warning. Okay, so we've got two 111s out here. Yeah. MSJSR and JS Racing. That's throw further shade on. I'm making our lives easier here. Two 111s out there, one in owners, one in hires. JSR is the winning hire. JS Racing hire pro. So that's Jack Doddwood, Josh Gray, Josh Bruce, Scott Bruce, and James Binks. Not sure who's out there at the moment for the team, but I'm sure I can try to give an update on that.
The 8's going shot there. At this stage, running out. Sometimes the longer stints in the race, of course. I don't know what it is about 2 hours. 2 hours I always feel with one of these races is a really good point to get to. Is oh dear, as the number 25 is a little bit of a bump there. It's one of the Honolulu karts.
That's the one that was leading. In fact, he's still leading higher.
So it's this is significant distance in 2 hours. Getting through that right now. It's still too early to be thinking about the racing for
It is. You only really start thinking about that maybe in the final 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
It looks like that panel's dropped down significantly, doesn't it? So that's not the most aerodynamic way of going around the circuit, but doesn't seem to be doing them any harm at the moment as they still lead the higher class.
I think what I'm meaning by it is it's when you've got 2 hours in, you've done a pit stop, you've gone through that process at least once, you've probably done a driver change as well. You know, you've done one round of all the bits. So you got through the race start, of course. You've got through those early stages where the first bit of traffic has happened. All the other way round, all those zones through. And it's almost like something like, yes, we can do all these things now. Now let's settle into a rhythm and get ourselves towards the evening.
42 is now in, David. They managed to climb them. David, that's twice I've done that now. It's just habit. I think it helps me that you're on the other side to where he normally sits. So.
Ah, okay.
So, but anyway, 42 from 6th place have come into the pits. That is their second stop, or showing us their second stop, but one of those was for a black flag. Now we have Team Tate in as well. And once again, the 541 is, this is the Bottas boys, and they're struggling with these conditions, certainly. 777 and 130 also receiving contact warnings on the board in front of us. So we look at your higher elite leader down the back straight, side by side with 69.
We also briefly saw the 100 off the road as well there.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
CFK Granada, the team from Spain, having some difficulties out there. It's their debut in this race. I think they'll learn a lot. Maybe learn a lot in this first road race. Teesside Autodrome circuit.
JDM as well, now pitting from 8. They've climbed their way up to 8, but they are in their first stop. So the only ones who haven't stopped so far, or the ones who haven't stopped so far, are Soko Select, our leader, 51 seconds in front of Omega Racing, who are in turn only 2 seconds ahead of Nexus Sport. Right behind them was BTM, but they are now in the pits. Grabex Racing 88 and Offline Motorsport have not pitted yet either. Neither has SMJC 595, who have just crept into the top 10. And as I say that, Omega Racing come in for their first stop, as do Grabex 88. Leader of company. Just wait for this to shake out for a couple of laps, then we'll give you an overall top 10 once the first pit stops have been made. Heading up towards an hour and a half into this race. So some early stops were taken. Who have we got? MS Lucas Racing 42 has been in twice, as we said before. TTM have been in twice. Dazzle have now been in twice. They took pole position in Clubman. Not sure whether that was for a penalty or an issue, but they've been in twice.
We've got some more news from David, who's doing a cracking job down there in the paddock, who's been on the search for the reason why Race for Reuben came in early. As we mentioned, fuel, getting the fueling done correctly and at the right time in the practice qualifying session. They did not do that. They missed the fuel window, so that's why they had to come in for an early top up the tank on that one. Just on the side there of SK Racing, Twin Karting Arena. To have a really good start to this race. 39th place for them overall, and we'll be doing a rundown of all of the higher entries in a few minutes' time. We'll be very pleased with this effort so far.
65 laps completed so far for Joe Patterson in the Guinness World Record attempt. These weather conditions, of course, not helping with being around about 20 seconds a lap off the pace. But what they will do is help physically.
Yes.
So in terms of overall pace, damaging the weather conditions are damaging. But in terms of physicality, it's certainly a lot easier on the body to drive in the rain. The G-forces are a lot lower, for one.
Some more karts coming into the pit lane. I just saw that we got Omega in. Saw Grabex in as well. Let me just get our timing back up. Big thanks to our timing suppliers, Alpha Timing. Live at alphatiming.co.uk/24HR for all the information there. JDM, the number 22, have been in the pits. Confirm Omega and Grabex, and it'll be interesting to see here where they shake out in this order. TSG Karting have also been in.
Soto Select, Nexus and Offline still out there circulating. Yeah, let's see how long these guys can go now. Nexus are in. It's Offline and Soto Select who are last of essentially the front runners to pit. Soto Select's going very long. Offline, we've seen this one before. Nothing unusual for them to go long on a stint. But this is certainly surprising from Soto Select to be out there for this long. But I think they know what they're doing by now.
Ooh, bit of a right there.
The red graphics.
Yeah. To the rear of the number 36. That looked to me like rather than red graphics misjudging the amount of speed that the 36 of Grabex Motorsport was going to take through the corner.
Yeah.
This is what we're really seeing at the moment. And it's difficult for anybody out there because not only have you got you're at that stage of the race where you've got new drivers coming in who not necessarily experienced this before, and drivers who have been there since the start of it and going that gradual change. You get a very wide delta in terms of not just those drivers in these
Yeah, there's someone at the door.
Whilst Bottas is doing that, let's do our rundown then. Bottom of the hour, 22 hours and a half hours to go. We're going to do all of our higher entries this time. We did the owners an hour ago. We don't need to do them again. So here is your rundown of all of the entries in higher. Leading in higher at the moment, the number 25 of Honolulu by Sam. Running 37th place overall, 6 laps off the overall lead, as are the top 4 at the moment in higher. So that's your leader in higher and elite within higher, the subclass there. We're going to cut to that later because there's a problem for, I think that is the 529 in the owner category, and that looks a little bit more serious than a spin. It's Team HWR, the team run by TT Sport, who look to have stopped, and we've gone full course yellow for the first time in this year's British 24 hour. There'll be a few drivers taking advantage of this and straight into the pits, because the number 19 and the 66 coming in for pit stops. This is a very good time to do a pit stop, because everybody else is not going at full racing speed, and you can get in and get that service done. Now we'll continue to monitor this situation. The quad bike of shame will come out. And
the quad bike of shame. Is that what?
Shame.
Like
it's a little bit
like
early
when I
for
cross
the quad
people
bike.
off our entry
Yeah.
list, when we have the marker of doom come out.
It's a little bit early for it to come out here, but there we go.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Obviously, that's not ideal for those guys. I'm going to try and see if we can get our first guest into the box as well.
Whilst you're doing that, I'll very quickly do this
yes, keep
rundown.
doing the rundown while I'm faffing.
SKA Racing, number 67, second in hire, first of those in pro. The 1130 of Core Blimey Racing are in third. ABC Racing's 116 are in fourth place. Honolulu Racing 1, the 058 are in fifth. They are one lap off the lead of the hires. All of these are one lap off the lead of the hires. Bear this in mind. The 629 of Graphics 29, Garage 29 Graphics are next up. So they are going to be in sixth place. Seventh for JS Racing, the 111. Eighth place in the number 55 of Honolulu, friend by Sal. Ninth for the 0 wrapping around the top 10 of the hires. The 095 of Racing for Team Donato, the guys all work for Bentley in the Northwest, the 987. They're next up in 11th place, currently in the pits, as are the Team 12 Simtek Spinala Kart and the 9 of the New Market Hornets. 78 of Tockwith Motorsports are next up, 51st overall, ahead of Lockstock and 2 Smoking
Full course yellow, Andrew. Full course yellow.
Yep, still continuing with the full course yellow. 53rd overall, the 0213 of Core Blimey Racing, 213 EDKT are next up in the 855. The Teesside Tigers, number 1, are 55th overall. Last of those 7 laps of the lead, 8 laps of the lead, 2 laps down higher. The 181 of CSN Racing, 57th the 077 of Scenario 77, 58th 74 of Maple Motorsport, and 59th of Boneheads. They're currently in the pits. Now all of our teams who are 9 laps down, 3 laps off the lead in higher. In 60th place, the Honolulu Juniors in novice class. BCW Mulsanne Racing are 61st. The 62nd place 969 kart of the Cheshire Cheeses, as we're calling them. We can't call them what they call them on themselves on the screen. Renowned Rentals, the 555 are next up in 63rd place. 64th, the 0883 Racing. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat are in 63rd place with 79 for them. Still all on Rock to the rundown in 66th place, 590 of Porsche Sport. 67th, 18th of Brandon's Best Racing. 68th, 143 of Elsie Racing. 69th, 170 of Weaver back to green. Team racing there. Boom are in 17th place. They're on the cart for the 65. Stills Racing in the quantities on the first. In 73rd. 2 Core Blimey Racing entries up next, the 313 ahead of the 413. Up the rear, the 777 are next up, and then we're into our 11 lap down karts. The Newmarket Buzz and Hornets, Barp Barp, 19 and 130 respectively there. Straight through crew, the 999, the Optimist, still the Optimist, is on the 3rd place there. Then BTM, good to have them back, Geo 33 there in 81st. Piston Broke in 82nd place, that's number 56. These are all 12 laps off the overall lead now. Simtek Super Pink 666 are next. The Dukes of Stafford, the 119 in 84th. The number 2 of Tice Racing, ahead of the Steel City. 88th place. Let's go for the ones 13 laps off the overall lead, and number 75 of Lads Racing. CFK Granado in the 100. 24 hours Full Throttle Racing 201. And then we've got Chadwick Racing, the number 29, a further lap back. And then a further lap back from that, Century Sim Evolution and Century Sim Racing. It's not been a good race for them so far. Last but not least, in 96th place, the 541 of the Bottas boys. I appreciate that was a very, very quick rundown, but Bottas, we have a guest.
We do. I'm just going to get you to check your mic, though. Oh, there he is. Right, okay, so we're going to welcome into the box our first guest of the race, and that is Martin Bonner. Martin, you're the dad of Ryan Bonner. In the 61 Alessia Racing. They are currently in 26th place overall. So just run us through what the dad of a driver does here on a weekend.
Especially after he had a really bad crash in practice early on in Rib Bend, and he started the race today. So Rib Bend, I think I was more nervous when he went into Rib Bend than he was today. So, but he got through unscathed and done well.
I'm just going to interrupt you there for a moment because I believe we've got full course yellow again. We've got full course yellow again here, so that gives us an opportunity to have this chat anyway. And it's your birthday tomorrow.
It is indeed.
60.
60, yes.
The big 6-0.
Yep.
And we'd like to thank you for our cakes that you've brought in.
You are welcome.
Thank you even more that none of them are carrot cake.
Okay.
which is an ongoing joke that we have here in the commentary box over the course of the sprint weekends. But yeah, thank you very much for that.
No problem.
Very welcome.
I will easily be seen because I'm the one walking around in a nappy for the rest of the race.
Yes, he's genuinely wearing a man nappy. You can't miss him if you're here in the paddock. How's the race looking for the guys in Alessia? I mean, what's their aims? What are they realistically targeting? Is it an overall class win? Simply a podium? Just getting to the finish?
24 hours. The ultimate is to finish first off, and then obviously if we can get somewhere up in the top 20 would be great. Podium would be excellent. Yeah. So, but the main criteria is as a team to finish.
Yep, just get through to the finish, keep the nose clean, as they say, and keep out of trouble, and get there, and hopefully see where you are in the last couple of hours and figure it out from there.
Yeah, when I'm an old man.
Yeah, well, that's it. At midnight, you turn 60.
I do.
So we might have a little collective happy birthday for you here in the box.
Thank you very much.
Before you go, wave to the camera.
So, yes, we've got a camera here as well. So if you want to give we've got two cameras, one each side. So give this one a wave first. There you go. That's Martin Bonner.
How you doing?
There he is and you can in fact see him on the stream, and you can see. Hello. That's me. Andrew in the back as well. So that's Martin Bonner. So thank you very much for coming in and talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Enjoy the race.
Very good. The 113 was the trigger of the second full course yellow for this year's edition of the British 24 Hour. Sport-blind racing in the highest. A bit of a difficult race so far for sport-blind racing.
It has. Much like Century Sim as well, who are struggling. As we've gone green again, we are back underway. Offline Motorsport pitting in that time as well during that full course yellow, so we'll keep an eye on where they shake out. But Offline Motorsport have gone long, but still not as long as MS Soco Select, who are only now, I believe, our only owner kart not to have pitted. They were already in the lead on merit anyway, but now they're well over a minute in front. They were, in practice, they're a minute and a half in front of Rosso Corsa. And in fact, here he comes now. I've just still squirrely, even under braking into the pits. Just as we've gone green, that's the 43 in for their first stop as leader. So we'll find out where they shake out. Normally it's around about a minute.
Yeah.
The stop time here, certainly for a quick stop, the top two is about a minute. So should shake out around about 20, somewhere between 25 and 30 seconds still in the lead for MS Soco Select.
Just to make further comment on that we mentioned earlier about full course yellow, good time to get a pit stop in if you can. The trouble is, though, we mentioned it earlier, only 2 fuel bays. If 10 carts come into the pits under a full course yellow, someone's not going to have a happy time, and that's what I think MS Soco Select have done there, because we've had the report from David that it was very busy.
Well, you can imagine it would be, because carts are travelling probably around about 70% of the lap time.
Yeah.
That they would be doing at full speed, and in fact we'll get the first fast lap come across the line in just a moment, because Rosso Corsa are going to come across the line and give us a lap time. So they've done a 1:21. So so we were around about 20 seconds off under the full course yellow of pace. So that's 20 seconds you can gain in the pits, but only if the fuel bay is clear. Now that is where the benefit of team radios comes into play, because you can quite literally have somebody stood in the pit lane on the radio telling you when the pits are clear or not. And if they aren't clear, you want to be continuing to circulate. Even if the track goes green again, that's probably what the 43 has done.
Yeah, no, right call for me. Definitely the right call. Especially as they've seen their rival make mistakes in hours of this race.
And I'm going to bring something to your attention, David Howard. We'll get there next time. Andrew. And that is 881 Blue Speed Racers. 113 Red Graphics has gone off at hairpin 1 and it's about to lose a position, I believe. In fact, yes, will lose a position to the 42 of MS Lucas. Jess Alexander sweeps around the outside of hairpin 2 and gets the job done. Red Graphics losing it at hairpin 1. What I'm going to bring to your attention is just coming in front of us now, the 881 of Blue Speed Racing. Yes. I've been in, done a pit stop, done a drive change, and in that cart is Steve Tomo Thompson. A couple of years ago in the wet conditions, him and Adam Willis were around about 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody out on the track. The man is a rain meister. So although it's not raining anymore, the track is still very, very greasy. Watch out for that Blue Speed Racing car lighting up the timesheets.
And it's one of the really rewarding things about the circuit, that it does tend to dry quite quickly. I mean, the fastest lap times we've got, we're already down into the teens again. 1 minute 17.725 for MSJSR, 1 minute 17.5 for MS Racing. I think if the rain holds off, and that is a big risk, we're going to get back to those 14, 15, maybe 30 very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, we're heading down there already. In the last couple of laps, we've already taken 5 seconds a lap off the pace. Sorry, I don't know who's out for whether Connor Lucas is double stinting, but MS Lucas are back out. They are still in the lead, but only by 7 seconds. 6.6.
Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. It's a
well, we thought it'd be quite a bit more than that.
Who was that having a bit of a spin through hairpin number
2 minute
4?
15 second last or lap before. If you do want to watch the live timing, of course, you can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. And on there are multiple tools as well that you can use. So if you do have a particular driver or team that you are supporting, you can find where they are on circuit. You can click that team and it will highlight on the track map where they are on the track at that particular time. So you can see when they're roughly when they're going to come over the line. It will show gold, silver, bronze for first, second and third on the road, but you can also highlight 2 particular karts that you want to watch. You can highlight 1 red and 1 blue, and that will give you the tools of that. As we've got, I think that's Receding Racing gone round at hairpin 2.
Yeah, we had a spin for X Racing as well, the number 10 at hairpin number 4. It's not really been the kind of start to this race that they would have wanted.
Down into the 117s now for the 2 front runners. Lucas Racing as well, 42 in 5th place now. They're in the 117s. As our 303 Racing with a very quick lap time. In fact, they're quickest, that's it. And then I say that, and we've already got drivers in the 160, so pace is really, really ramping up again now. We've got a mechanical flag to the 529, missing a front nose panel completely. 529 in owners. I'm just going to scroll through my list. That is HWR, who had the incident with the long delay where they ran out of fuel, we were told, and brought out that first full course yellow. Well, they have been recovered back to the pits and are coming back in the pits again because they haven't got a nose on it. In fact, it's Charlie Bingham that's now out in the 43. So driver change in 43. It's Bingham that's now out for them.
Sorry, I've just been distracted by DJ touching the I think it's better.
Okay.
We'll restart training already.
Okay.
It's not even 9 o'clock.
Normally this happens around 2 o'clock in the morning, but yeah, let's go through them. TTM into the 115s, first team into the 1 minute 15, so they are by far the quickest car on track at the moment. Lucas Racing also now into the 115. Times tumbling. Soco Select only managed a 118 that lap. Rosso Corsa. They were in the 120s. This is the 529 who've received that mechanical meatball flag.
No front wing.
They're coming on. Yeah, it's missing the nose, as we said a moment ago. And there they come into the pit. So they ran out of fuel, and now they're coming in for that as well. Currently showing in 40th place and 7 laps down. I'm looking at times tumbling again. We've got a lot of teams now in the 116s and 117s. We've also got quite a few in the 1 minute 20s and 1 minute 18s. So not sure whether that's just down to traffic. I think given a clean lap, we could be potentially soon into the 114s, and that would be right back onto pretty much dry pace.
So keep an eye on. We've got several sources now for weather predictions. Jake's saying that it's raining quite heavily where he is, not too far from the circuit. At least from what I'm hearing from our esteemed colleague down the road and our sources here in the box, the rain is due to stop now, or has stopped, and hold off for another maybe 45 minutes or so. Then there's going to be another light flurry, and from the weather forecast that I was seeing earlier, this is a very British discussion that we're having right now, this is going to be the story through the course of the race. It's going to be these light little rain showers that are just constantly going to keep pegging the pace of the karts and the race back, but more importantly, put the drivers in that position where they can make mistakes.
Yeah, it's really, really tricky with these conditions, and it's going to be on and off and on and off throughout the race, and we know that because we've seen the weather reports, we've seen multiple weather reports confirming this as well, not just from one particular source. But another element to bring into this is, what do the drivers wear when they go out?
Yeah.
If it's like this now, you go out in your normal race suit. Of course, when it's tipping it down, you put on a rain suit, essentially.
And I have seen drivers get caught out before. You go out, because it's not the most comfortable things to wear when it's those wetsuits. You only really do it when it's it's absolutely necessary. I remember a good mate of mine, Mike Hoppin, I think Alan Curtis was caught up in this as well, a couple of guys from the Club 100 scene, doing this race, and went out. Like, they just started a stint, and it was fine, and it was one of those situations like, well, I don't think it's going to rain, I'll head out in my normal race suit. And then we had the tundra hit the circuit, and quite moist. I think it's still drying out now, several years later. Anyway, 10 minutes to go of this hour. And still MS Soco Select doing a great job at the front of the field. The Baps of Betrayal are out. There they are on the screen.
Look at him promoting his Instagram channel now. Get off my stream, Chris. With your Baps of Betrayal.
And they'll be at the motocross at Whitby tomorrow, I believe, that stream. So that if you like your bikes, if you like your motocross, to make sure that you tune in for that here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed already, click that subscribe button now.
Wow, 4 wide into hairpin 4 that we just saw at the bottom of the shot there, and again 3 wide into there as well. So battle still raging up and down the field. What I was saying about the attire for when you go out, of course, when you go out and it's bone dry, you want your dry suit on. When you want to go out and it's tipping it down, you want your wetsuit on. The problem is, if you're out in your wetsuit and it's bone dry, it is,
I almost
to say the least, like being in the Sahara Desert.
I akin it to being like, those steamed vegetable bags that you chuck in the microwave for a couple of minutes.
That's a good way of putting it.
You turn into one of them, very sweaty.
You poach yourself.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Captain Pugwash is here.
Sir Limpalot,
yes,
is in the box. Is that already 2 hours
That's
done?
already 2 hours done.
Wow. That has
Right on cue.
flown by.
Setting a very good
well,
example
we're
for
coming up on 2
commentators to
hours.
take over.
Coming up on 2 hours, we are. But yes, he's here. Pegleg Pete. He's in the box, ready to take over for 4 hours of commentary. My esteemed sprint co-commentator David Sullivan is now in the box. Here we run through the breakdown of your higher classes, so the elite runners, the pro runners, and the clubman, as well as rookie/novice as well. This is how they are categorized into their particular classes, as with the owner-driver classes, and also the colours on your screen, what they mean and why.
We're back in the 14s. 1 minute 14.750. The last lap time from MS Soko Select is the number 36 in Hires.
Nexus
comes
Sport
into the
as
pits.
well in the 114s. Yeah, Nexus Sport in the 114s. They're in 10th place. They're in the 114s now as well. So with clear track, we're only a couple of seconds now off the fastest lap of the race. 1:15.2 for Soko Select that time around. Rosso Corsa matching that. In fact, 47, so half a second quicker because they just came across the line. 8.4 seconds of the gap now. JSR, TTM and Lucas Racing are all fairly close together, as are Red Graphics. So this is for the battle for third place overall that we've got going on. We will keep an eye on that one. That's been ebbing and flowing. It was the battle for fifth. Now it's the battle for third.
I wanted to give a quick shout out to BCW Mulsanne Racing. You mentioned the 36 in the pits. Greg Elder, Borg, Ian Kieran, Christopher Ellison, and Jordan Whitgrove. Teams in Scotland finished 8th last year in higher clubman class. They'll be looking to improve on that. Good first 2 hours for the guys there from Scotland. They're in that mix. They're in the top 10 of those with a green number board. CSM Racing currently the higher clubman lead is 8 laps up the overall lead. And PCW Mulsanne Racing, we're only 1 lap off that, actually 2 laps, they've got 2 laps. They're in the mix, they've had a decent start, I'll be happy with this. Best of luck to them for the course of the race.
We've got the quad is making its way out onto circuit, minus the trailer.
That might just be to give someone a bit of a push if they're stuck around this part of the circuit. There's Joe Patterson, kart's number 24, one of 2 solo 24-hour entries in this race, and led to believe. We've got Julian Clist out there as well, doing the 24 hours for diabetes effort, but this is the one in owners, the faster
This
machinery.
is the one that's going for the world record, yes. So
Yep.
there you have it on screen. The Guinness World Record attempt is underway here. Joe Patterson is currently on lap 84. So coming across the line this time will be to start lap 85.
I just noticed something there. I don't know if we can just get a shot. I think was it the number 2. If it is, I really like this. Did I just see a hire kart with a rear view mirror?
Oh no!
No, it's
a lap timer.
Oh, that's boring.
It's a lap timer. Rather than mounting it on the steering wheel, they've mounted it to the Nassau panel, which is, in my opinion, incredibly risky. After what we've seen happen to Nassau panels here,
We've already seen
years.
a few.
Yes,
we've seen a few drop in this race in the first couple of hours.
Well, it's one of the first things that hits the barrier if it goes wrong as well. So, yeah.
Fuel checks going on there on the 113. Sam Spinale in the red graphics cart. Now that's an indicator usually, isn't it, mate? That's the cart about to come into the pits.
They've not. Oh no! Did they come in early? They came in early.
They came in early for a penalty.
No, they've had they have
been
stopped.
in again.
No, they have stopped. But they. They came in early and got themselves off sequence. That was it. They came in early, got
True. No,
themselves off
sorry.
seat.
Yes. No. Yes.
Yes.
You're absolutely correct. The
So
318
that
was the
could
other
well
one that
be
had.
why there is a fuel check going on.
Yes. So straight away, so we've done this enough times, haven't we, mate? We're already thinking about that further stint into the race and the story of the race. How long you can go on a tank of fuel really does set the tone for how you progress through this event. And so so red graphics have not been in for 1 hour and 26 minutes. That's denoted by the TT column if you're looking at the wonderful Alpha timing page. Of course, at live.alphatime.co.uk/24HR. And yes, that would be interesting to see how
That's
far that
interesting
can go.
that
I tell you who
a
else
fuel
is
check is
interesting.
going on after 37 minutes, though. I thought they were in a lot earlier than that.
Yes, they were.
Is it, okay. Is your oh yeah, yours shows 1 hour 27. Oh right. Okay, that's interesting.
Yours
Because
had a
mine
wobble.
says 37.
That's interesting. Same scenario, I think, for Race for Ruben at the moment. They are in second place in higher elite and higher overall. They've not been in for a period of 1 hour 42. So I would suspect to see the 095 coming in what would you say, the next 10 minutes?
Well, again, they missed that fuel window, didn't they? So they've already had one stop. So they're coming in again very soon. And they're running second overall in hires. They are a lap behind our class and overall hire leaders. Honolulu by, I'm going to say Saints?
I've been going Sa. Yeah. Sa. Really soft T.
What? So Santes or just Sa? Okay.
It's French.
The 25.
Many letters.
25 is leading overall. One of the Honolulu teams, the only one that's in elite. Then it's Race for Ruben, SKA Racing, and Honolulu Racing 1 in fourth, second in Hire Pro. Hire Clubman being headed at the moment by Maple Motorsport, the number 74, and I'm going to dig up some information on those guys. 74 is
red graphics in. Sorry, mate. Red graphics are in at 1 hour and 28. So note that down for the aficionados of strategy and all of that business. That looks to be a comfortable run for the majority of 90 minutes is what the red graphics card is prepared to do at the moment. They may extend that a little bit out in the later stages, but at the moment that is what they are running to. 22 hours to go. That's how the stop has got left. Of course, that's a long way to go. All sorts of come into play here, whether incidents, red flags, full course yellows, you name it. They'll be running to a plan though.
So Maple Motorsports are Chris Cleaver, Eddie Pierce, Sam Knowles, Darren Holiday, and Tom White. Let me find out who's out there at the moment. If any of that team is watching on the stream, you want to drop us a comment in the live chat on YouTube, and we will give you a shout out. Showing very, very well at the moment from the Hire Club.
Right, well, 2 hours done. Big thanks to our sponsors, by the way, NRG Cycles and MS Kart Racing Technology, and their continued support. Having a lovely leave, folks, and we get behind David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth for the next few hours of this, the 2022 British 24.
David and I just having an argument about where we're going to stand. He always stands to my right because we're usually out on deck, we always stand in the same position. And now, for some reason, David wants to stand on the other side of me, which is throwing me off, because it hasn't been all day so far by calling Andrew David. And probably everything but Andrew so far. So yes, welcome to all our viewers. Thank you for being with us. You are more than welcome here. Please leave your comments in the YouTube chat. We will give you a shout out. Please like and subscribe the Alpha Live channel as well. It's been an interesting race so far. The gap has been ebbing and flowing between the front two. That pro class headed by TKM2 Rossa Forza is now well clear of Offline Motorsport, who are showing in 8th place JDM have taken over the class lead in Clubman. David Nigel close to go in the commentary box. Hello, David. There we are.
Hello, Tom.
As well.
Yes, I know. It's great. I'm trying to find the angle that makes me look slimmest, but I'm wearing black, so that's not going to help us on, is it? They say the camera adds 10 pounds, but I think it might be the goose and something. Nonetheless, it's been a changeable 2 hours down out there on the track with the rain coming down, and just as the track dries up, we get a few more spots. It really has favoured those drivers that have been very brave. The action down in the paddock, but not as frequent as last year, Tom. We saw a lot of owner drivers in with early problems last year. Most of them have tended to run trouble-free in this opening 2 hours of this 2022 British 24-hour race. And that's been quite pleasing, Tom, because for most of them, obviously, they've been here for most of the week. You know, some of the outfits that never went home after the sprint series last weekend. Here at Teesside, they stayed. They were down here on the Thursday. They stayed all the way through. So it's been the best part of 11 or 12 days here. And for their race to be effectively over in the first 15 or so minutes with a problem is disheartening. But it's been fairly quiet down there on the tyres. It's been a little bit hit and miss. Most of the problems have been gravel related. Either they've been in them or they've had some form of gravel in the chain that's had some issues. Watching out the window there, we had 2 carts, higher carts going into the beach chicane, neither of which were looking to relate. But yeah, we've had most of the issues, I say, with gravel. We had one down there that they basically stripped the entire sprocket of its teeth by just getting a stone in the chain. If there's no teeth on it, it just spins, the chain goes around the outside. So, but almost, Tom, at the 100 lap mark, we know that generally if it stays dry, it's going to get to in the region of 1,000. I think the most we've ever had has been 1,143 laps. That would have been a perfectly dry race. So given the rain in these early 2 hours, we're certainly not going to get there in terms of that. But we should, unless we get a huge deluge, clear the rain mark, clear the 1,000 mark as long as it doesn't rain. And we sure have an update on the weather. I know it's been a little bit hit and miss, and we knew that deluge early on was going to come, we're going to wet the track. Since then, though, it has dried up, and we are down now to full dry times. The leader on the last lap was sub 113, sort of all coming in that sort of region now, so we are heading now fully towards dry times. But then obviously loses some time on track because the rubber isn't as fresh as it once was. Now, when it gets wet, it means that those tyres are working nowhere near as hard. They're keeping the temperatures cool, and will certainly help them out when it comes further into the race.
Preserving the life of them, yeah.
Absolutely. So, once again, Tom, we've got a fantastic drone shot here at Teesside. 96 carts, which, given that the lap time is normally, certainly for the owners, is like 1:12. That's a 72 seconds. It's less than it's about 1 cart every 0.8 of a second of track. Just to give you an idea about the frequency of these carts, you can see them coming down towards Rib Bend. You don't really the gap there. That's probably about the biggest gap that teams are going to get all weekend. They're certainly not going to get in clear laps, are they?
I was going to say frequency. Speaking of frequencies, you can see the frequency that goes through the chassis as they head over Ribs Bend, and there's a big bump on the entry, and we've got a curb warning for Core Blimey Racing 313.
That will be there almost certainly. You can see the curb at the bottom left at the D as one of them goes straight over the top of it. One of the higher teams.
Just to highlight it, yeah. So there's a new patch of tarmac down there.
Well, it is calm because it's flatter now than what it was bumpy before.
Oh, hang on, what have we got here? The 103 Rethink
Adam
Racing.
Sears is that in the Rethink Racing 103 cart. That's on the entry into the mountain section. And if he's getting out of it, Tom, we could have an FCY here that could go up to our third. We've had 2, have we?
Oh, what's he got in his
Full course
hand?
yellow. There is something there in his hand. We're going to try and zoom in and find out what it is. Brake.
It's a brake.
That's a brake caliper. You don't want that overtaking
Okay, well
you.
that's going to be a full recovery required.
Yeah, the brakes come off there.
Most likely a full course yellow, so we'll keep an eye on that as well.
I had a brake bar. I had one come off and it overtook me, Tom, at PF one year. It was very scary.
Well, that's definitely not the best idea. We've got Race for Ruben and CSM Racing as well. Could potentially use it. And full course yellow is out. We have a full course yellow. But yeah, Rethink Racing and CSM could potentially use this very much to their advantage because they're due a pit stop.
Do we have a physical sheet, Tom, for counting the full course yellows, or is it because we're still in single figures we're doing it in our head?
We've got, we hang on, I can create one for you.
Yeah,
David.
this
Bear
is
with me
3,
a
isn't it, now for full course yellows? We had 2 in that first stint. We've got the 7, Tom, in the higher class going off. That Century Sim Evolution bouncing across the curbs.
So, full course yellow. So, let's see if anybody's going to take advantage of this and potentially even switch strategies.
Yeah. Who's that at 151, Tom? Tom, I'm gonna. I know I've only been on for a second, but I'm gonna hand over.
Okay.
I'm gonna hand over because I'm going to speak to one of the drivers from CSM Racing who's just joined in the commentary box. Sebastian Pereira. Their car is probably coming in, I think. So, but now would be a good time for me just to hand the set over and find out what the tactics are. That is.
That's the Race for Ruben.
Is it Race for Ruben? That's 0-9? It is. The 0 looked like a 6.
So they were due a stop anyway.
Yeah, so that's one of them. There's Adam Spears being recovered. I'm going to just hand the headset quickly over to Seb and we can find out what the tactics are there for CSM.
So welcome into the commentary box. Seb, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, come and stand over here and take up David's normal position. Yep. So walk us through who's in the team, how the race has been going so far, and what your overall hopes are for this weekend.
It's been a bit of a tough one so far. Qualified really well, second overall, first in class. Unfortunate first lap incident, dropped us. Yeah, we're hoping to possibly podium. Possibly. We're just trying to get back through the traffic and make up for what we've lost so far.
Okay, well it's going quite well. We're 40th overall, but we're leading clubman, higher clubman. With yourselves in the 181 there. I saw Max out there earlier on.
Yeah.
Who's taking the next stint?
At the moment we've got Ronnie Smith on, but at the moment I am not sure. I think we might be getting Conor McCarthy on circuit.
Okay, so Conor McCarthy going out. Of course, Seb, you race here month in, month out in the junior pro karting.
Yeah.
Been going very well this season so far.
Yeah, it's been a decent season so far. We've not had the best of luck recently, but we'll bounce back from it.
But plenty of track knowledge around here as you've been going around. I mean, what are you over? Are you aiming for an overall podium, or is it just aiming to win the class? You know, what are your hopes for CSM?
At the moment, we're aiming for a class win. The overall was definitely possible, but as I said, we had that lap 1 incident, which has dropped us miles off the lead. But we have got good pace. We think we may be able to catch them back.
Okay. We have gone green racing again, so we are under green flag conditions and full racing has resumed here. We've got a kart just coming in. Is that one of the Century Sims, David? It is. I get a thumbs up from David. That's the 59. And they have had a very, very difficult start to this race. I'll give you an update on their position in just a moment as well. But yeah, thank you very much for coming in, Seb, as well. One final thing I would say as well is if you are here at the circuit, you are taking part in this event, please do come to the commentary box. If you've got a story to tell, we want to hear it and we want to get it on the stream. So thanks very much, Seb, for coming in. I'll let you hand the headphones back over to David. But yeah, please do come forward and tell your story on the stream. We want to hear it. Our viewers want to hear it, especially during the night. Come and get on the stream. You'll be more than welcome.
Yep, been a pleasure.
Thanks, Seb.
See you.
Cheers. So as that gets handed back over to David, I'm going to hand you over to him briefly while I try and figure out some technical issues that we've got going on in the box.
One thing regarding a story is, of course, that of Joe Patterson and Dottie's journey. Joe is out there at the moment doing his 24-hour attempt to try and break the world record. Hopefully we'll be joined in the commentary box later on during this my stint on comms by Louise, who will be able to tell us a little bit more about it. And there's also some paperwork for Tom and I to sign. We'll explain a little bit more about that later on. What I am going to do in the live chat on the Alpha Live channel at the moment is just pop in there, which you'll see next to my beautiful face. And I've just wrote Joe Patterson next to it. There's the GoFundMe as well. He's so close to hitting his target of £5,000 towards Dottie's journey and another charity as well. So please do donate there. We'll have an interview coming up that Tom conducted yesterday. Tom was very busy out in the paddock doing interviews yesterday, so we've got that coming up later on in the stream. We've got a superb interview coming up that Tom had with Howard Lucas of MS Lucas and Lucas Racing, and we've got an interview coming up later on with Adam Deans as well. They'll go out throughout the stream, so they'll be coming to you, Tom.
Don't forget the onboard lap.
And we've
always got an onboard lap that we can show. So if anybody wants to see what it's like to drive round Teesside, if you've never been here before and you want to see an onboard lap, let us know in the live chat. And if there's enough people want to see it, we'll put it on.
Yes, Tom. Your technical issues sorted out?
My technical issues are sorted out. I figured out how to scroll the timing now. So thank you to DJ for that.
Did you use the up and down bit on the keyboard?
No, apparently there's a special technique that you need to use for scrolling, and because I'm a Neanderthal.
Tom, we have hit the 100 lap mark for our leaders, MS Soco Select. They have a 3.5 second gap to Team Tate Motorsport 2 Rossa Corsa, and then the other Team Tate Motorsport entry. The top four at the 100 lap mark, separated by less than 8 seconds at the moment. And we still have 7 teams, all the way down to JDM, our leading clubman, running on the lead lap still. And JDM, Tom, on the last lap, is that a lap time of a 1:11.6? As we follow them actually round the screen now. They're just on track. They are on the tarmac at least, behind the SMJC entry that's in around about 17th place, I believe.
Do we know who's in that at the moment?
We will do. Let me just head towards
the
commentary notes in owners.
Walking through that, I'm just going to give an update on the Century Sim situation. They are still in the pits at the moment, or still showing as in the pits. That is both Century Sim Evolution and Century Sim Racing. Both 20 and 21 laps down respectively. So not being the best start, to say the very least, for Century Sim.
No, well, they were the team when I was talking about a stripped sprocket. They Century Sim, the 59 entry, they had some gravel in there that caused the issues there, Tom, on that one. They've had a sprocket change, then they've just come into the pits a moment ago. On screen, though, that is your leader in the clubman class, JDM, currently at the wheel, Sam Cunliffe, leading the way in the clubman class. And I was told, Tom, by at least one member of that team to watch out for us. We're going to be in with a shout this year in clubman, and they are currently at 2 hours and 15 minutes, proving that hypothesis right.
Big shout to higher novice leaders as well. V3 Racing, 61st overall, 11 laps down, but putting in some pretty good times as they head round.
Story about them, Tom, if you don't mind me just coming in.
Yeah, of course. Love a story.
Some of their drivers, so they've got a 5-driver lineup. They've got 2 from over here in the UK, 1 Canadian, 2 Dutchmen, and for some of them, this is the first time they have ever met in person. V3 Racing are a sim racing team. This is the first time that some of them have met in person here at the British 24-hour race. That will have been Friday, and currently leading the novice class at the moment.
Well, yeah, congratulations to them. That is a real effort, especially with the distances involved in just getting here. So, brilliant showing from them, and they are showing quite high up in the order at the moment. Certainly leading higher novices. Leading your higher clubman is CSM Racing, as we said. We just had Seb Pereira. And then it's the Boneheads, followed by Garage 29 Graphics. And there's nothing between those two teams at the moment. In fact, there's just been a change of position as well. Scenario 77 have just taken third place in class. So CSM Racing, then Boneheads, then Scenario 77, then Garage 29 Graphics. But they're all very, very close on track. So real battle raging there for higher clubman. Higher Pro headed by Honolulu Racing High Pro headed by Honolulu Racing 1. SKA Racing in second, and they're only half a second behind as well, so it looks like they're potentially working together and pushing each other along in that class. Rethink Racing have now dropped out of, they've now been overtaken by Honolulu in Elite as well, so Honolulu Racing have now made up the gap of being between a hire car and an owner car.
Well, of course, because they were previously overtaken by their own brake caliper.
Yes, exactly. So we're continuing here. What I've been monitoring is the gap between Charlie Bingham and in the MS Soco Select car, as we've got another contact warning gone out for X Racing in the 10. The gap for the lead of this race, the overall lead of this race, is now just 1.9 seconds. So Team Tate 2, Rosso Corsa, 1.2 seconds behind. Do we know who's in the Team Tate 2 entry at the moment?
Well, Tom, if you scroll back up on the timing, it will give us a rough guide in terms of, because there's a line going across, where they are on track, and when we'll be able to keep an eye out. So,
but I'll keep an eye out for them coming down the hill.
Yeah, I think we have. So they'll reappear, won't they, out of the back straight here for a visual.
But that gap is shrinking dramatically. It's gone from 8 seconds down to 1.2 now.
We had Charlie Bingham, did we, in the
Bingham's out in 43.
That's Asher Blythe, Tom, who qualified.
Oh, double stinted.
Yeah, who qualified obviously on outright pole position. So the bright yellow helmet of Blythe just going on to the back straight. There is, I'd say, 15 kart lengths. We've got two higher karts off. Well, we've got one higher kart and a Grabex kart, the 8, the Pro class kart off. And it looks like it could be the 96, the Motorsport Veterans UK entry, that were both off at hairpin 1. You'll have seen that in the background, roughly in the middle of your screen. But they were the two karts that were off down there.
Big train of karts to get through here for both Bingham and Blythe. This could change things up slightly in terms of the gap. It's gone to 1.2, but there's that big train to go through, and Bingham was already about 2/3 of the way through it. Blythe just coming onto the back.
Well, whilst obviously getting through the traffic is important, you do need a little bit of luck in this game, and certainly with a 24, with how much there is of where you catch the traffic. Don't know who that was going very slowly.
59 it was.
That was Century Sim entry again with problems. Grabex, Tom, have got an issue. The 36 is coming in with the left rear bumper rubbing heavily on the left rear wheel, and that makes a slick tyre a wet tyre very, very quickly. That tyre will be a complete write-off and will require quite a quick turnaround down there, because the rear bumper, generally, Tom, with rear bumpers, they either unscrew them, there's 4 bolts in that, they'll take them off. If they've got a replacement, they replace it with another one. If they don't, they put it on the floor and generally jump on it to straighten it out and bolt it back on again.
Yeah, or bend it with a big bar.
It's much more fun jumping on it. It's not as quick.
I wouldn't know. I've never actually jumped on one. I've seen it done.
HWR, Tom, are going very slowly again, and that front nose cone.
He's gone again.
If he doesn't come in,
he lost it completely the previous time.
If he doesn't come in at his own choice, he will come in under a mechanical flag. I'm sure of that. We've seen it in F1 before, when the nose comes off and it goes under the kart and it doesn't aid the steering in any way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might happen. So, issues for HWR once again. The nose on that kart, at least on one side, has come off and is hanging off that machine.
As I look at the track map, we've got a very quiet section of track that's currently goes pretty much from hairpin 1 as I speak through to hairpin 4. There's only about 3 or 4 karts on it, so 2/3 of the track is basically covered by 90 karts.
That's the thing with them full course.
So it's congested out
there.
there.
Full course yellow is just brings everybody together, doesn't it? And all it takes normally is like one kart going slower, and it backs everybody up, because everybody's interpretation of what the speed is when a full course yellow is it's such a big grid. It's like it's different, as to what is deemed a correct speed.
I always just did whatever the kart in front does, do that, and the kart in front of that, if they're doing it as well, you're probably all right. So just get on their bumper and follow them round.
Because what happens, because we go to a Battenberg, it's not like everybody backs up behind the leader. It is very much a case of you just slow down to half speed. We've got a higher spun at
2 went off there. That was contact with one of the owner karts. Came through the D chicane.
I don't know
made
who it
side
was,
to side contact and spun off the higher art and went with it in sympathy. One of the other hires.
So I don't know who that hire was that was going slowly, Tom, but it looked like a white and cherry red helmet. So we'll try and pick them out as they come through. The 103, Tom, the Rethink kart is back out. Adam Sears once again returns to the wheel of that one. So their brake issues been sorted. Now, I've always found, Tom, after you've gone out with brake issues, the first few laps when you go back out and track are quite a nervous time. Oh, pirouette by the 44 MSDCLIR at the Will Hardy, I think, at the wheel of that. Goes straight across the grass at the S's.
As this traffic shakes itself out, the gap is going out slightly again now to the second place overall Rosso Corsa. MSJSR not far off the back of them either now. Team Tate still there as well. They've worked their way back through after that black flag. So they're only 8 seconds off 10.8 seconds as they come across the line now. 10.8 seconds off the lead, which is not bad for having a black flag, really.
No, not at all.
Good effort from them to get themselves back into near enough the position that they should be.
I mean, obviously, the black flags here, that just
where we expect them to be.
But just to explain what happens is you come into the pit lane, you drive over the weighbridge, you're not allowed to fuel, you drive round the corner, you get a telling off for about 10 seconds, although inevitably you normally know what it's for before you turn up. And then you're sent on your merry way back out onto track. It will lose you all in around about 30 seconds.
And that's exactly, well, pretty much exactly what they lost. I think they came out around about 32 seconds and 35 seconds respectively off the lead. But going with them, it's a 42 MS Lucas Racing recovering directly behind Team Tate as well. They're only 4.7 seconds behind them. So, the cream is starting to work its way back to the top as the time goes on.
Yeah, 6 karts now, Tom, still on the lead lap. Offline, Motorsport have managed to get past JDM on track, so that's a pro second place now for Offline in front of JDM.
Freddie, I think, is out for them at the moment. In the 77. Yeah, JDM still leading Clubman. Grabex Racing 88 is 13th overall. They are second in Clubman. Third in Pro is Omega Racing in 13th. And final position of the podium in Clubman was taken by MX Racing, X Racing, but has now just been overtaken by 303 Racing. So that's a change for third place in Clubman on track.
So many teams, Tom, from Offline all the way down to Blue Speed. That's 7th to 14th on the same lap. Split all the way through, really, all 3 classes in the owners there, splitting off for them. Having a quick look, Tom, at the
I'm just highlighting some karts here because we can do that, and I can keep an eye on the gap of where they are on circuit. Please keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. We've had one come in who is currently driving the 629. And could we get a shout out for Dis Rob, currently racing in the 56?
Yes, that'll be the 56, the piston broke entry. That should be Rob Elwood in that kart then, because he's the only Rob in that one. I'll keep an eye out for the 629, although I do have a feeling that it is that it's Paul Watson, or at least I think he was due in that kart. I will keep an eye out for it coming through, but so many karts flashing through, it's an easy miss.
We've got another one throwing in a Disrob fan for number 56.
It is Paul Watson, Tom, in the 269 Garage 29 entry.
629.
Yeah, 629.
629.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Garage 29.
Yes.
Is the team name. 629 is the race number.
And they are currently 4th in higher clubman, 47th overall on the road, but 4th in class. And they're still right there as well. So the Boneheads, Scenario 77 and Garage 29, separated by around about 13 or 14 seconds, separating those three. CSM Racing, a fair distance up the road, but I mean, not actually. I've just checked the timing. They're actually very close indeed. It's CSM. There's a battle raging here. CSM, Honolulu in higher pro. So CSM Racing higher clubman. Honolulu in higher pro. JS Racing in higher pro. Maple Motorsport leading the higher clubman class. Then Teesside Tigers, Bonehead, Scenario 77 and Garage 29 all in higher clubman, and they're all within about 15 seconds, 16 seconds.
Yeah, this is the benefit, though, Tom, of having obviously been allowed to use radios and pit boards as well out there to give messages to your team. Now, obviously, there's an outright win in owners. There's an outright win as well in our higher class.
Change for the lead, David.
Oh, yes, sorry.
We've had a change for the lead. Rosso Corsa have overtaken MS Soco Select off camera, but they have taken the lead here in the British 24 Hours. Joe Patterson comes into the pits in the 24 Guinness World Record attempt as well. So we'll keep an eye on his progress and how long his delay is going to be, if indeed it is unscheduled. It doesn't look unscheduled. It's an hour and 11 minutes he's been out there. So
just one thing,
around about right for a pit stop.
I'm looking further down. It's showing us Race for Ruben have done 2 hours and 10 minutes. I think that they've just the timing loop's not picked them up when they've come into the pit lane.
I think you might be right because they were leading as well.
Unless it's hammering it down, it doesn't work. Black flag for the 33, and that will be the BRM entry, I believe, in our owner class, because there's a higher 33, but that'll be shown as 033. Yes, the BRM racing entry, showing a black flag on the overhead gantry there. That's gone already, Tom. So I don't know if they have they've already come in to serve that or not. But yeah, I tell you what, Tom, Asher Blythe has opened a gap of 1.16 seconds. So he's got through the traffic and is starting to move away and giving Team Take 2 Rosso Corsa a bit more of a cushion.
Yeah, he's heading out around Bridge Bend and up to the mountain section.
There he is.
Yes, on screen. So that is your new leader.
It's had quite a good July, hasn't it, all in, Tom?
Yeah, it's not been too bad for him, has it, really? I mean, even if it all goes pear-shaped now, he's still won the Le Mans 24-hour and is leading the British 24-hour. So, you know, you can put that on your CV, can't you? Even if you don't win this race at the end of it.
Yeah,
at least you've got that.
And obviously he missed the sprint doubleheader here last weekend. The reason being is that he was taking part in a 24-hour sim race last weekend, so he was getting the no-sleep practice in.
This is what happens with the youth of today, though, isn't it? I mean, how old is Asher?
He's 16.
There you go. Right, so that explains quite a lot, doesn't it? But, I mean, it just, again, it shows the incredible depth of talent that we have here in the youth at Teesside as well. Came through with junior pro karting as well.
I think the gap will have closed slightly there. I think Bingham got through the traffic a little bit cleaner on that lap. There's still a lot going in there. That's why you see there's a lot of the owner carts sweep very, very wide round that paddock bend. There's offline. Have they been into the pits?
They have,
yeah.
But they've done their one stop so far, but they've just been overtaken by Red Graphics for 8th.
Yes, but they were up in 7th. That's why I was asking. I didn't know whether they'd been in.
It's quite close, that gap,
but
though.
It's not showing. They've not been in.
Nexus, Red Graphics, Offline, and even JDM are all very close on track at the moment.
Yeah,
so
what I was saying, Tom, about having the radios, and it certainly proves a point with JDM and other teams that are around them, is that yes, whilst it's not visually clear always, certainly in the hires when everyone's just got a number on the back, but you've got to be used to this. The deeper you go into the race, there's a technical defect for the 2-1 3, and that's because they've just missed the chicane down the back straight with that technical defect, so they will be coming in. We'll try and find out what it is, but it's got to be visually clear from the bank, really, from our race control. So there must be something clearly wrong with that kart. We'll find out what it is. I think they're going to try and miss the barrier as well, probably for the best. We don't want to see them going all the way through. That left rear's dragging on the floor, Tom, and that screams puncture. Yeah, left rear puncture then for the 2-1-3, and that was the kart, Tom, that was going the wrong way about 5 minutes ago at the D chicane. We saw one facing the wrong way. It was that kart. So, not sure whether it's anything to do with that or another issue that they've picked up, but the 2-1-3 has come into the pit lane.
I'm trying to find them on
time.
Core
Blimey Racing. 2-1-3.
Oh, here we are, 0-2-1-3, that's
yeah.
why, yeah. So they were 56th overall, just pumped in their fastest lap of the race, though. Despite that puncture, that would be down to skipping the chicane and the 2 hairpins. Well, in fact, all 4 hairpins were skipped, so 1:18.6.
Yeah, now
thanks to that.
Yeah, but having said that, it is probably for the best they didn't try and take the hairpins, and when there was sort of a lot of karts up there.
I'd have taken it a bit steadier coming in if I were them, though, and not aim to not set the fastest lap of the higher class.
Yeah, I think that might get struck off the record books, Tom.
I've got a funny feeling it might, yeah.
Yeah, they can't be taking that home when they're 3 seconds quicker than everybody else on track. I might eventually, Tom, there might be enough of a lull in this race for me to get through. No, there's no lull. MSJSR in the pit lane.
Third place overall, MSJSR in the pits now.
12 for them, so probably slightly earlier than expected, but if the fuel bay is empty, then they're going to take advantage of that and get straight into the pit lane.
Yeah.
What I was going to mention, Tom, is that there becomes a time later on in this race where you stop racing higher karts and start having to race teams in your class. You know, and what you don't want to do is, you know, get into a battle with a kart that's not in your class and then have a problem.
And that's what's seemingly happening, believe it or not, for the overall lead of this race. Bingham is right there again now. There's only one higher kart between them as they head out onto the back straight. It is Blythe from Bingham. They're just making their way out of hairpin 2, round South Bank corner and into hairpin 3 as quick as that. There is now a train of about 4 higher karts that they're going to have to side their way through between hairpin 4 and the D chicane. Or Bingham up on the grass as he went 3 wide, overtaking 2 hires, went 3 wide on the grass, managed to survive, gets past the other 2 before the D chicane, and that's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen.
Fantastic from Charlie Bingham. Just had somebody at the door with a quick update regarding BCW Mulsanne Racing in the higher class. They've had a bit of a problem with one of their drivers. Whilst out on track, Tom, not feeling at all well. They've lost 3 laps with him coming in. Not sure whether he's going to be back at all for the rest of this event, but they do have another 4 drivers to go through, so they should be able to make it to the end.
When you say not feeling well, do you mean physical injury or is it tops or bottoms?
Tops.
Tops? Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Well, and while you're out on track as well, that's...
expelled as well.
Yeah, we got it.
Clarity.
Yeah, so while you're out on track, that is not the one. Personally, I'll be chucking my helmet in the bin and buying a brand new one.
Yes.
Because I ain't ever coming out.
No, you can't get rid of that with a washing and stick it in the airing cupboard.
Oh dear. Oh, our heart goes out to you, definitely. Who was it? Do we know? We don't want to name check them.
No, I know who it was.
We can strike their name off the entry list, essentially. Okay.
I've put an O for out.
Okay.
Or potentially out.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, that's unfortunate for them.
No, one thing to watch right now, Tom, is that TTM2 Rossa Corsa, the race leader, are getting into the similar sort of regions that we saw MSJSR pit. In terms of time, it'll be 1 minute and 11 when they come over the line next. JSR pitted at 1:12, so we are getting into that sort of region now where the pit stops start coming in. It's where you start hoping for a full course yellow. Oh, Nexus Sport, Tom over the grass, right in front of the commentary box, trying to take evasive action. To a slow-moving higher cart.
I've just done some quick maths here. Psycho Select came in 47 minutes ago. We're 2 hours 36 into the race. That would mean roughly
a 1 hour 50 plus stint, a 1 hour 52 on a tank of fuel.
It did rain.
I know it did.
That's a long.
That is a long way.
But it's one of those, if you look down, we've got a kart off at hairpin 1.
Buried.
Yeah,
at
hairpin 1.
There it is. That's going to take some getting out.
Let's try and no side numbers on the higher cart, so we'll try and find out who that is. I think we might find out when it gets reversed. Now, we have to find out there is whether that can be pushed out with him in it, because the weight limit with the driver in the cart is 235 kilos. That's being radioed in. Tom, the driver is out, and I get the feeling
we could be on to FCY number 4.
So that's been radioed in. Obviously, it takes a 30 seconds or so to get the quad into position. Then they've got to find gap in the traffic to get across, if that is the case.
And this is going to bunch everybody
Battenberg
together.
out, Tom, right in front of our commentary box here on the start line here at Teesside Autodrome. And this one plays right into the hands if they're anywhere near the bottom end of the circuit. And Asher Blythe is coming round hairpin 4. The fuel bay, Tom, probably going to be empty because there's not many coming in.
Having a good look at the fuel is
and Asher Blythe hit here from the lead in the 133? He's rolled round.
Pointed at the fuel tank.
Pointed at the fuel.
Signalling something.
But it's how many people. We saw the issue earlier on, Tom. Now, that was exacerbated by the fact that everybody needed fuel in the higher class at the same time. The 318, though, Tom, they've elected to come in. They've done 1 minute and 5.
1 hour.
1 hour and 5,
1 hour and 5.
So they are in with Aaron Alexander at the wheel of that one. The 42 comes in as well. They're at 1 minute and 8. And as do a lot of the owner carts, Tom, as well. The 43, I'm not quite sure where they were on track, but that cart now is being recovered. And you see what's happening down here, Tom, is that there's just people just down there, and they'll be radioing in, and it'll be a late call for a lot of them as to whether they are going to pit for
Blythe has got a big gap in front of him here. This is very smart from Blythe, actually. Properly taking the lead and pacing the entire field out. This is exactly what we should be seeing.
Well, what he could do here, Tom,
is create a gap.
He's creating enough gap so that if nobody comes in, the fuel bay will be empty by the time he comes in.
But if they do come in, it still might be empty by the time he gets there.
Yes.
This is very, very smart driving.
But the only problem that he may have is that cart might be back in by the time he gets round, because we are very quick at recovering carts here at Teesside.
But I just want to give a big shout out to Asher Blythe for pacing this field and doing the job at the front of the race like the leader should. Under a full course yellow, a big gap in front, just slow everybody down behind. They can't overtake, pace yourself. Yeah. Good job, Asher Blythe.
Hour 15, Tom, for them. Now let's see whether he carries on round or whether he pits.
Oh, he's in.
Box for the 133. The race leader comes in. The 43.
Oh, he's going to get held up in the pits anyway because the car, the quad's in there.
If you're on the quad, you go straight over the weighbridge. It's flat now, isn't it? And they go round the corner.
He'll still have caught it,
I think that
might have lost a second or two only.
I don't think that'll be as big a problem as you may think, because I watched a few come in earlier. If you're on the quad, and certainly now it's a lot easier at Teesside, because in the last year or so, great developments down there with the new dummy grid that you can see, and straight through. The weighbridge is now sunken into the floor. You drive straight over it. You don't have to go up and on as we have in previous years. That issue of the cart either bottoming out or the rear end. What I have noticed, Tom, and I don't know whether we've got bigger problems somewhere else, but we're still under full course yellow. It's just gone green now, and that cart was held up in the, and that's, what I'm saying is that the cart's been off the track for the best part of 25 seconds, and we were still under FCY.
We were, and Race for Ruben were caught in a different train to the leaders as well. So Honolulu in Elite are leading that class. Then it's Honolulu Racing 1 in Pro. This is overall for hires. SKA Racing for Pro are third overall. Then it's Race for Ruben. But they're now around 35 seconds or so off the lead. The two Honolulu karts are nose to tail, although there is a lap between. I think they're nose to tail, but there is a lap between them. Honolulu and SKA are nose to tail as well, so that's a front 3.
Sorry, Tom, black flag for the 881.
Blue
That's
speed.
the blue speed entry. Steve Thompson, I believe,
Yeah, he is. Tomo's in
is
it.
at the wheel of that one.
There he is, in fact, coming through hairpin 3 and 4 out the commentary box window.
I'll try and find out why. I do know why the 33 got a black flag earlier. That was an overtaking under yellow for the BRM entry. I'll try and get an update on the 881.
I think he spotted that. Had a quick look up as Tomo came in front of the commentary box, had a good look at the board.
But he's in a new kart now, so he probably needs a reminder that he is in the 881. Because he normally races in the 756.
Yes.
And it was a late entry, so I don't know whether he's taken note as to what numbers on the front and back of his kart. Three wide, Tom, into
We hold
hairpin
hands in
3.
the commentary box.
Yeah, 3 wide. Alessia on the outside there in the 61 entry, and now that looks like it's Lennon French in the MSDCLR entry, another one of our Teesside Sprint locals. In fact, our 2021 Junior Pro Kart champion before he made the step up into the senior ranks this year.
Yeah, what I was giving a shout out to earlier is obviously Asher was leading before that pit stop, but he's come through the juniors.
Yes.
As has Lennon French, as is, well, Max Shields is out in hires, and they are leading higher clubmen at the moment with their entry.
Well, most of their drivers have come through the Junior Pro Kart ranks here at Teesside. That 181 entry, Max Shields, Brandon Jennings has come through the juniors, Caitlin Frame, of course, through the juniors, that now racing in seniors, her sister Amy and Seb Pereira all coming through the juniors. They've got Connor McCarthy, who races Junior Pro Kart in other series. And they've also been joined by Ronnie Smith, who's more of a two-stroke driver, but is absolutely loving the higher kart action here at Teesside.
We also had, out earlier on, we've had Aaron Alexander, as one of the Honolulu goes.
Yeah, the 58 Honolulu.
Yeah, which is the second place overall in hires, has just gone very airborne.
Yeah, proving the standard hypothesis of 2 carts into the wiggles doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. But yeah, Aaron Alexander's been out from juniors as well earlier in his career. Kieran Lambert we're expecting as well. Jack Morris has been out already.
Yeah.
And done a stint, did the opening stint. That was in, remind me which one.
Jack Morris.
Jack Morris was in JSR.
He is, yes.
Yeah, in JSR. So that was in third place overall at the time as well. They've just been in for their second stop, 9 minutes ago now. Gap to TTM2 is now 49 seconds, but of course they have stopped one more time. But they are still holding second place. So even though they've stopped an extra time, they're ahead of MS Car Shop.
Sorry, Tom. More issues there for the 213. They've had an off at the chicane. That was the kart that was in the pits earlier with the left rear puncture. He had problems there navigating the chicanes and bounced across the grass. It's always in the same section. It's that last corner. It's fairly straight through until the last bit, and then there is a bit of a turn to the wheel. And generally, if you do go straight on, you're over the grass. Now, sometimes you get lucky and you bounce in the right direction. Whoa, we've got a spin 78 on the triple one. Has had to go off as well. MSJSR trying to figure out who is.
And they're still sideways here, coming through this massive snake of traffic.
Toby Dodson, Tom, I believe, was the driver at the wheel of the triple one who had to take evasive action from the number 78 higher kart that had a spin.
And there goes round.
That was the 213. I was saying that they had problems earlier on.
That was Nexus Sport.
That was
they
the
were
problem.
Making contact
they
with
were
there.
in contact with Nexus Sport, and then here the 78 and another one of the hires forced onto the grass. The BTM entry had to take evasive action as well.
And then here was further action. That was another one of the owners getting very sideways on the entry through Paddock Bend. Nexus Sport have now pitted.
Does prove the importance, doesn't it?
Just
of
over an hour.
navigating that traffic as well. Well, they were involved in that one. I don't know how much of a problem they had in that, but they didn't seem that they had. It was just a side-by-side thing. Just seen Sam Spinell, the closing speed there into the D chicane was there's something to behold. There's a yellow flag out at hairpin 1, I believe.
I'd like to point out Sam Spinell, triple stinting.
Yes, just checking out Chadwick Racing, Tom. I believe the 29 entry may have had an engine go down there during a spin. Then they seem to be up to pace down the back straight, so looks like they've got that started.
Yeah, triple stint straight off the bat for Sam Spinell. Now they did a very short first stint with that, so 2.5 stints for Sam Spinell. But interesting to see that that strategy coming into play.
We've seen the tactic used before, though, haven't we? Where you go long at the start with a driver and then give them a huge amount of rest time. And it may well be a case that we don't see Sam at night time.
Yeah, well, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? In fact, yesterday.
It was a tactic employed a few years ago by 2020 by MS Soco Select with Connor Lucas at the wheel, where
he was in 111 at the time, though, wasn't he?
He was, and what happened there is that but obviously it involved the 43 as well. Is that certainly towards the end when he was riding shotgun to that kart, is that we saw him almost every other stint in the in the early phase of the race, the first daylight, and then at night time he was tucked up soundly in bed, ready to go, nice and fresh then for the Sunday morning. Where we've got an off Tom there, we've got 2 karts disappearing out of shot, and they're still currently discussing whose fault it was.
We look at the 133, that is the Team Tate 2 Rosso Corsa kart that's currently in second. So they've had their first driver change.
Mason Barker now at the wheel of that kart, Tom. The gap to the lead is 46 seconds, which should be more than enough to get them out in the lead when MS Soco Select hit in roughly 15 to 20 minutes time.
Well, you say that, but they did 1 hour 50 on the first stint. I think they're going long here, Soco Select. I think they're going to push it as far as they possibly can.
Well, we'll find out, won't we? It did rain and it was wet
for the opening stint.
Yeah,
which would account for maybe 10 minutes of fuel.
Maybe so. 150. We saw offline Tom doing 140s before, and that stretched.
Yeah.
So I really don't know whether anybody, I know we saw them do that, but whether they can do such a long stint every time with every driver they've got. We were speaking Thursday night whilst we were out having some tea about how certain drivers are more economical, let's say, on the fuel. Their driving style is more tailored towards endurance racing. You often see those drivers, particularly that have come out of 2-stroke racing, Tom, where they don't have to look after the clutch quite so much.
Yes.
Where they're very, they're on the brake, they're on the throttle at exactly the same time. That does drink fuel.
Yeah, double pedalling it is because of course you keep the throttle slightly open and it picks up better out the corners.
The
but
clutches
it does drink fuel.
The clutches as well, Tom. It's a thing to point out. I'll try and get a picture of one later, but they basically work on centrifugal force. There's 2 springs and 2 shoes, and when it spins up past a certain point, the springs expand, the shoes then connect onto a drum, and effectively then it starts to spin the engine and gets it going. Now, as we go deeper into that race, the clutches get worn and the shoes, so looking after every component really does matter here. And having a quick look, we'll have to dip into that live chat in a few moments' time, because there's a couple of questions coming in. Now, one of them from Hey You says, did you say 235 weight limit? Well, the weight limit for our owner class is 185, and for our higher class is 235. That includes the driver and the kart.
And full kit.
Yeah, and the reason that they're heavier than that, Omega have been round at the at the chicanes, is that it looks like Kieran Lambert in that kart. We'll confirm in a few moments. The reason for that is that the plastic wrap around and all the plastic round the back weighs a lot, around 50 kilos more, in fact. Now there is more metal work on them. They've got a twin rail bar from the front stub axle all the way back, whereas the owners only have a single rail bar until the midpoint of the kart when it doubles up to take the engine. So there is a little bit in that as well. but that's why we've got a 50 kilo weight difference between the two of them. Now, the general dry weights are also around about 50 kilos difference. It's 152 dry on a hire kart. It's around about 98, 99 sort of region, depending on which type of chassis everybody is running out there. We've got a mix of chassis this year, Tom. We've got the MS, the Apollo, the BRM, obviously making it for the first time, and the 7 karts out there as well. So 4 different chassis makes in our owner class. SoCo Select have opened the gap up ever so slightly, Tom. It's 48 seconds now. Although TTM, Tom, who we're seeing at the moment here, with are within a couple of seconds actually of MS Car Shop for 3rd overall, 2nd in the elite class.
I think I may have missed 42. MS Lucas making another pit stop.
They came in.
They've made 3 now.
Yeah, they came in under the FCY.
Okay. Yeah, 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
They were.
Battle on screen.
So this Tom's the battle then for 3rd overall, 2nd in our elite class on the screen. The 11 of MS Car Shop. Looks like Dan Bugard at the wheel of that one is coming under pressure from the 318.
It is Dan Bugard, and we will expect the comments coming in from his own personal fan club, which I have nicknamed the Boogie Bunch.
Yes, I believe, Tom, Scott Tate at the wheel of the 318.
I need my spotter's guide again for the Tates.
Any team for me.
That is Scott, isn't it?
Any team for me where all of them wear the same colour race suit, as Scott does go down the inside for 3rd, should get a 1-lap penalty for making our life difficult.
Or just have it written on the back of their suits in big letters.
Well, they do, but they've all got Tate. It doesn't help,
No,
does
exactly, that's what I mean.
You know,
Put the first name on
They could have gone with Scott, Dan or Mark, couldn't they? But they didn't. And to be fair, it doesn't make any...
Even if you still keep the Tate on there as well.
And it doesn't make it any easier, because the other lad that's got one is Jupp, and it's still 4 letters. So it's not like...
But yeah, that's a change for 3rd on the road now. Team Tate overtaking the MS Kart Shop. I think Dan Bugard is going to do his very best now to sit in behind.
Well, why not? Because you know you're behind a quick kart and you're saving fuel in the slipstream, so why wouldn't you?
Yep.
What you've got to do is, as they catch here some traffic, is get through the traffic together as well. And if one of you makes a hole, you've got to hope that the hole's still there when you arrive. And unfortunately there for Dan Bugard it wasn't, as they came past the Teesside Tigers entry. Oh, Tom, the 57 is...
Whoa!
Yeah, big off at the chicane's prime. 57 is off at the first chicane here. We need an FCY. The yellow is we are under FCY now here. Because the karts were coming through that D chicane. Seb Algieri in that 57 kart. The rear axle is bent, Tom. We've got the Veterans Motorsport UK 96 hire kart entry as well. That'll be recovered via the quad.
Great news about that is that Seb has got out the car, has been asked, is he okay? And yes was the answer.
Yeah, wonderful.
A lot of that will be adrenaline right now, and I'm sure he's going to be incredibly sore in about 10 minutes' time. But right now, that was a big one. We're under full course yellow. We've got MS Car Shop have pitted, as have JDM from the owner Clubman lead. But there were 3 karts in that, 2 hires. 96 is that, David, on the back of that one?
Yeah, that's the Veterans Motorsport UK entry, I believe.
And of course we've got Seb Algieri here in the prime 57. This is just going to be recovered straight across the track, I think. But yeah, very bent rear end as well, and we hope that Seb's okay.
What we have got, Tom, is everybody trying to sort out what position there is. They come over the line here because you don't want to be overtaking under yellows, and that does happen quite a lot under FCY if anybody misinterprets where they need to be.
We're just going to wait for a gap in the traffic, and I think that's going to then be recovered.
In fact, Seb's doing a sterling job here, Tom, because he's helping Nigel Moore drag that kart back into pit lane. That kart is going to be dragged. It's been dragged on the front nose. That's least of the worries, actually, for the team down there, because they'll need a new... The engines will have to come off. It needs a new rear axle, that's for sure. One of the side pods is bent up as well. But fantastic to see Seb Algieri.
I just want to give him a big round of applause because that is incredible.
There.
The lad was upside down in a cart through the wiggle.
Yeah,
the fastest part of the circuit.
We don't have
more
it
than
to
2
show.
minutes ago.
We're not going to show it. But what I can say is on the outside there, that cart was upside down with Seb Algieri under it.
And he had to push it and lift it off himself.
Because we know he's okay and because he's come back, we are going to mention how bad that was right in front of the commentary box here at Teesside Autodrome. But Seb looks to be okay and heroically drags that cart back into pit lane alongside Nigel Moore, our clerk of the course here, who just lives like a dynamo for the entire event anyway, isn't he? Green flag, though, Tom. We are back racing here at Teesside Autodrome. We'll see how it's panned out in general. I'm going to put a gate through my 4 lines to confirm that we have had 5 full course yellows here now at Teesside.
We have, and red graphics now heading the big train as they go 4 wide into the D chicane.
That's going to give Sam Spinale at least 2 or 3 laps of clear air, Tom.
Yes, it is. In fact, yeah, he's maybe even more than that. Maybe he might even get a full 3 laps in here of clear traffic because they were backed up pretty much into one snake this time, whereas we had 2 or 3 in the previous full course yellow.
Yeah, there
we've got one going slowly as well, just coming in the 100 car.
CFK Granada.
Oh, that's the Spanish team, isn't it? And, yeah, they've had a few
engine, Tom, with that one. I think it may be engine because I've just heard him say that he tried to pull it. What we've got now, Tom, with this the whole field bunching up is you've got to make sure when you get down that back straight towards the chicanes that you can get back in the train. And this is often where we see carts bouncing over the grass.
Yeah, and as they say, cautions breed cautions. We've had, now 5 full course yellows. We're only 3 hours into this race. That was a particularly bad one, and we hope that not only Seb, but also the team can get back out there as fast as possible. So they were scored around about 15th, I think, 14th, or 16th, I think they were. Somewhere around that region. Obviously now they're tumbling down the order, so we'll keep an eye on when they are able to get back out on circuit. Meanwhile, Soco Select have pitted, David, under the full course yellow.
Yeah, that would have
got
been
back out.
A massive help for them because we thought they'd lose be 30 seconds behind Rossa Corsa, and they're actually now only 5.5, albeit down in 3rd place behind TTM1.
Yeah, so TTM1 of 4.1, then it's Soco Select another 5.4 behind them. Red Graphics then are 39 seconds off the back of Soco Select, but as we said, that is because they were at the front of the train under the full course yellow and have now got clear track to make up as Folkus is out in the 43 and marked his arrival by going fully sideways into hairpin 1 and sending it from a different postcode on the inside of a hire car.
Stoltz Racing 92 are under a contact warning on the overhead gantry in front of start finish. All that sort of excitement, Tom. We did miss the half-an-hour update, so we are at the top of the hour. We'll just run through the top 3 in owners and the top 3 in hires as well. So TTM2 Rossa Corsa leading the way from TTM, and then MS Soco Select the top 3. Then in our higher class, Honolulu by Saints leading the way in that from Honolulu Racing 1 and SKA Racing. Our overall top 3 in hires.
Yeah, split in class as well. So Race for Ruben, second in elites. They're around 12 seconds off taking second place overall in hires. Paul White at the wheel at the moment, but they are a full lap behind Honolulu in the elite, which is our overall race leader.
Scroll down for me, Tom. What I want to see is any of them teams that have had problems earlier on, what their sort of lap times are and whether they're sort of coming back into it, as to whether any of them, their lap times would have been competitive if they hadn't have had some issues.
Well, good news for Century Sim Racing is that they're back out. 25 and 26 laps respectively off the lead. 25 and 26 laps respectively off of the lead. Century Sim Racing 59 has now been out on track for 38 minutes, and the 7 has been out for around about 5 minutes again now. So hopefully they're making their way up. And in fact, there we have an overtake. Century Sim Racing have just overtaken the 818 of Dazzle, who've been in the pits for a very long time. Have Dazzle. They were our pole setters in class.
Yeah, where are they, Tom, in terms... Oh, yes. Yes, 93rd.
93rd overall. HWR, we've documented their problems with the front end and also running out of fuel. So they're in the owner clubman class. Tockworth Motorsports and Coulda Woulda Shoulda have pitted in hires. ABC Racing have dropped 6 places on that lap with a 3-minute lap, so they'll have pitted as well, but they're now back out and racing.
Tom, Dazzle don't seem to be having... I don't know how long they've been in the pits for. It's been
No, I don't
138 since they were last in.
But they're not showing us out on circuit, so they can't have been
But
off
I don't
circuit
think they've
for
had
an
a
hour
problem,
and
Tom.
38.
They could have potentially had a transponder issue. Now, well,
should we see if they're out on circuit? Should we see if we can pick them up?
I'll keep an eye out. What we were following a few moments ago, Tom, is what would have been a bit of a battle for 7th place with MS JSR and the 42 of MS Lucas Racing. They were sort of working together. Toby Dodson and Jake Brooker were just sort of working together, pushing through the field, working together. There's been a bit of a split. The 94 is off. The MS Harry's Hot Wheels entry is facing the wrong way. Jordan Cranston potentially at the wheel of that car at hairpin 1.
So let's run you through. Well, we did an overall top 3, but let's do an overall for hires as well, because I feel like we haven't mentioned the hires anywhere near as much as we should so far this race. So Hire Elite is headed by Honolulu. Then it's Race for Ruben, and then Core Blimey Racing 113 are third in class. So they are 37th, 38th, and 42nd overall. Then your Hire Pro leader is Honolulu Racing 1. SKA Racing, the Swindon Karting Arena team, are second. And JS Racing 111 are third in Hire Pro. They are 36th, 37th, and 39th overall. Then we have your Hire Clubman class, which is currently headed by the Norfolk and Chance. Norfolk and Chance. Then it's Maple Motorsport. I believe that, 17 minutes they've been in the pit. So Norfolk and Chance have been out for an hour and 7 minutes. So there's a split strategy there between those two.
Yeah, what I will say, Tom, on timing, they're being shown in with a black background, which is a Clubman background.
Oh, right, that will be why.
So, yes.
Oh, Hire Club.
Yes,
right, sorry,
but
yes.
they're not. Yeah, they should have a green background.
Maple Motorsport.
Yeah, Norfolk should have a green background. I think Maple should have a green background because black is owner clubman, and they're definitely not an owner team.
Right.
Because I've seen them. They've got big.
So they're being scored as club, not Hire Club. Right.
Yes.
So Garage 29 are actually leading Hire Club.
I'll see if I can get them changed, but that'll just need a slight tweak on that. But they should have a green background, I believe. I'll check on my notes in a few moments. But the Norfolk team are definitely one of the highest. Maple as well, but I don't know what class they're in. Garage 29 were leading Hire Club, but they have just come into the pit lane.
Yes, so they were leading. Then it was the Norfolk team. Then it was CSM as well. So 43rd, 44th, and 45th in Hire Clubman. Sorry about that, folks.
Definitely.
Glad we cleared that up.
Definitely, the Norfolk team and Maple Motorsport should have a green background.
Okay, so glad we cleared that up, and we will endeavour to keep an eye on that and their progress.
Black flag for a Hire team, Tom. Bottas Boys 541.
Now they've had some adventures already today.
Well, they've got another one now. because
5-4-1. They're actually scored in last place at the moment, 96.
They're going to have to come in and have a chat with somebody.
They were already 9 laps off the back of Dazzle, who are still in the pits, it seems.
Yep. Well, one thing that I was checking, Tom, as we got to the top of the hour, was where Joe Patterson was in terms of his delta in terms of laps. He is currently 20 laps in front of where he needs to be at this stage of the race. So certainly going in, trying to get them numbers on the board early doors for Joe Patterson. At 3 hours he needed to be at 116 laps. He was at 136 and does astonishingly sit 18th overall.
He does.
As well.
You know, that's not... With the greatest of respect to the other teams around him, he will currently be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in the clubman class.
Yeah, I mean, let's...
So he's absolutely flying along.
I mean, let's not take anything away from his actual own driving ability as well.
Oh, no,
this isn't the first time he's seen the steering wheel.
Oh, no,
now,
he's extremely accomplished.
The Easy Kart Championship, which became was it the Birrell, and now is pretty much the Daniel Ricciardo series now all the way through.
Yep.
So 2013, 14 and 15, Joe won the UK Championship in that class. So certainly not the first time he's seen a steering wheel. He's done most of the BPEC season as well. With the exception, I think, of one round with the Apollo outfit. So it's not the first time that he's held a steering wheel. He did the 12 hours at Rowra, with the exception, I think, of one or two stints. So, yeah.
We've got the higher pro lead battle on screen.
What I would like to shout out as well is, as we move on screen, but Gary Sims has been in touch on the live chat and has said, good luck to all teams who I know, especially Rethink Racing, who can get back into this. From a sunbed in Turkey.
Well, they weren't in the pits for that long, were they? When you see all the brake calipers come off, you normally think that's going to take a while, but they were back out within 5 minutes, so a great job down there to get that sorted. On screen, we follow the battle for the higher pro lead between Honolulu 1 and SKA Racing. The gap between them, 10 kart lengths at most. They've got I think that's the Newmarket Buzzing Hornets entry between them at the moment as a buffer, but a good run out of the back straight by SKA will sort of close that gap up if he can get through. In fact, he's probably just going to use the slipstream down the back straight, which is going to be a massive help. The 5 driver entry side by side through they go. They've got an owner kart between them as well. And everybody navigates the chicanes nicely. Yeah, Sebastian Francis, Brett Crow, Ben Hobbs, Adam Stainer and Rob Lowe, the 5-car entry for SKA Racing. And they are within a second or so of Honolulu, although the gap has opened up through the hairpin 1 or 2 traffic. So we'll keep an eye on that and see whether SKA can close in. The lap time on the previous one was fairly similar between the two of them, a tenth or so.
There's only 6 minutes between pit stops as well, so they're both on the same strategy. This is properly as it should be on track, if that makes any sense at all. Oh, hang on, what have we done here, David?
Nothing. I was trying to figure out how to move the live chat up and down so I can actually see it.
Yeah.
And I've turned your live timing off on that screen because we didn't get a technical briefing from DDMM at the start on how to use their equipment. Race lead is a 6-second gap then between TTM2 Rossa Corsa and MS Soco Select, with TTM2 right behind, Team Tate Motorsport right behind as well. The top 3 split by 6.5 seconds at 3 hours and 10 minutes of this 2022 British 24-hour race.
We will focus on the on-screen action while Howard does his best to fix the debacle of David touching a laptop.
Well, no, I'm not going to... we should be back, I think, in terms of timing in about 10 seconds.
Well, we've got it on the left anyway of this screen as our ticker.
Here we go. I was trying to figure out the
Howard,
live chat on how to make that go up or down so I can see more than one comment. Because I think that's, we always do like to dip in, and particularly as we head towards night time.
It's fine.
I think we've figured it out now, have we, Tom? I think we have. Contact warning for the 172 Receding Racing outfit. Lead gap now down to under 6 seconds. It's 2 and 3 wide down the back straight.
Yeah,
as SK Racing get the head down behind the steering wheel and allow one of our owner entries through. The 595 FNJC. Entry. I think we've finally figured this one out, Tom.
We have. Vicky Carr has been in touch saying, good luck, number 44, watching from Lanzarote.
They'll be supporting. The black and the green hearts after it are a massive giveaway to the driver's colours that are currently in that cart.
Okay.
It'll be Lennon French.
Ah, of course. Of course. We've also got support coming in for Honolulu from Brett Pot Matt. So he said go Honolulu. Well, they are showing very well at the moment. At the top of both of their classes. We've got SKA Racing support coming in for SKA Racing, support coming in for Porsche Sport as well. And Jake Gameford with Team 629 Garage 29 Graphics. Well, we just mentioned them actually because
Paul Watson came in to refuel that cart. Now, whether he's still in it or not is a different matter, but he was out in that cart. Now, he went out just at the right time, Tom, because we know that he is very, very quick in a hire cart when it rains. The 57 is back out, Tom. Henry Trina now, I believe, at the wheel of that. But that cart rebuilt from the rear end. I don't know what its handling is going to be like. We'll see what it's like when they come over. But the 57 prime entry is back out on track.
I think that's second stint for Henry Trina as well.
He's in a hire cart as well, Tom.
Oh, he's doing double. Oh, well, that'll be why I've seen
one in owners and one in hires.
I thought he was in. I thought I'd seen the Super.
He's in one of the CBR carts. Don't know which one. I will have a look because I haven't.
So he's doing double duty this weekend.
Double duty. Oh no, is it? No, is it one? No, he's not. I think he's in the ABC Racing, the Advantage by Contact cart, and also in the owners in the Prime Racing because he's been added as a late entry into that cart alongside Algieri and the rest of their team. They only had 3 drivers in that cart until the early part of last week, and then added Henry Trina in and Owen Spears as well.
So the support coming in from Jake Gameford for 629 Garage 29 Graphics. So I'm just going to give you an update on that one. 6th in class at the moment, currently placed 53rd overall. So if you do want to see the live timing, please do go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. Up on the screen, we have the QR code for Dottie's Journey. You can literally point your phone at that screen, at your screen, use the QR code there. It will take you to the link. Now, this is everything that Joe Patterson is raising the money for. This is the reason why he's doing this 24-hour race, putting him through this pain and everything that he is subjecting himself to go for this world record attempt. It's all to raise money for Dottie's Journey. We do have a really good interview with him that we can post throughout the stream, and we will show that certainly through the evening as well. Oh, the 57's off again, David. Prime 57 is off at Ribs Bend.
Yeah. Now,
don't be shy with them fruit pastels either.
I was just asked Andrew, who'd done the first stint, as to whether we've spoke about confectionery cupboard yet.
Oh, was it the conversation between the two of you last year about
No,
Pastels?
no, I
Oh, is it-
believe it's following you. I had John Ratcliffe in with
Oh,
me.
okay.
Yeah, Fruit Pastels. It kicked off.
Oh, good lad.
Particularly
Although
in the
not a
live
red
chat.
one.
See, particularly in the live chat about which was the best colour. Somebody was telling me it was black. It's definitely not. Black, dark red, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, full course yellow again, Tom. Then because of that kart needing to be recovered down at Rib Bend, the quad is away.
I give David the signal to mark another one down.
Yeah, now, looks to me, Tom, with that it could just be that there's too much speed's been carried in there, because it's gone in forward, so it's had some help with a push from the rear end, or something when they came to rebuilding that back end. Not quite sure what, but that kart is off. Henry Treen's going to need to get back in it, because he's going to need to apply the brake to the back of that kart to stop it moving backwards and forwards on the trolley.
Cameraman has said that it was potentially steering failure.
Oh, we're hearing through the voice in our ears that there is potential steering failure as well. So that could have been down to the earlier accident as being
also
missed with all the
explains why
focus
it
on
looked
the
like
rear
it had
end.
gone straight on.
Yes.
Because the Century Sim kart that had the issue, it was a Chadwick Racing kart right at the start. There was a bit of contact into that first corner, that rib bend, but his steering at the time was locked full right, and he just went straight on when the track rod failed. The comments are coming in very, very quickly, actually, Tom, which is always good to see.
This is what happens when you mention one person.
Yes.
They all come in.
Yeah, especially those ones in the live chat that update us as to who is in the cart.
Yep. So scenario 77, they had a black background apparently for the start. We've got Ryan Gill saying, "Wish I could do this. Good luck to all teams out there." Well, Ryan, if you're based in the UK, and perhaps even if you're not, you're welcome to come and take part in the British 24-hour. There is a 24-hour karting series page on Facebook. If you get yourself onto there, give them a like and a follow, you can get involved in this series. There are always teams looking for drivers, so make yourself available. Get involved in the comments and the chats and things like that. And I'm sure you would be able to next year. You don't need any kind of license or anything like that to come and race here. All you need is a helmet, a race suit, some boots and gloves, and you can go and take part in the British 24-hour kart race. Ryan BAMF has said, "Go on, Hobbsy, great racing so far." Let us know, Ryan, what team he's in.
Yes.
And then we can give them a shout out.
I'm not going through a list of 450 drivers to find
Hobbsy. Great to see Disrob making moves. Said Alex Turner. Anthony McNicholas says, he's given us spoilers about F1. Right, so Anthony McNicholas, that's your final mention on the live stream. Claire Simpson has said, "Good luck to 881 Blue Speed Racing." Charlotte Beth cheering on their dad, John. We did very briefly manage to chat to John on the grid before we had the technical issues. Most of those drivers coming from, making their way down from Scotland, where they normally race at Crail. David pointing something out?
I am, because that's Rethink Racing with a black flag, Tom.
Okay.
Don't know why. As always, I shall endeavour to find out. But yes, the 103 Rethink Racing kart with a black flag have had an update as to why the 881 had their black flag as well. That was an overtaking under yellow. The problem then exacerbated by coming through the pit lane without stopping. As we know, the black flag isn't a drive-through penalty. It's a drive into the pit lane, be told what you've done wrong, and drive off penalty. So that's why I think we saw the black flag originally come out, and then a few laps later it came out again, and I think they might have had more than one.
There's potential there for two. We've got, I was just having a look.
I mean, it was shown on the overhead gantry 3 times in all, because we can see it. And you'll be able to see it too if you're watching at home. On the, if you're on a phone, you have to scroll everything to the left-hand side. You can then see any of the penalties that have been applied recently.
We've got shout out from Dan Orchard, who says, "Shout out Good Chip Racing." Well, Good Chip Racing are currently 81st in the 888 car, running in the higher clubman. running 1 minute 25 second laps at the moment. They're 3.4 seconds behind the Optimist for 80th place, and another 3 seconds or so to Barp in front of them. But they are a full lap clear now of, or it seems certainly on the timing, of Piston Broke.
Red graphics, Tom, in the midst of your run through there, picked up a contact warning. That's the 113 entry, currently running in 4th place. It was Sam Spinale at the wheel of that kart the last time we took note of it, because it was right at the front of the FCY at the time, and then he got a good couple of laps. I don't think they've been in the pits since, although our timing is currently focused quite heavily on hires here in the commentary box. So I'll have a quick look. In fact, to be fair, Tom, we could probably leave your screen on. Yeah, there's the lead battle is less than a second at the moment between the 133 TTM kart. Now, they've pretty much just come over the start line, given the timing and where we can see the line going across.
And they're going to have to work their way through all of this traffic. They'll be on this back straight,
I think, in a few moments.
There was TTM.
There was TTM,
one.
Yes.
I didn't see. There's TTM 2.
Yeah, coming in. So the two leaders.
So they are nose to tail now.
Some
pretty
higher
much.
carts off at hairpin 1.
That's held back Team Tate slightly there.
But what I would say, it held them back, but also good awareness, because Scott Tate was on the inside, saw the yellow, backed out, let the higher cart take the corner, and then overtook him when he was past the incident.
Correct.
So, and that, granted, we expect that from one of our front-running elite class runners, but when you get into such a rhythm and that tunnel vision, not always easy.
43 is only 3.9 seconds off this battle as well for the overall lead of the race. So that gap went out to Team Tate due to that incident as they've come across the line. So it's now 2.3 seconds, but 3.4. In fact, here we go on screen. Whoa, massive incident at the mountain section. Huge off into the barriers.
Barriers all across the track, strewn across the track down there at the mountain section. The yellows are out on the overhead gantry.
Huge incident. Straight on, and another full course yellow. Unsurprisingly there. That's going to bring together our front three as well. There was 3.5 seconds between them. That's going to bring them together.
Yeah, its pace is going to be slowed there, Tom, and I think it might be a lap or two, because obviously we're only going to have 1 or 2 marshals on each post, and there was a couple of barriers across the track down there.
Tyres as well. The question is, does who's out in Tate 2 at the moment?
Mason Barker, I believe, Tom, followed Asher Blythe into that kart, and I don't think they'll have pitted since. It's only been like 20 minutes, so
we're going to try and find out where the leader is shaking out. There's 43 with Falcus in it. Tate has overtaken them. Falcus has now taken second place.
He has, yes.
Through that melee.
The gap, the TTM2 came through around about 5 seconds in front of that.
So I think they're in a different train.
Yeah, we'll be able to see down here now how much roughly before we're going to go racing again. There's a quad down there just to help fix. There's no carts to be collected. So we can't be too far off going green again here, Tom. That quad obviously needs to come back in beforehand. But nonetheless, it was a fairly big off down there. That meant there was a couple of barriers on the tarmac.
We just had a good shot of 42 coming through. Currently scored in 6th place. I'm trying to keep an eye out for... I can't see. There it is. It is Mason Barker. It is Mason Barker. Heading through hairpin 1 now. About to turn into hairpin 2. With the black helmet on. And the multiple patterns and things that are on there. I'm not sure. Looks a bit Jorge Lorenzo inspired at the rear.
Yeah, it's got a bit of monster on it. And that sort of thing.
But yes, so in that train that's currently being headed by one of the higher carts, if Barker has got some awareness, would drop back now and let those guys go to pace the field as the leader of the race. They come across in front of us now. So 42 is going to be the best part of a lap down now. As is 111, because they're in that train as well.
See, Barker there as as effectively the leader. He's not going to, we don't line up behind the leader. Everybody slows down.
But this is
what
what
he
Asher
could
Blythe
do is,
did earlier
what
on,
he
and I
could do
thought
is
that was
open a bit of a gap up because he can slow that right down.
Yes.
And then at least he's got half a lap then. The field spread in front of him will be a little bit further and he'll be able to get through the traffic a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, just having a look at the 111 going through the mountain section there, the reverse corkscrew. Not sure whether there was any moving through or not in terms of position.
Green flag now, Tom, on the start line gantry, so we are able to go racing again. There's a bit of contact down the back straight, and everybody now heads. It's the big train going into the first hairpin here at Teesside.
Well, this is going to rather separate the front three from the rest of the field. It's essentially going to put a lap on them now. So Rosso Corsa, Soco Select, and TTM are going to go through 1, 2, 3. MS Car Shop, we'll see. They're going to be somewhere in the middle. And then there's the rest of the train is after that.
Yeah, it's very busy time.
Broken that
now,
up
isn't
now
it?
massively, hasn't it?
It's DWS racing in front of our leader, Martin Black.
Martin
at
Black.
the wheel of that as that cut. Oh,
making
Martin,
a welcome return.
There was an arm up there, Tom. It looked like there was a car. One of the higher entries wanted to pit, but with Black on the outside, just couldn't get across to go into the pit lane, and will have to circulate for a further lap.
Might have been the 12. They came through side by side. So let me have a look on our timing. It's that was the Simtep Spinala potentially looking to come into the pits.
Yeah, we'll see whether they pit next time round. But the arm was up anyway, so it looked like that. And generally, we do see that a lot of the time. They move off the normal racing line, put the arm in the air to signal that they are coming off the track.
Simtep Spinala only been out there 40 minutes. Sorry. 6 minutes, so maybe it wasn't them. People who do owe us a pit stop. The Norfolk team, Norfolk and Chance.
Race for Ruben is showing us 3 hours and 26 minutes.
Yeah, there's definitely something there. As are Garage 29 Graphics as well, and Receding Racing have all been out there over 3 hours now. So, well, they definitely owe us a pit stop if they've been out there that long. But I think they'll be coming back on the quad by now. So they're probably gonna 39 Norfolk and Chance will pit any time now, really. I would imagine, unless they have already done so and it's not been picked up on the transponder.
Green on track and green on fruit pastels as well, Tom.
Yeah, these are going down a little bit too well. I know we're a bit early breaking them out as well. The fruit pastels. I haven't had a black one yet. I need to find a black.
It was Mather's fault. He went into the cupboard for them, and
I've got a lot of red ones. No one likes red ones.
It also means I can't talk for a while.
No shame there. Oh, it turns out the black ones aren't red. They're black. And my red ones are actually red. But that's not black anymore, is it? That's like
they're a lot redder than they were last year when we were arguing about them. Catherine Donahue,
just get them old school colours in back and
yeah, Catherine Donahue saying good luck 181 CSM Racing. Well, they're currently second in their class at the moment, running in 42nd overall. Mac Watkins been on saying great stints for Receding Racing. 44 and the 43, Tom, have found each other down the back straight, and Lennon French, I think he's going to allow the 43 through. He does. The 43 carrying a huge speed down the back straight, and didn't want to be arguing for track at the end of the straight. Easier to wave the faster cart through and then just slot into the wheel tracks.
1.7 seconds now separating Soko Select from the lead. TTM now 5 seconds off the lead, working their way through that traffic.
Now, I'm fairly sure it's just his normal driving style, but Josh Volkers is driving this stint like it's a sprint race.
Oh, very much so.
Because he's throwing that 43 round like a dog toy.
Yeah, Connor was the same, though. They still managed to get that fuel economy there, though, so it was a great stint, great opening stint. Got them from 37th all the way up into the lead. 37th on the grid. Got a curb warning goes out for Bottas boys as well. But yeah, Conor Lucas takes no prisoners when it comes to his driving style. Not so much in the overtakes, or rather the way he overtakes. It's more the way that, like David said, he just throws it around. He soars at the wheel. He's sideways into hairpin 1, sideways into hairpin 3. Very aggressive driving style. Really muscles the thing around as he comes through the wiggles here. You can see on screen when he will go full send into hairpin 1.
Yeah, it's the side. It's the
There's the Tates
It's
behind.
the sideways on entry bit, isn't it? Hard on the brakes, send it sideways. Gap is down to 1.5 at the bottom of the hour. Are we doing hires, Tom, or are we going to
No,
do
we'll do hires. We'll do hires. We missed hires off last time.
So you're dipping into the fruit pastels, which generally means it's my turn to run through them. What I don't know, though, is how to make it go any further down.
Oh, I'll do that.
So you're going to have to do that. So the Honolulu 25 leads the way then from Race for Ruben with SKA Racing. Third overall in hires, 35th for the overall standings, with Honolulu Racing 1, 36th. 38th, as there's an owner kart between them, is Teesside Tigers. Then the Norfolk team is 39th with JS Racing in 40th. Honolulu Friends are in 41st with CSM in 42nd. Then it's Core Blimey 113 and Boneheads in front of Scenario 77 in 45th place. Simtech, the number 12, is in 46th with Maple Motorsport 47, EDKT 48th with ABC Racing 49th, and in 50th place we have Garage 29 Graphics. Team Bonato are 51st in front of A66 Higher with Receding Racing in 53rd place, and then Lockstock in 54th. 55th we've got Eat Sleep Race Repeat in front of Badgers Rest Racing, and Tockwith Motorsports in 57th. Then we have our leading novice, or we did, because Porsche Sport have just gone up into 58th with Newmarket Hornets behind them. Our leader in novice then in 60th overall, V3 Racing in front of Honolulu Juniors and Coulda Woulda Shoulda, with Simtech UK and Cheshire in 64th. Then in 65th, LC Racing in front of our overall pole sitter, the renowned Vancals, in 66th. 67th, Newmarket Buzzing Hornets, and then Boom and Straight Through Crew in 69th. Tom's going to chip in here. In fact, Tom's going to watch the lead battle, and if it gets really, really close...
They are really, really close.
Yeah.
They're just about to come in the wiggles side by side, potentially.
They are.
No, there was a high car ended up between them.
Yeah, there still are. So I'm going to run through the remaining 20 or so as they make their way onto the back straight with about half a second between them. 71st is Core Blimey Racing. Then we've got an owner runner in 72nd with BTM in 73rd. Up the rear, and then Core Blimey Racing are in 75th. BCW Mulsanne Racing 76th. 77 is Lads Racing in front of Good Chip, and then Core Blimey 213. 80th Bart Bart, then the Optimist, and then it's Simtech Super Pink 666 in 82nd. Piston Broke are in 83rd in front of Steel City Racers, and then Chadwick Racing 85th with CFK Granada in 86th. Dukes of Stafford are 87th. 89th, Full Throttle. Stilts Racing, Century Sim, Veterans Motorsport UK, Century Sim Evolution, 24 Hours for Diabetes, and Bottas Boys. Complete your higher runners.
Perfect timing as well, because coming down the back straight, nose to tail now, is Mason Parker and Josh Falkus. This is for the lead of the race. They come into the wiggles. Falkus is behind. Is he going to send it? Not from that far back, but Barker was hard on the brakes there into hairpin 1. Now he sent it into hairpin 2 and passed slightly off camera, but missed it. We have a change for the lead. It is Focus ahead of Barker.
Yep, TTM2 then overtaken. Still lead though in the pro class, but Josh Volkus in the 43 now leading the way overall, having reeled that gap in from around about 5 or 6 seconds earlier on, and then Barker runs wide over the curbs and opens it up as they now have to try and sweep round, and Barker gets balked by a higher entry, and that will open the gap even further down that back straight. Veterans Motorsport UK in the 96. Tom, we've got 2 karts off at hairpin 1,
and one on the front straight.
Looks very offline-y.
It does. And a Ben.
No, it's not. That's a 61 Alessia kart, I think. I can
bent
see a
side
6.
pod.
Yeah, bent
we had
side
the
pod
95 go off as well
it
on the
is.
front straight.
So that's a side pod bend. Now it's up in the air.
Calm down, Poggy. It's okay.
Yeah. Breathe.
Breathe.
It's the same colours.
Same colours, but it's not that car. Don't you worry.
We were looking through tyres. What I will say about that car is that the side pod is up in the air.
Yes.
We know in a sprint meeting that normally means a mechanical flag. Now, I think what they're going to do today, at the very least, is wait for it to come over start-finish, have a closer look at it, because it is start-finish side.
Well, the 916 has got a bent side pod as well, and that's still circulating, but not to the same extent.
Not to the same extent where you could...
So the reason the side pods are there is for driver protection in the case of an accident.
And it's a case as to whether anything can go underneath it and potentially lift that cart up.
Exactly.
818 Dazzle are on the grass and looking very interested in the rear end of that cart.
Well, they've only just gone out after a massively long time in the pits as it was. They're back out now, but it's still showing in the pits here. So maybe they hadn't even made it a lap.
Well, that's why I was saying earlier on, do they have a transponder problem?
No, I think they've been out for a long time. If somebody from 818 can get in touch with us on the live chat comments and give us an update on what's been going on with that, very much appreciate it. On our scoring system, it looks like you've been in the pits for a good hour and a half, gone out and then not triggered the lap time as well to go over for to score another lap.
Yeah, Tom,
I'm going to hand over.
I was going to say you did the last interview, so now it's time for me to replace you. I'll start with Louise, and then we'll see where we go from there. So that's a headset, which I will have to ask you to remove your sunglasses because I don't want to break them. There we go. Tom, you were on channel 1, I believe, which means I can then press the button and we can say hello. Full course yellow for the 92 of Stilts Racing and Missing a Nauseo panel. So the mechanics bay are going to be very busy down there as he leans down and picks it up. Dazzle are going to be recovered under the quad. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome into the commentary box Louise Patterson-Rees. Louise, welcome to the commentary box here at Teesside Autodrome. Now, we know that you're out there supporting Joe Patterson in his quest for his to break the record for the most distance covered in 24 hours. He's currently well up on his delta, but obviously breaks are going to start coming in later on. You must just be happy that he's doing it and must be well up, running trouble-free, with the exception of the trip across the gravel at the start of the race thus far.
Yeah, it's an absolute buzz to be here for Joe Racing since he was 8 years old, for us all to be here and obviously to support Dottie. Really, really proud of him. You proud of him, Dottie?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. I was about to say, we'll pass the headset over later, but Dottie's close enough that we can pick her up, which is wonderful. Now, we've put it up on the screen a few times with the QR code as well, with the 24 car following him round. We're getting really, really close to that 5,000 mark, which is the target. Throughout the rest of the race, we'll keep chipping away at that, and hopefully we can get there.
I think it's £112, is it? Until we get the £5,000 target.
You're also running a raffle here
Got
as well.
Raffle, yeah. Grab any of Dottie's journey, and we will get the raffle tickets. Lots of amazing prizes. Also, we've got a Porsche day at Silverstone. They're £5 a ticket, so pop over to us.
I believe you also have some forms,
which
you're going to bring up for me later on, which I will be absolutely honoured to sign as one of the 16 witnesses to Joe's 24-hour attempt.
Yep.
It's an absolute honour to sign that and just to witness this Herculean effort that he is doing. Obviously, it's only going to get harder for him, hence why I think that the team plan is to just
put as many laps on him early while he's fresh and
He's
feeling
doing
it.
good, look.
There we have
There he
him
is.
on the screen. Let's see if we can grab a few words. If you can just turn round ever so slightly to Dottie, though it should be close enough there to pick up. Dottie, hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. So Joe's out there. Every time he comes past, are you giving him a little cheer when he comes in? Are you shouting any encouragement to him?
Yeah.
What if he was in here now? What would you say to him?
I don't know.
Oh, wonderful. So obviously he's coming in about every hour and a half or so. And then I've told him after I've done my constant, I'm going to go down there, and if he's doing well, I'll shout him a cheer, and if not, I'm going to shout a bit more of a cheer at him to get them speed going. But as long as the rain stays off, do you think he can do it and get to 228 laps?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dottie, wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm going to steal the headset back and then throw it on that man over there, because this is the man who, I believe it's your job to make sure that the bit that he's sat on stays in one piece.
Yeah, myself and Daz are trying to do the best job we can to make sure it stays mechanically sound for the 24 hours. It's there, hopefully.
So it's going well. What were your thoughts? Were you watching the stream, or were you on the headset with him at the start on that first lap where, let's face it, the first heavy braking zone didn't quite go to the overall plan?
Yeah, I can't really repeat what he said over the radio. But yeah, I mean it's the 24-hour race, and you can't win it on the first corner. You can only bin it, can't you?
Well, I don't think there was any contact. I think he just went round the outside of somebody to make sure that he'd missed another instant in front of him, but then obviously they had to skirt over the gravel on the outside. So I don't think there was any harm done. Hopefully the car is okay. I know you'd sort of got yourself a nice base setup that he was comfortable with.
Very much so.
To be out there. And looking at the timing, he's 15th overall, which he'd be fourth if he was in the clubman class, and he's running by himself. So certainly the target, I'm guessing, is to put as many laps on him before he starts feeling like this wasn't the best idea he's ever had.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've had all the maths worked out and everything, sort of the A plan, as it were, but with pit stops changing, we pitted him early to get him out of everyone else's pit stop window. So, yeah, we'll just keep him in as much clean air as possible and out of the way of everyone else, so we don't lose as much time in the pit lane. He will have a longer break later on this evening when we have, we'll do a full service on the kart, really, later on this evening. And, yeah, he'll have time to get something to eat and take a break.
Now, in terms of the driver, what do we do in terms of full service with the driver? He's going to be taking on fluids throughout. I was speaking to him yesterday. He says the plan is not to have a big meal. It's just little and often, eat like a rabbit, but at least that way you've got something in you and it's not causing you any undue stress and not taking your body by surprise, I guess.
That's correct. I mean, anybody that's done this race before will fully understand you do not want to be doing this on a full stomach. So when we service the car later on this evening, we'll give him some food. He'll have a good half hour to let that settle on him before he gets back out again. Yeah, we don't want to fill him up. There's nothing worse, is there, going around there on a full stomach.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for taking the time to come in the combox. I'll grab the forms off you later, and that is absolutely
I'm going
wonderful.
down for a pit stop.
Thank you very much. Thank you there to the Joe Patterson's team and Dottie's Journey as well. Tom is back with an update on the 818.
The 818 has been reframed.
Ah, the team backmarker tactic from last year.
Yes. So it all went back together, and then apparently it didn't make a lap. So it's going to have to go back together again, and then head back out, I hope, for them. So comments coming in on the live stream as well, in the live chat. Lots and lots of support for Dottie and Dottie's journey. I'm just going to endeavour to read some of these out as well. Joe Smith is saying, hey Louise and Dottie. Ian Williams has been on, of course, who attempted the world record. Has said, I'm going to donate £25 right now. And a brilliant effort by Joe. Ian unfortunately had to retire hurt last year. He was having, as we described it earlier, top issues. So top rather than bottom. But having top issues. And
I mean, neither are nice.
Oh, no, neither are nice. But
you can recover from them a lot quicker than you can with a broken rib. So anyway, I'm getting off topic here. But Ian has donated £25, and that's got a lot of support in the chat as well. Joe Smith as well saying he's smashing it, he's got this. Ian's been back on and said he's actually now donated the £25, so please keep that coming. Somebody's asking for the link to Dottie's journey. If we could post the QR code back up again, we will do.
Yeah, I will drop it in the live chat as well on the Alpha Live stream, so that's just going in now.
So there'll be a QR code coming up on your screen in a moment. You can point your phone at the screen. There it is. Point your phone at the screen. That'll take you straight through to it, and you can make a donation there for Dottie's journey as well. And a more worthy cause you won't find really.
I was going to say, when you have as well, check out either the Facebook, the Instagram, or the Twitter. You'll find out more about this journey. It's a wonderful but also sad story.
Oh, yes, very much so. And there was a lot of people here this weekend racing for a lot of different reasons. Some of them purely out here for wins. We've got another full course yellow because we've got the 30...
the BRM kart, the 33, because it's an orange chassis.
I think it is the 33.
Yes.
They were currently scored in... I've lost them now. 30th overall. Dropping down the... Well, they were 28th overall. They just lost a couple of places because of this.
Well, they're on the outside. That's the outside of hairpin 4.
But while we're under full course yellow, I'll use this to fill you in. So there are a lot of people out there racing for multiple causes.
So, just looking at that, Tom, those front wheels appear to be pointing in the wrong direction, and that looks like a stub axle is up in the air, so that looks like a track rod failure.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to run you through this because there's a lot of people racing for a lot of charities out there. So what I want you to do is, if you are here and you are trying to raise money for charity or any kind of thing like that, get it up on the comments on the live stream. We will endeavour to give it a shout out as quick as we can and try and raise you some money for that as well. Race for Ruben, we've covered them multiple times over the years. Extremely worthy cause that they're racing for. If you want to know their backstory, please have a look at the grid walk from a couple of years ago, and we can run you through that. But there's lots of people raising lots of money for charity here. It's not just about going racing and essentially out for selfish reasons or out for the overall win and that kind of thing. They're here for a reason, trying to promote the charities that they're raising money for and their causes and the good causes. So please get in touch on the comments and we will endeavour to give them a shout out as well.
We've got another 24-hour solo attempt as well, obviously in Hires. The 24 Hours for Diabetes effort are going solo as well in that one. Some comments coming in the live chat as well. And just picking up, Sutty's just put, how do you track a driver? Well, you do need to be on a laptop rather than on your phone, but if you are, then on the left-hand side you'll see at the top 3 overall are in gold, silver and bronze with a dot next to them. You can then click on 2 additional drivers, and the first one, I think it goes red, then it goes blue for the second one, so that's how you can sort of track a kart and see how they are doing.
Connor White's been on with an update for us. He was just down here. Oh, in fact, he's here. He's waving to us now. So, as we thought, so I got an update from Dan Bugard, who said it had been reframed. So, Connor White has said the chassis snapped, so they've had to rebuild the car onto another chassis using all of the same parts.
Well, we saw last year, didn't we, that Team Backmarker. Now, the parts that you have to take off as a minimum, I believe, is the engines, the rear axle, all of your wheels, all of your side pods. I'm not sure about the steering wheel and the column, but nonetheless, you pretty much have to take your entire kart off one frame and put it on another one. Last year, Backmarker, I think they did it in about 28 minutes, but 28 minutes is pretty much unrecoverable over 24 hours unless somebody else in and around you has some really big issues.
Yeah, Destro's been on and said Century Sim Evolution of raising money for the Lilly Foundation. I've just asked them to to post the link to that. And we are green and racing again. I'm going to try and find where the leaders are on circuit relative to us, because they were nose to tail once again.
Yeah, 0.3
and in fact, they've changed.
Oh yes, Barker.
Rosso Corsa got the jump on Falcus in 43 and have moved through into the lead.
Well, that's the thing. Obviously, we have boards out all around the track, the full course yellow board. Now, if somebody's passed the board and then they turn it round and you see the green board and they don't notice till the next board.
Oh, it can potentially hold you up massively.
Look of the game, though, isn't it?
Generally speaking, if you're in the hires and you can't see a green board, is there's contact down the back straight as they go four wide. They're going to have to sort this one out coming into the Wiggles. There's a higher cut. That's Mason Barker, the leader, gets involved in that one as well. And there we go. Inevitably, somebody goes up and airborne over the top.
Yeah, everybody facing the right way, though, which is always pleasing. It's going to take about 10 carts to come through to clear that dust away.
Adam Willis is now out in the red graphics car. I've just seen him come in front of us.
Yes, he is.
Team Tate have now dropped 55 seconds because of that full course yellow. So they were on the back of that group and have been overtaken by MS Car Shop. I'm going to see if they've been into the pit. They have. They've just come in for their third stop. There's an extra one showing because of an earlier black flag.
TTM2
so
aren't far off the box either, Tom. 1 hour and 8 minutes.
No, they won't be too long.
What you were going to say, I think, and I'll preempt it by saying, if you're in a hire cart, you normally find out it's green when an owner overtakes you.
Yes, that's usually the giveaway, yeah, or a swarm of them. 3 or 4 of them can pass you at once. Oh, right, okay, we're green and racing again, are we now then? That's for the ones who don't have a radio.
Owners are now back nose to tail with no other traffic between them for at least half the back straight. So Falcus is going to close up, but it's whether he's eager enough to get past Mason Barker, knowing that Barker's coming into the pits in around about 5 or 10 minutes or so, or whether he's happy to just sit and wait for an opportunity.
I'm keeping an eye on the other people in higher pro. So Offline Motorsport are in second at the moment, with Omega Racing in third in class. There's around about a lap between them at the moment. I'm just going to wait for Omega to come across the line in a couple of seconds' time and give us a full update of where they are in relation to second place in pro. Of course, your pro leader is leading the race.
Running down towards Rib, Tom.
38 seconds.
Yeah, I was about to say, running down towards Rib, our leaders went either side of a hire cart, and then Josh Falkers closed right up on the brakes on Mason Barker. Now it's where Barker catches this hire cart at the top of the hill, and whether that balks his exit and momentum down the back straight.
I think Falkers was very kind to him there and has probably given him a push.
Yeah. All the way.
Oh, there they go. Oh, I thought they were going through there.
Yeah, Barker's gained a second almost, because he got round the 2 hire carts and Falkers didn't.
There's 3 there now, and Falkers has gone 3 wide into hairpin 2. Comes out of it okay, but has lost some time there because of that. Was that Paul White in race for Ruben just coming through South Bank now, David, that he went 3 wide with?
I will have a little browse.
No, it's not.
No, I think it could have been the receiving
similar
racing.
Helmet. Oh, and we've got one round at hairpin 1 and getting underway again fairly quickly.
Yeah, he put his arm up, which means that he probably had a little bit of help.
So,
cart on screen.
96 is off with a dropped engine by the looks of things.
Yeah, looks like to be restarted. That will be the Veterans Motorsport UK entry.
Okay. They were once involved earlier on in the other incident, weren't they?
Yes.
Out of full course
they
yellow.
were.
I think we're on 9 now.
We are.
9 full course yellows. 4 hours into the race, just coming up on. About 5 more minutes, and then I will hand over to the prodigious talents of Howard Mitchell. Making his commentary return, he's just informed me. We've got a contact warning for the 181 CSM Racing. But yes, Howard making a very welcome return, not just to this commentary box, but to all commentary boxes. So I'll let you, I'll let him fill you in on all of that.
I think the 78's got a contact warning as well. Do me a favour and have a look where TSG are, because I've got a question come in that relates to that kart as well.
To Sagur?
Yes.
To Sagur, I believe. 76th overall.
Because some Hayden Bradley.
75th overall.
Oh, overtaking.
Yes.
Hayden Bradley's been on, just saying, what kart number or team is Bo Sullivan on? Well, he is in that 158 kart for TSG Racing.
He's currently around about 8 seconds a lap quicker than everybody in front of him, up until about 37th place. So we've got contact warning going out for the 181 and the 78. But yes, obviously some problems that have happened for TSG. We aren't aware of what those problems were, but they have dropped way down the order, but currently lapping pretty quickly. Really back up to full race speed now, in and around the clubman pace, where they should be. So we'll be making that up, I'm sure, and get themselves back up onto the tail of the clubman field. They've lost around about 14 laps, I think. Yeah, so they've lost about 14 laps, something in the region of that. That they will endeavour to make some of that up as other people drop by the wayside, but they should quite easily catch up to the Honolulu Racing team that is currently leading Higher Elite and Hires overall. Race for Ruben, by the way, have managed to suddenly close up onto the back of Honolulu. They've taken second overall in Hires. They are over a lap behind Honolulu, but they've taken second overall in Hires. SKA Racing now scored as third in Hires, but in a different class. With Honolulu Racing 1 now in second in class in Hire Pro and fourth overall. So SKA Racing and Honolulu have swapped places. Race for Ruben overtaking them as well. Teesside Tigers now third in Pro and fifth overall in Hires.
And CSM leading club in that class with Maple Motorsport and Boneheads. All three of them fairly evenly matched, 162 in laps for CSM with 161 and 161 as well for Maple and Boneheads. And then who's leading the way in the novice class? They've got dark blue background, but we are going to need a slight scroll down on the timing just to find out who our novice leader is. That's Honolulu Juniors.
Oh, well, they've done well. There must have been a problem for V3 Racing because they were leading early on.
But there's about 10 teams on 160 laps, and 3 of them are in the novice class. There's just a lot of higher club karts between them on track.
Yeah, in fact, that whole group here from 51st all the way down to V3 Racing in 60 seconds, so 11 karts, separated by about 15, 16 seconds.
Our race leader, Tom, is at 1 hour and 14 minutes. So it's got to be about time that they came and gave that kart a splash of juice.
Dazzle is back out and racing again and has been for the last 13 minutes, so they're up and running again, so plenty of time for them to make their way through the field as well. They are currently scored 56 laps down.
Their target really has just got to be if they can get
finish in front of the Hires.
Finish in front of the Hires, yes.
So, okay, what I'm going to do now is I am going to step off the mic. I've done me 4 hours.
Sterling's stint, Tom, including the half an hour before as well, where you were on the microphone as well for that. What I will do while Tom is handing over the reins is just have a look at Joe Patterson's 24-hour attempt.
I should just say I'll be back in 4 hours.
You will.
See you in 4 hours.
See you soon, Tom. Now, Joe needs to do roughly 38, 39 laps per hour. He is currently at 177 laps, although he has just come into the pit lane bang on the top of the hour. The Delta time so far would have him at 155 laps. He is currently at 177. That means he is 22 laps in front of his target. It's roughly around about half an hour or so in terms of rest time. What he is doing there is just building himself up a cushion for later on, in case it rains, in case anything happens with that kart. We know that he's going to have a slightly longer than scheduled break later because they're going to bring that kart in and just give it a bit of a once over and make sure that kart is all okay as we go deeper into this race. Having a quick look at the live chat, James Brown has been on. Big fan of your work on the music scene. Also, we'll have a quick answer of your questions in terms of the colour backgrounds. Yellow, that is the main class. That's our elite runners. I've just seen a kart go straight through the chicane section and remove their Nauseo panel at the same time. In our higher class, they'll be in to the pit lane shortly. I'll try and find a number out. Yellow, there are elite runners. Then we've got the red background. They are our pro runners in the owner class. Then we have black. That's the clubman runners. Then we go into our hires where we have got elite. They're the teams that have either won this race or finished in the top 3 before. That's why there's only a few of them in comparison to some of our other classes. Then we have higher pro. They're your runners that you expect to see right at the front, but maybe have not finished in the top 3 before in our higher class. Then we have more our clubman runners. These are the runners that haven't necessarily had a top 10, but they're still experienced and are used to the runnings and the intricacies of a 24-hour race. And then we have our novice or rookie class for our teams entering this race for the first time. Gives me great pleasure to welcome into the commentary box for his first stint here at the 2022 British 24-hour race, Sir Howard Mitchell, a returning Howard Mitchell after missing last year's event.
Yes, indeed, mate. Missing last year's event. Missing quite a few events, actually, over the last few months. This is my return to a comms box after becoming a dad.
I was about to say, that leads me on to me offering my congratulations to yourself for your hard work in creating life.
Thank you. Thank you. Although I can think of someone, namely my wife, who maybe did a bit more of the work. But no, thank you very much, mate. It's been an interesting, a really, really enjoyable few months. But it's also really good to be back here, to be back at Teesside at this fantastic event. Really enjoying already being back here. So, yeah. Cracking to be back.
And obviously well versed in being up in the early hours of the morning as well now.
Yeah, do you know what? I've got a superpower now that I've never had before. I can sleep at any point, which includes the start of this race, mate. Bit of an odd one for me this year. I suddenly realised that I had the first 4 hours not doing anything, so I went, I think I should go to sleep, even though this is the race start and everyone's awake.
Well, yes, of course. Obviously, the rota has you taking the finish with Andrew.
It does. If anyone's into their, well, not just that, but the enjoyable small hours as well that I'm actually looking forward to because I love the atmosphere.
Well, we've mentioned it on the stream before, but when it gets into the night time and we'll find some weary eyes up there on the bank, sat in a chair, you can nod off to the noise of carts.
Totally.
And then the full course yellow comes out and it goes quiet and you wake up again.
Yes.
Because it's not what you're used to. It's almost like when babies go to sleep with white noise.
Yeah.
And then you turn it off and they wake straight back up again.
Absolutely.
Same thing.
Absolutely. There was a British Universities Karting Championship 24 hours that was held here a few years ago, and there was a red flag. Everybody woke up. Everybody. The whole paddock. I genuinely think that may have had some strategic impact on the race because people were disturbed from their sleep because the noise had ended. Absolutely. So, in fact, that's a good point. I might even record some of this myself to help the baby go to sleep. But was that a pit for the leader?
Race leader has come into the pits at 1 hour and 20 minutes into their stint. They did hold a gap of 2.5 seconds. We do have to wait now around about 20 minutes for MS Soko Select to come in to see how that one sort of plays out. And we always see this, don't we? For one reason or another, be it full course yellows, and we've seen it a number of times.
Rain is coming down.
The two leaders are offset in their pit strategy, and it takes around half an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just hearing as well in my ears that we've got some rain being reported as well.
Yeah.
This is one of those. I mean, I'm not sure if we've covered it.
Oh, I can see it
already.
actually, Andrew. Sorry, Howard. If you look at the trees, you can see it
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
down in lines. Let's quick look at the lap times. They were doing 1:13s roughly going through the traffic, and it's now whether we can what the sort of lap times is.
Now, I don't know if we've covered it much so far, but this is a really long lap for a kart track, and one of the things with that, so you don't often talk about this with regards to weather in karting, but genuinely, it can be that when the rain starts, it's raining at one end of the circuit, but not raining at the other end necessarily, such as the length of the lap here. As I say, not something I'd usually talk about at a karting event, but such as the nature of this track in the full international layout, that can be a factor as well.
Well, yes, from the mountain section at one end down to South Bank at the other.
Exactly.
Is 500 metres maybe? It's a big, long track in terms of length. I mean, what you see here on the screen is the national circuit, and then behind that is what we call the West track, behind the big mountain of trees. Now, whilst Howard was talking through there about that, I just dropped the headset off to have a quick chat. Seb Algieri had been to the commentary box door. We saw him earlier on.
Yes,
dragging the cart back in.
I was going to say, I've heard that he put in a Herculean effort to get that thing back.
Well, he did. From being under it to helping drag it back about a minute later was fantastic. He's just popped the com box door. The adrenaline's starting to wear off now, but he said that he's okay. Which is great. The cart's back out again. It did have problems after it had been back in and had a bit of a rebuild. Looked like the problem at the time was on the second effort was with the front end rather than the rear, because it has had an axle change because that was very, very bent.
Yeah.
They're currently making their way round South Bank at the moment. Henry Trina, I think, who was in the cart when it was recovered for a second time, is back out now for another stint.
Absolutely. Good to see karts back underway again. Just before I came on, a few minutes before, you were talking, I think, about the 818 being back out there. Did have a quick chat with them in the paddock within the last hour. Just watching that. I don't know how much we've covered the issue with doing a chassis switch on that car.
Well, I'm looking at now. The chassis is now red, and it wasn't at the start.
Yes,
which is
that's the clue.
giveaway.
That's the clue. So, yeah, massive efforts that are going on, and we've done a few. We might be able to play the if the race calms down, which races don't generally calm down, particularly this one. But we got a few bits and pieces from around the paddock. We might be able to show you some of that, some of the effort and the operations behind this. The huge, and this is one of the things that I love about this kind of event, David. The stuff on the track is very, very entertaining, but it's a fraction of all of that that's going on back behind the scenes. You know, when one of these karts ends up going behind the wall, as they say, when it has to do that fateful turn left out of the pit lane to go and get some kind of repairs done, or if it's the service window, the teams that spring into action, it's so impressive. The support crews and all of that that's going on.
That's why I don't like being on comms right at the start. I like being down in the pit lane, watching for the watching for the first signs of things not going quite right. The higher carts coming in, which was heavy today. Owners ran fairly trouble-free early doors, but it was getting, sort of watching that sort of thing, and then watching how quickly a lot of these teams repair issues is unreal.
Yeah.
Like the 57 was back out 15 minutes after it had been upside down with the rear axle was bent. It was, it got dragged back in. We've seen Rethink Racing where the brake caliper came off completely.
Yeah.
That was back out 5 or 6 minutes after that got recovered. So, the teams, they put in a great effort. We saw Backmarker last year when they had to rebuild. Dazzle have had to rebuild this year.
Yeah.
One thing that we don't really see in this event is teams going home. They get it fixed, they get back out, they finish their race, they take the checkered flag.
And usually, folks, I get all philosophical about these things, was the darkness has settled, but I'll do it anyway now. That's what I love about this type of racing, is that will to keep on going. And not too long ago, you and Tom were covering some of the charitable efforts that are here, and it's a legitimate challenge to do, but no question about it, because of how much you have to have that will to keep going, and it's highly, highly impressive. Every single team with a story to tell.
Yeah, just a quick one, Howard. Our higher club leader, CSM, I've just seen them come into the pit lane. Caitlin Frame was at the wheel at the time. We'll see whether she double stints that one or hands it over, but currently leading the higher club class 40th overall with a gap of around about a lap to Maple Motorsport, so that will naturally tighten up when they come in, but Maple are due a pit stop as well. They're currently at an hour 15. So CSM running a much shorter stint at an hour and 6, but potentially all of their runners, this is their first 24-hour race. They've elected to go into clubman, not novice, but still maybe just going down that side of caution and just keeping the drivers fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long way, a statement of the obvious, I know, but there's a long, long way to go in this. And, you know, getting yourself into that mentality, keeping your drivers fresh. You do not want to be running out of steam in the early hours of the morning or something like that. So I think sensible play there.
Particularly when you only have an average age of 15 and a half years old.
Yeah.
For your team's drivers in that car, aged between 14 and 17 years old, with an average age of 15.52, if you want to get down into the decimals. But yeah, maybe that's their idea, is to keep them young, fresh and quick throughout the entire race.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Someone just came on comms. We were talking about Rossa Corsa making a pit. They're in 4th place now overall, and you said it must be about 10 to 15 minutes now until Soco Select would owe us a pit stop on rotation, I believe. So that's the story towards the front. Omega Racing pitting from 3rd within the pro class of owners.
So we are 4 hours and 15 minutes in with what looks on the screen a comfortable lead at the moment for MS Soco Select at 55 seconds. However, MS Car Shop and Team Tate have been in, although Car Shop are due a pit stop. Team Tate have been in recently, as has Rossa Corsa. They're the most recent into the pits, around about 5 or 6 minutes ago. Tates are at 20, so we're expecting Soco Select and Car Shop to come into the pits. Then that should really sort things out. Now we know round here the normal lap time is around about 1:13. They can do quicker, but with the traffic it does tend to slow it down ever so slightly. Pit stops in general, all going well and without any issues down there, at around about 30 seconds onto your lap time. So you do need about a lap and a quarter in the bank, and at the moment the top 4 are on the same lap with Rossa Corsa, the last one into the pits.
Yes, indeed. There you go. I've just updated that now is more or less there. It's kind of, yeah. That's fine. I'll tell you later. We're having all sorts of gremlin. Well, a gremlin in the box. Yeah. So plenty of stuff. The observation I have of the last hour as well, David. Is there's a little bit of contact there between the 113 of Red Graphics and the 529 in Hires as they went into hairpin number 2. That being, as I'm slowly trying to learn all of these teams, I reckon I'll have it done by the end of the whole 24 hours. Or I need my eyes tested, because this is where you tell me we don't have a 529. We don't have a 529. But it's 629. It was the Garage 29 graphics.
BTM33 are doing our camera there no favours at all by putting his pitboard right in front of our camera.
At least we can tell you they're going to box. They're going to box.
Yeah, BTM are going to pit. They have pitted now, so at least he's moved his pitboard.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
But observation the last few hours, there's an old adage in endurance racing, which is that safety cars breed safety cars, or full course yellows breed full course yellows. We do seem to have had quite a succession of them. I think it feels now like we've got back underway into a rhythm.
We've gone fairly trouble-free, haven't we, for the last half an hour or so?
The last half hour, but before that it was quite a frenetic sequence of them, and it's it really does, I think, prove true that it's sort of FC-wise breed FC-wise, because that psychology of sort of going around, waiting for it to go back to green, hyper alert. I think I heard you both talking about when different people see the board around the track. Your eyes are out on 10 hooks going, well, don't be caught off guard when it does go back to green. So, and again, the size of the circuit means that you don't necessarily know what the story is.
No, and it's not like LMP or endurance racing where it's on your steering wheel right in front of you. There's no flags coming up on the steering wheel or anything like that. You've got a board over the start line with a digi flag. You've got a board near the paddock corner, one down at Rib, one at Mountain, and then 3 additional ones when you get back onto the national circuit. So 7 boards or so, and in some places the best part of 150 metres between marshals posts, because there's only one corner between them. It's not necessary to have another one. So it does take a little bit of a while sometimes. If you've seen the one and then somebody else hasn't, the first time you know it's green is when you get overtaken.
And you can expect that to be multiplied as well once darkness falls later on as well, because then it's about the lights. It's like, oh, has it gone out? Yeah, it's gone out. Go.
It benefits them teams that are on the radio, and if there's somebody right there looking at the flag and they see a board change and they give the go-ahead to their driver to pin it, that really is a benefit to them. They have to be on the radio. Now, what there is a lot of the time here is certainly a little bit down the back straight behind the trees. There is a little bit of a radio black spot for some of the teams, depending on what frequency they're on, because there is a big hill to the left on our screen, right if you're in the seat. From where these drivers are, if they've gone around the mountain section, there is a big hill that's the best part of, I'd say, 20 metres high, when certainly if you're at the top of one of the trees that's on it.
Yeah, totally. It's you know what? I'm going to save some of these points till the darkness, because it'll all come in there.
Yeah, you don't want to go early with all the facts and trivia and have nothing left.
Well, this is what happens when I've been out for 2 years. I've got to get it all in. No, it's a long way to go. Yeah, of course. Few pit stops happening. You got Maple Motorsport in the pits at the moment.
There's been 1 or 2 that you'll notice. It looks like they've been out for 4.5 hours. They haven't. They're just not picking up on the way into the pit lane.
Well, okay.
Race for Ruben earlier had done a massive stint of 4 hours without a pit stop. So unless their driver's drunk fuel and he's just,
Okay, when you said maybe don't trust that column, I understand what you mean.
Yeah, some of it's a little bit off compared to where it should be. Most of the front runners are there or thereabouts.
Definitely.
But there is a couple of karts. I think Receding Racing is showing us 4 hours on track as well, that aren't picking up past the timing loop on the way in. Race for Ruben being the other one.
Absolutely. So, where are we at on the pace of the field as well?
Well, that rain didn't last too long, didn't it?
No.
It's added about a second to lap time, so there must be some slippage somewhere. Normally, if it's down on the national circuit, it's down at hairpin 3, where there's a lot of drifting and it's a single strip of tarmac all the way around there. It does not dry as quick. Hairpin 4, there's 2 different types of tarmac, and at least one of the lines dries quicker.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we did have a report, I think, from the Marshalls Post down at Rib that's where the rain was coming in from that direction. That was where it was getting wet first. Down there where this gravel is on the outside at the infamous Rib bend here, as you see them bouncing their way in on the brakes.
Absolutely, as we've got cars exiting the pit lane as well and out onto the circuit. But yes, Rib bend, where everyone's trying to thread the needle perfectly so that they minimise the bumps through there. And that's not just about wear and tear on the driver of the car, of course, it's very much about wear and tear on the kart. Such a high speed, I mean, you sort of think of it as, when you look at it on a map, it's, that's one of the first major breaks. It's such a fast corner.
In Hires, the front runners probably aren't braking.
Exactly.
They're hitting the bump, lifting off, turn it in, using the front to scrub the speed off rather than using the brakes.
Yes.
And then once you're in, you just plant the throttle and go. Now, that's why we see, particularly in the hours of darkness, a lot of owner karts going off down at Rib.
Yes.
If they come down that hill and cross in front of a hire kart straight in front, they need to brake and the hire kart doesn't.
Yes.
And if they brake in front of a hire kart, the hire's got nowhere to go and they're just pinballed straight forwards into the gravel.
Absolutely, absolutely. I always found as well that that's one of the corners, whenever I've been involved in a 24-hour run here, that's one of the corners where you really can feel the evolution of the kart. You know, if you've been out the kart for a few hours and you get back in, that's a corner where it's like, oh, hello, it's developed that characteristic now, has it? You know, obviously with the tyre wear and all sorts going on, that's where I often felt you could really tell it, because as you say, you're right, you are pushing the limit effectively. And yeah, as you say, you don't, if everything's hooked up nicely in the high karts, you don't even have to brake into rib bend.
Just having a quick look at the live chat. Motorsport Magpie's been on saying qualifying spoilers or not. Well, what has actually happened here on this on the laptop we're using, Howard, is a WhatsApp message has just popped up in the bottom corner telling me a very interesting Hamilton and Verstappen fact. Now, I don't know if you want spoilers, and I imagine half of the paddock won't either. Occasionally, sometimes I'm just like, I'm not too fussed. So
I'm gonna let's err on the side of caution, lest we get a lot of angry punters.
But you know, check out BBC Sports, Sky Sports F1, all of that. You know, there's something very interesting has gone on in the top 6 in qualifying in F1.
Well, you know what? I'm going to call the bluff. It was Rossa Corsa who got pole, and it was there's your quali spoiler. No.
So just having a quick dip in them. We've obviously covered James Brown in the background. Colours on that one. Dan Orchard, Sigmund Goodchip's biggest supporter, 4-year-old Dottie. Have a big shout out. Yes, you can. Another shout out, I believe, to the Rain, which has made another appearance here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, big up the Rain. That's good.
And having a quick look as well. Vicky Caron once again watching the 44 MS DCLR kart. Jensen Barker, he's saying, come on Mason. Well, that's his brother. He is currently in the, or certainly was earlier, in the TTM2 Rosso Corsa machine. Going to see whether he is still out there on that one. So I'm going to get up and have a look and let Howard do some more talking.
Yeah, no worries. Just on that MSDLCR team, how are they getting on? They are running in 18th spot overall at the moment in that Clubman class. Which puts them just inside of the top 5 within that subclass. So a good run there by the number 44.
So Tom's just run back into the commentary box and gone, James Brown, does he feel good? And I wasn't expecting to see him for another 4 hours, so...
That's true, actually. What's he doing awake still? No,
he's off for a lie down. I hope he doesn't lie down with the big bag of crisps he's got in his hand, or they'll be all over his chest.
And pork scratchings.
Yeah, pork scratchings, apparently.
I like the way that the 2 updates I've had in my ears so far have been rain and
pork scratchings.
I love this.
They're the 2 cornerstones of Middlesbrough.
200 laps now, Howard, and you can actually see the rain coming down on the screen. MS Soko Select, your race leader with a gap of 59 seconds, have come into the pit lane. And what that will help them with is the pace now being a lot slower. Means that those that are out on track with this slower pace means they're going to not lose as much time in the pit lane, where even if it's raining, the time in the pits is still the same. You don't go any slower through the pit lane as the slippy surface sign comes out on the overhead gantry in front of the commentary box. I'm not sure who the contact warning is that's just been handed out over start finish, unless it's the 303 of 303 Racing picking up a warning over start finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just keeping an eye on, I have to say, just looking out the window, that reference of what can you see against the street, it doesn't look too heavy, at least at the South Bank end of the circuit, and I'm not seeing, I was just having a look at the lap times, David, to see if that proves so for Soko Select that they do gain. The lap times are still coming in the 1:14s at the moment, so it's not having a massively detrimental impact on the pace thus far.
No, MS Soko Selector back out. Looks like Josh Folkus is going to double stack the 43. He's making his way out onto the back straight. And we will expect to see Team Tate Motorsport come through in around about 10 seconds time or so, I think, to potentially move into the lead of this race here. We'll try and keep an eye out. You keep an eye out on the top left-hand corner of the screen if you're watching at home to see whether there's any change. On screen, at the very least, that is your owner leader MS SoCo Select.
They've retained it. They've just crossed the line, so they've retained that lead through that pit stop cycle, as far as I can tell, David.
They have. With the lap times appear. Oh, we've got driver off right in front of the commentary box.
529.
HWR Racing. He's taken the tyre wall with him as well. And that normally over there, that happens when it's wet. Although it looks like I don't know whether he's gone wide round the outside of a hire cart or not.
Some issue there as well for the 92, who's just had to be recovered onto it.
Yeah, I think that's Stultz Racing. It looked like an engine drop there at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, one of our novice teams, as the tyres in front of the comps position are brought back to their original positions after the 529's little excursion.
And them tyres aren't light on their own. The Marshall's just dragged 6 back in one cluster.
Not the first time I'm impressed by the track officials getting on to dealing with these issues nice and quickly. As Team JDM, the number 22, has just emerged back out onto circuit.
The 92 has stopped again, Howard, on the back straight where the cut through is. He's got out the cart. He's in safety over there because he's behind the barriers by a good 20 metres, but he's trying to start that cart. Now, he could potentially get it back on one engine, but it will be very, very slow and potentially dangerous. We might be into double figures here on the full course yellows if they can't get that engine going.
We might be. This is on the cut through between the end of the Bob Pope straight and the back straight, basically out of hairpin 2. And I have to say, I don't know how long he's been in the cart, but when you get out the cart and try and pull the ripcord on one of these engines, you can very quickly realise how tired you are when you try and do anything other than driving the car.
Well, I think that's what he had, 1 or 2 pulls and just went, this isn't working for me.
Yeah.
I think that one might get radioed in here.
Interesting though, this suggests he's lost both engines. Presumably, because if it was on one, you'd usually try and pilot it back to the pits.
Yeah, I think so, and I think the instruction has just been here. If you've got one, let's see if we can get it back without a full course yellow.
Yep.
And they're going to cover it post to post by local yellows. Now, if he is rejoining, as long as he puts his arm in the air and lets everybody know, then that should be a good one. And if he stays offline, that'd be even better.
Yeah, as he's underway again now, then is the 92 of Stilts Racing. On screen here, the 133 of Rossa Corsa.
They have moved into second place overall in front of Team Tate.
They have indeed,
albeit with a gap of that's still fairly tight, isn't it, at 1.3 seconds. Mason Barker's still then at the wheel of that 133, despite it having been through the pit lane, so that's a double stint for Barker. And, certainly something a tactic we see employed quite a lot in the early phases of this race is double stinting drivers. Now we see it again later on, but through the night we see that into a much more regular rotation. We don't often see double stints in the night, but one thing we have seen this year, a lot more teams, I think, electing to go with 5 drivers rather than 4, and I think that potentially gives them a bit more to play with on a strategic side of things, and hence why I think we'll see a lot of drivers that will do they'll do a double, then they'll miss a double, and I think we'll see them back in at around 5:30ish, maybe putting in another double stint after that.
Yeah. I shall pose the question of the day of you. Why would that be that they go for the doubles more during the day than during the night? Is that a focus thing, a logistics of the sleep, or?
I think possibly so. We certainly see what we often see is we see drivers only race in the daytime.
Yeah.
You know, and they sort of like the 2 of them do the first stints, and then they have got drivers that go out at night time and just do the night stints, and then we see other drivers then come back in the daytime and finish the job off.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's part of again, it's the way that the race evolves. It's the way that this isn't a 20-minute sprint race. This is the 24 hours, and it's the way that you approach different phases of the race is crucially important. Crucially important. MS Soko Select then leading by the 6.3 seconds from Rossa Corsa in the 133. Team Tate Motorsport in third in that 318. Just a couple of seconds back, and that is a kart off in the gravel. That's the 213.
Core blimey. They've had plenty of issues so far.
Yeah, indeed. This is one of the Core Blimey karts. That's on the exit of Rib Bend.
The issue they might have there is getting that up. I was about to say getting that up the hill with the driver in it, but it seems to have worked okay. Because the gravel does run out onto a bit of soil there before the gravel reappears. So, wasn't sure they'd be able to get it up. I thought the front end might catch that, but they did get it up and out of the way and back on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. And as David alluded to earlier, I wager we'll see a few more of those as the race develops later on. As tyres start to wear and as braking conditions change for the various different classes as well.
Well, remember with these hire karts, they only get a new set of fronts later on.
We are at the bottom of the hour. Are we due a hire kart or an owner one this hour?
We're going with owners this time.
Going with owners. I sort of preemptively did it a few months ago, didn't I? MS Soko Select lead by just shy of 7 seconds from Rossa Corsa in the 133. Team Tate Motorsport's 318 kart is just a couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds back from them now. I should mention, by the way, Rossa Corsa, the highest placed of your pro class within the owner category. Red Graphics are there in fourth. They're 21 seconds back from TTM in the 113, and then it's the number 11 of MS Car Shop, another elite class car there in fifth place. MS JSR is next. They're 17 seconds back from the MS Car Shop kart, and then you need to go just over a second back. I love how close this is after 4.5 hours of racing. Just a few more just a second back to Offline Motorsport, 7th overall, second of the pro subclass runners. MS Lucas Racing are a further 9 seconds back, and then our first significant gap of a lap back to the number 8 of GrabX Pro in 9th place. But if you thought, it's a lap gap, there's, what have they got to entertain themselves? Well, 2 tenths behind them last time around was Omega Racing to round out the top 10. So even those who were not on the lead lap have plenty to occupy themselves with. Nexus Sport are then 39 seconds back in 11th place with number 17. JDM, recently out the pits in the number 22, are running there in 12th as it currently stands, some 8 seconds further back from the Nexus kart. The 88 GrabX Racing kart is then 15 seconds back in 13th place overall. And excuse me, I should mention this JDM, GrabX Racing and 303 Racing, those are the top 3 in the Clubland subclass as well, so that one's nice and close. Then it's a lap back to DWS Racing, the number 58 in 15th place overall, and then it's 24 seconds back to the 881 of Blue Speed Racing in 16th place. Both of those last 2 karts were pro subclass. 2 more seconds back then, a whole 2 seconds after 4.5 hours of racing, to the number 10 of X Racing in 17th place. The number 44 of MSDLCR is just 4 seconds behind them in 18th place. And then it's another lap back to the 959 of SMJC. 13 seconds back then to Joe Patterson in that world record attempt in the number 24. Another lap back is another GrabX kart, the GrabX Motorsport kart, the number 36 in 21st. MS Scorchio, a further 14 seconds back from them in 22nd place. 28 seconds behind them are Harry's Hot Wheels. They've pitted within the last 10 minutes as well in the last couple of minutes, last 10 minutes, excuse me, for that number 94 car. 3 seconds behind them are the A66, one of our class winners from last year, the A66 squad there in 24th. Then it's Red 7, number 213 in 25th place. And they're in a decent battle at the moment with the 61 of Alessia, less than a second between them last time across the line. A further lap back to the number 81 of Team VPR, and then it's another lap back to Rethink Racing 2, the 104. Mad Motorsport, the number 40 is just making a pit stop now from 29th place in the race, and then that's going to put them a little bit further back towards Reckless Racing in 30th place. and then it's Rethink Racing 1, the 103 in 31st. That completes the main pack of the owner karts. Slightly further down the order, Prime 57, they're in 37th place overall, so they're working their way up through the hire kart ranks. They've just got the top 5 in hire karts to get past before they'll be part of the main owner class. TSG Karting, the 158, they've had a few trials and tribulations there, though they've just got up into 58th place overall. BRM Racing, number 33, are 70th in the motor race. Team HWR, the 529, having that dramatic impact with the tyres right in front of our comms position around about 10-15 minutes ago. They're 82nd, but still in the pit with all that was going on there. And 818, the car that's had a chassis change, all sorts of dramas before their race, but credit to them, they're going out there and having some fun. The 818 of Dazzle Racing. That's how they stand with just under 19.5 hours to go in the 2022 running of the British 24 Hours of Karting here at Teesside.
Howard, thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to just hand over your headset. I'm going to do a couple of shout-outs from the live chat, and then I've got somebody in to speak to here in the commentary box. Philip Clark's been on, saying that him and Stanley are watching Red 77, Rosso Mira's outfit. Alpha Live have also been on, just saying we were not too far away from 5,000 followers on Instagram, so have a quick look as well at Alpha Live on Instagram. We're just having a quick, other people are just having a quick discussion amongst themselves, which is great. Jamie Crees, who's been here before racing in the 24 hour, just saying that you'll see a lot of doubles with some teams as they'll pair drivers up depending on weights, there's less lead changes, that sort of thing. One person that will be able to talk to me about that sort of tactics is the man who's just joined me in the commentary box. What we will talk about first is his escapade earlier on. Seb Algieri, thank you very much for joining us. Great to see that you're okay after what was, we'll say, quite a big one on the way through the chicanes towards hairpin 1. Sorry, sir. No, you were muted. Sorry, mate. Now, so yeah.
There we go.
So you obviously had quite a big one coming through the chicanes towards hairpin 1.
Yeah. I think I got quite lucky with that. I've rolled over pretty softly, landed on my back. Even the helmet's come out with only a small scratch, which is probably the highlight for me. But
so I'm assuming that it wasn't just you involved in that.
No.
Generally, when you see issues there, it's where too many carts try to go in too tight a place.
Yeah, we were following through on a hire with Steve Tomo in front of us in the Blue Speed machine, and through the middle the hire's let up a bit. He's taken avoiding action left, lost it on the curb. I had to go right, and there wasn't quite enough space for me.
Just a quick one, Seb, before we come back to you. The 201 Full Throttle Racing, they're about to come into the pit lane because they've got a left rear puncture. They're going all the way around the outside of South Bank at a bit more of an angle to what it should be round South Bank. Seb, now, we're obviously talking about drivers stinting, that sort of thing on weight. When you're planning your race out, which generally, is it done during the week, or do you just see where you quali and then go with it? And then further into that, do you start pairing drivers up based on ability, weight, or is it a mix of everything?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it varies per team. Some of the more experienced boys that have been doing this nearly over a decade will have their plans done in their brain. They wouldn't even have to chat about it. But as far as weight goes, yeah, pairing up, or even more if you've got 3 drivers on the same weight, back-to-back them, and it's worth a lot in the stops.
So obviously we saw your kart go back out. Henry was in it, he'd only done about 20 minutes. It wasn't worth changing driver again. He's gone back out for another one. The second issue, what was that?
I think when I've gone over, the steering wheel's hit the floor a bit hard, and at the bottom of the column there's a small bearing that keeps it free. Unfortunately, that looks like it's popped out. Henry's gone out, bottom of the steering column wasn't in, and he's weaving all over the place trying to hold on to it.
So he's back out there now, seems to be good. Just a quick one, the race leader, the 43, facing the wrong way at hairpin number 1. They only had a gap of 6 seconds, and Team Tate Motorsport are through, which also means that TTM2 Rossa Corsa are going to be come through. Our race leader, facing the wrong way at hairpin 1. The confirmation will happen on the screen in about 20 seconds' time, but there will be a change for the lead here with 19 and 20 minutes to go. Seb, thank you for joining me. I'll ask you to hand the headset back to Howard because this one is going to get very, very interesting very, very quickly.
Yes, indeed, David. Great to hear from Seb there after his fantastic effort getting his car back to the pits. But as you say, drama out on the track. A moment for the 43, which has handed the lead of the race back to Rossa. It was just obscured perfectly by one of the pillars of the comms box here. Did you actually see what led to the spin?
No,
for
but
that 43?
given how close they were and facing the wrong way to the tyres, I can only imagine, as we've got another bit of an off down there, Dazzle and Harry's Hot Wheels have tried to have an argument with a hire car, and that never goes well. And we've got a couple more hire cars. Is it rain? Is it rain or
surely
is it?
It must be. Or there's some detritus on the track, isn't there, from the grass?
Yeah.
The 777's gone off in sympathy.
Yeah.
And is now back up under running as 2. I'm going to double check that on the laptop.
There is that one where everybody comes through and then one person hits the brakes too hard and then everybody else does the same thing.
There is that, and it's easy to do. The wiggles, it looks so simple, right? Keep it flat out and then hit your brakes for the hairpin. But you'd be surprised if you're following, as it looks like the number 66 of A66 are going to go into the pits. But it's really easy, as you say, to go off in sympathy. I always find as well, if you're coming to the end of the straight there, going into the wiggles, if you're in a train of cars, if you're by yourself, hitting that first apex of the wiggles, no problem. You do your little slalom through, job's good. If you're at the back of a train of several cars, that's unsighted. And it's so easy to suddenly launch yourself like you're auditioning for the Dukes of Hazzard off of one of the curbs through the wiggles. And it can, and all sorts of things. And yes, coming out of the wiggles as well and going into the braking point. Particularly if you've got an owner kart trying to come down your inside, it's a very small distance once you've got out of the single file wiggles. It's almost like the old was it turn 8 at Singapore, where it forces them into single file, and then if you do want to execute a pass, it's like, right, I better pull to the inside then quickly and nail my braking point. So it's all quite. It can happen really quickly, and it can come unstuck surprisingly quickly into that first hairpin.
That Singapore, but that was where they had that tight left chicane, wasn't it?
Indeed, yeah.
Was it Raikkonen that year just launched off it and just... There was definitely
think it
something...
was, yeah,
and that's
yeah,
very
yeah.
similar to the chicanes here. It forces you into a single file,
Yeah.
which is why Tom and I took some hire carts out on Thursday just to get a bit of a feeling for the track. And that's why, for me, in a hire cart, you go wide out the mountain section, but then you get to the inside as early as you possibly can. You don't want to be on the outside heading down towards the chicanes, because if there's nowhere for you to get back in, the only place to go is the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw the number 43 again. So clearly, nothing too bad there. Did you say it was Falcus in the car?
It is, yeah. Double stinting, having seen Connor, I think we had Charlie Bingham in it before that. Now, that car was so close to the tyre wall on the inside of hairpin 1 that it's either been hit by something and turned round or had the door closed on it as he was trying to go down the inside.
And for my money, you can really see on the camera shot that we've got here down at Ridge Bend that to me looks like the rain is more significant, at least at that end of the... No, you can see it out of the comms box window as well. So I think this is the interesting bit. Who is on for a pit stop due one anyway could benefit a little bit, because I think this time, David, you are going to see a meaningful drop-off in the pace around the lap.
Yeah, 113, it's already down to 114, and the wetter it gets, the slower they will go.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got VCs if you want, Howard, the ones that you recorded.
So, whilst we're keeping an eye on some of the action at the moment in the rain, I'm not sure I've ever crossed to myself.
No,
we're going to pretend.
Well, no, I'll cue it in by saying you did say that you hadn't.
I'll tell you what,
you'd had a
David,
snooze.
I'm going to go and run really quickly out the box just now.
Oh, wonderful. Well, you did say that you'd had a snooze, so I thought you just turned up here bang on 4 o'clock for your stint, but it turns out that you had done some work, so it's over. So Howard Mitchell.
Just thought we'd take you down and show you a little bit about what happens beyond the pit lane here. Obviously, you're hearing about karts that go behind the wall, go down to the paddock. Let's just take a little look at where everything is going on here at the circuit. So, obviously, you've got the pit lane here where they're doing the weighbridge and the fueling. You've seen that aplenty on the stream already. And then they'll come round, as we try not to get in the way of the drivers.
the carts will come round. Here's the 555 of the renowned Vankels just doing one of their stops. And they'll come round the corner. You'll see the drivers have to push the cart round to the starting area. And then when they're beyond the cones, they can get the engine going, do their driver change and get on with the race. What happens if your race isn't perhaps going as planned, if you have to come down on the pit lane? So back here we start to get to all of our awnings. So here's some of the MS. We've got the MS Lucas squad's awning here, and if you're in the owner class, this is where your kart is going to come, and all of the respective teams in that owners class have their awnings set up in the paddock. So that's where the karts will come, and they'll get them fixed up off their own back. If you're in the higher karts class, then this is the place where, aside from in a service window, you don't want to end up, because that's where the Teesside staff are going to start fixing your kart. Well, I suppose if you've got a problem, you definitely want to end up there, because that's the quickest way you're going to get it fixed. But this is where the teams are going to be losing time over the course of this race. They'll come in, there's an opening in the fence there, so the pit lane's carried on around there. And what you hope doesn't happen for the sake of your race is that you have to hook a left down through here and end up on one of the ramps where your kart will get seen to. There's an example of a kart now getting the 57, I think that was. So there's an owner kart, and there's a member of the team who's very frantically going to assist with the repairs. So that's the story if you're in owners. These ramps are the story if you're in the higher karts. And that's the basics of how the repairs are going. And as you come down through the paddock area, you start to see all of the various awnings that the teams have set up, all the operations that you've got back here. This is the bit, we're cheating slightly, this is the bit that you can't always see because we can't always get the range on the camera, but we've tweaked it just for you so that you can, as the quad bikes just head back out, having recovered that kart to that paddock area. So general
minute and a half remaining
of karts around about this bit of the paddock. And this is what it's all about, or not what it's all about, it is of course what's happening out on the track, but the support crew that you've got behind you. And I'm sure you've all seen plenty of awnings before, but this goes back a heck of a long way. It goes round the corner. There you've got the awnings for for certain teams up in the car park there, where you just saw the 57 kart being taken. So hopefully that gives you a sense. I mean, I could walk for another 2 or 3 minutes pointing out the various awnings we've got. In fact, let's just take a bit of a walk down, see what we've got. So we've got the GrabX Racing Squad. Their operation is down here. And prime example of an owner
30 seconds.
Squad. They've got all the stuff set up in there, ready to go.
We're going to come out to someone that's off at the mountain if they don't get recovered.
Another minute and a half and you maybe just get to the end of it. So plenty of stuff going on down
20 seconds.
in the paddock, off the track as well. And that's the key thing about this format of racing. It's not just about what's happening
10 seconds left.
circuit, but if people's races start to become unstuck,
5,
how's it going to
4,
play out when they go behind?
3,
So hopefully that's given you
2,
some insight into
1.
The British 24 Hours of Karting.
Heavy rain now here, Howard. We've seen second place TTM have a spin down at the first hairpin. I think we might even have a kart at the mountain section that was needing recovery. That's a potential FCY, but if they've managed to get that sorted, then fantastic, because that means we keep the karts going. But the pace has dropped considerably down to the 127 region now. Just having a quick look on the live chat. People just asking how long till it gets dark. Well, roughly the lights will come on at about 9 o'clock, but without them you could probably make it till around about 1:30, as we've seen a lot of karts here now, Howard, going off at hairpin 1. This is the heaviest braking zone really on the track. Even in the wet, you're going to go flat out down most of the back straight. So it's going to start getting wet and very, very slippy in there.
And a car off wide at South Bank of all places as well. I think trying to do a sort of wet line round there or something. They went very high, but they actually skimmed the grass. And they'll not want to repeat that motion too many more times. I might just clock who that was, because that was a very heart-in-the-mouth moment for them. But yeah, definitely a challenge at the moment, this damper Teesside circuit. It was the 969 who did their excursion onto the grass and kept it going, to be fair. Do you know what? In many ways, that might class as a save of the race so far there for the Cheshire Cheeses. But they won't want to repeat that if they can at all help it.
No. Other comments coming in, questions as well. Adam Preston's been on just saying, keep pushing TSG karting from all the guys at NRG Sim Racing. Joshua Owen as well, just asking how much fuel do they use? Well, during Howard's interview, I did a little bit of a calculation. Approximately in the owner class particularly, they've got a 7.5 litre fuel tank. We've got a full course yellow, not sure why. Prime Racing is the reason. They've stopped on the outside of hairpin number 2.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out as to whether we can find out exactly what the issue with that is. We'll find out in a moment. So yeah, I had a quick thing. 18 pit stops mainly, 7.5 litres per pit stop. So that's going to be around about 135 litres per kart that they're going to go through.
What does that take us up to now on the FC wise? Is that
that is 10.
That's 10,
we are
isn't
at
it?
double figures. Although I think Prime have caused about 30% of those.
Yeah, being loaded onto the quad bike trailer now.
The way that front right sat, having been put on top of a cart on a trailer, leads me to think it's track rod related.
I'll say this. I've been in the unfortunate position of having to be on that trailer behind the quad bike. It's a funny old sensation once you you've been just, so close to the ground for a long time. That's the thing to always bear in mind when people talk about speeds of go-karts. You're so close to the ground. And then all of a sudden there's...
It's like carpool karaoke, isn't it? Where he's definitely not driving it. He's in the air in a car. Now, that is coming back in on the back of the quad. That is definitely a track rod, because that front left should not be turning that much.
No, absolutely not. So, drama for them. Several teams choosing to go into the pit lane at this time. Red Graphics, the 113, have pitted from third place, as have TTM, the Team Tape Motorsport car there. MSJSR as well. Yeah, that is early, isn't it?
Early.
So is that them trying to capitalise on the slow pace? This is the number 66 in higher
A66 higher entry. So this is the fuel bay. As the camera pan round there, you'll have seen them coming over the weighbridge. That's where they turn the engines off. Then it's in for fuel, and then they get pushed through as we're back green and racing again here.
See how heavy the rain is now in the pit lane, David. And this is do you know what? This is a difficult call. There are a number of uncomfortable things in this world. One of them is driving in the wet with no rain suit on if it really starts to bucket down.
You can tell the drivers that have only just got in.
You can, but in and of itself, that's an interesting call, because if it then starts to get really hot, I mean, this is quite a humid day, even though we've had some rain, we've got general cloud cover. That can have an impact too if you make, you might be laughing during the rain, but you might be seriously overheating towards the end of your stint. So yeah, interesting times to make calls for these long stints. As we look at the rain on our screens here, coming down at Rib Bend as the number 19 rejoins the race after one of their pit stops, that being the Newmarket Buzzing Hornets.
Yeah, I had an update from Tom in our commentary update group. 4 minutes apart. The first one was raining, the second one was raining hard.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, well, someone's got to do it, Tom. Someone's got to do that job. As challenging conditions here at the moment. I know we've got a particularly warm position here in the comms box, but even out there, it's still quite muggy. It's not, it's not raining and cold. It's not umbrella and coat weather. It's umbrella, t-shirt and shorts weather out there at the moment. Rossa Corsa lead by 14 seconds as if we haven't mentioned it already, we've gone back into our green conditions now, haven't we? So people are underway again.
the red graphics kart that came in, who are now in 3rd place. Just have a quick look out to see who's in that kart at the moment. They might have had a driver change.
And have TTM been in for a bit of an undue length of time there, I think, David? They seem to have dropped down quite a way there, so I fear this may be drama for the number 318 of TTM.
Yeah, I'll see if we can get an update on the team tape. They're probably the nearest awning to us, actually. I'm not running out there because, as one of the questions said, David, what have you done to your leg? I hurt it. Doing silly things in silly places.
Yes. It's quite...
And as I was rightfully reminded by my wife, I'm not as young as I used to be.
Yes. Oh, yes. Well, it's life's experiences, aren't they? Rain continuing to fall here. The lap times now, David, down into the mid 130s. So the 137 that's just been put in by our race leader there. Just for reference, again, fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:12.1. So
25, 26 seconds. Mechanical flag is coming out.
It is
the 999.
The 999.
That's hires.
It is. It is one of our hires.
Straight through crew.
Yeah, one of our our higher pros, currently running in 73rd place, but with a mechanical about to be shown, as you say, the meatball flag, and we've got a kart stuck in between hairpins 3 and 4 as well, David.
Yeah.
As it's now getting underway again, but trundling around very slowly. So we're going to try and clock who this is as they come back, well, presumably to the pit lane, unless they're being extremely generous and giving way as they get back up to speed. It is that which is the 999. So it is the straight through crew. So I think that the mechanical flag probably not needed there. I think they've got the message as the rain hit. Oh, we've got several higher karts off at hairpin 1. The 119 was one of them, I believe.
I was about to say to you, Howard, there's a few off behind the pillar.
I've got to stop standing here. This is perfectly obscuring that. As I was reporting on the straight through crew, is that the driver warning flag as well being prepared down here in front of us?
Could be
that the 113?
It is. It's not shown on the digi flag, but definitely shown over start finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is driving standards flag is what I should be calling it, being shown to the 113 of Call Blimey Racing.
You get that for two reasons: excessive use of the curbs, primarily on the exit of the D chicane, and excessive use of your front bumper into somebody else's rear bumper.
Yes, absolutely. So that's going to be one for them to watch. Team Tape Motorsport still in the pits, David. There is definitely something afoot with their race. As can I see there a spin? Is that the A66 higher entry that's just come out pits? Or I'm going to wait for that to come round.
That's the thing, is it? Where it is now is that...
It's the 23, excuse me. Sorry, any number 66 fans. So that makes it the 23 of the Optimist, who will have to be using their high powers of optimism to spin that one into a positive there, but they are underway again now.
Yeah, just had a quick look at the 113 entry of red graphics, and it has Adam Willis double stacking that one.
Yep, the number 56 is off at hairpin 1 and now coming back underway again.
That will be the piston broke entry.
Yeah. And we've got the 119 again. I think that's the second lap in succession, spinning around at hairpin 1. Clearly a challenging part of the lap. In fact, we've got spins aplenty out of hairpin 3
Oh, that
as well.
is red graphics, actually.
That is.
At the moment. They were involved with a higher cart there around hairpin. And Adam Willis has just thrown his head backwards. Don't know if there's a problem as he's looking down to the left-hand side of that. Could he be coming into the pit lane here in a moment? He's just weaving the wheel left and right, I think. I think he's trying to see whether there's a problem. He's looked down to the front left. It's handling not at all well. It's handling like a trolley that you'd find on the side of a canal. And the looks like it could be a bent track rod.
He's committed, though, hasn't he? Now gone on to another lap of this one.
It's one of them now, isn't it? Is that, do you come in now whilst the pace is slow, or do you just stay out and not lose them laps? But later on, you're going to have to come in for tyres, things like that. Do you do the track rod then, or do you do it now, whilst things aren't quite as quick? Now, out of the commentary box window, Howard, it doesn't look that wet.
I'm wondering...
This
yeah,
camera angle says different.
It does. It does, that's very true. It does look to me like it's lightened, though, if I'm just looking across to the tree line there, up at South Bank. It definitely looks like the rain has subsided slightly, albeit not completely ended here at the track, as Offline Motorsport go into the pits, and TTM have emerged from the pit lane, but they've lost a significant amount of time there, so do you know what, I'll wait to see what their next lap time is across the line, because I fear the TTM squad, Team Tate Motorsport, have lost a not insignificant amount of time there. Number 43 of MS SoCo Select flashes past our comms box window, and indeed past our camera. We were synced up then, as we are past the end of hour number 5 here in the 24 hours of Teesside, the British 24 hours.
Red graphics are in, Howard, so Adam Willis, who came past last time, pointing at the front end of that, I think he was telling the team he needed a track rod. They are into the pit lane. Now, it's here whether if they've bent the track rod, that's not so bad. If they've bent the stub axle, there's a lot of work to be done there in changing that one. Surely they're going to refuel it, they are, but then there's going to did they refuel or did they go straight through there? They've only been actually out for the best part of 8 minutes or so, but that car is being pushed through and will be pushed back to pit lane. Now, we are at the top of the hour. One thing I'm just going to rush is Joe Patterson. He's at 2:22 in terms of laps. The number of laps he needed to be at 5 hours was 193. So he's got a cushion of 29 laps, but now he's going slower. That's not going to help. Hence why he went big guns to start with, and the pace was so good that it's still got him now in 18th place, effectively 6th in Clubman.
And you totally want that cushion. What have we just been talking about? How much the pace drops off in the wet. All of this mass. So to have that cushion, I think, is going to be, that's exactly where you want to be. Just want to follow up on that Team Tate Motorsport stop. I reckon they've lost 7 minutes in that stop, fixing whatever issue had befallen that number 318 kart.
A couple of things coming in, and it's some fantastic help coming in actually via the live chat. Joe Gainford, he lives close to the track, but I'd like to know exactly where, because apparently the weather's hitting there before it's hitting here. So, do you remember like in the late 90s where Jordan used to send a man at Silverstone like 3 miles into a field at one direction of the track, and he'd let them know when the rain was coming? You're going to do that job for us, Jake. Let us know where you are. And Seb Pereira, he's out there. He's been racing in the CSM kart. He's a lot closer, but he's down on the West track in the overflow car park. He said the sun's out down there now.
Okay. If the rain's hitting him first, though, he must be living on a hill, David. That'll be it. He's closer to the clouds, you see.
Oh, of course.
That'll be it.
I mean, there is a big hill on the right-hand side of the A19 all the way in.
True. Yeah. Here's your leader. Rossa Corsa, the number 133, 229 laps in the books and 10.8 seconds their lead at the moment over MS SoCo Select. The lap times starting to creep back up again now, David. It was a 134 last time around as the 133 comes through dogleg, coming around to the end of another lap to put 230 in the books. I'm wondering if this one will be faster again. It is by another couple of seconds, so the circuit coming back in now with the worst of the rain, if not all of the rain, now having passed.
Helps as well when you've got 96 carts going round to really dry it out.
It does. I can see the customary shaking of umbrellas being done in the paddock as well, as everyone puts them down and shakes them off. We've got a stationary cart on the exit of hairpin 3 again. I'm going to use my. I've never bought one of these before, but
Howard's broke out the binoculars here in the commentary box.
And just as soon as I found them, they're underway again. That was useful, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but at least you can. I'd say you could probably track them, but there's 8 hire carts all coming through together, so you've got absolutely no hope of picking out which one it was. Somebody asked earlier, actually, in the live chat, who's in the Garage 29 cart. Well, I've just seen that whiz past. That's got Paul Watson behind the steering wheel once again in that cart.
DWS Racing, I want to say, have been in the pits for a little while as well here. David. It feels to me like I want to say that they were just pitting as I finished as we just acknowledged the top of the hour, actually. So I'll keep an eye on that one as well. Team BPR also in the pit lane. In fact, I'm going to do a quick shout out to Team BPR in number 81. I'm indebted to Alex Holloway, whose brother's on that team, Adam Racing, that are making their debut as running an owner kart here at Teesside in that number 81 BPR kart. They had to do a lot of, well, they've had quite the story to their week because they had a cracked chassis on Thursday, and as I understand it, they've bought a spare chassis off of MS Lucas and had to move everything across. These are the kind of story, what we were saying earlier, of every single team has a story to them behind their effort. So apparently it's been a mad couple of days for them getting ready for this owner debut. So shout out to them, that 81 team of BPR.
Well, they obviously raced in hires last year, 53rd overall last year, 9th overall in hires, 3rd in their subclass. So they did get to take some silverware home, being 3rd in hire clubman. So 3 of their drivers transferring over in Adam Holloway, Sam Hooper and Sammy Gunston. Joined as well by Ernie Jetson to complete that 4-driver lineup in the 81.
Yep. Ran as part of that, ran under that name of Hopeless Disaster in the hire kart class. But good to see them taking on the challenge of the owner kart series. But they've definitely had a baptism of fire with all of those kart changes they've had to do.
Willis is back out in the 113 red graphics. Just saw him sliding it down the inside of someone into hairpin 1.
And now look at the times coming back up again here into the lower 120s here, 123.9 the last time round for Rossa Corsa. Close battles out there. Offline Motorsport and MSJSR battling for 5th place at the moment. That's the 77 and the 111 in owners to look out for. And an even closer one actually is Grabix Pro and Omega Racing, the number 8 and the number 3, battling over 8th place out there. So as I can see, SKA Racing, I believe, going into the pit lane there. And they're pitting from 3rd within the hire kart ranks. And the highest place of the pro karts at the moment as the number 36 has a brief spin in hairpin 2, but is underway again. That makes it the BCW Mulsanne Racing squad.
They lost a driver earlier on to illness. He was not at all well, whilst behind the wheel, in fact.
Oh, never good, never good. Thoughts go out to them.
Oh, just having a quick look at drivers sliding down the inside of each other into hairpin 1. That's the thing now in terms of it being wet, is that the lines differ quite a lot between the owner karts and the hire karts.
Yes.
As to what is the optimum line. Obviously, the hire karts being a lot heavier can generally get onto the normal racing line earlier.
And we're getting to that crossover point where if you've been doing the wet line, maybe it's time to start experimenting with dry lines, but then that means that you've got no idea what the next corner is going to feel like for you. So it's that challenging phase now as the lap times start going back down again. I always have to think that before I say it. The lap times are improving in quality because they are going down in time. There we go.
Back into the live chat as well. Aaron Crosby wants to please shout out the 67. We've just spoke about them a moment ago. Best performance so far for SKA.
Is red graphics on the pit lane again for the 113? Ooh, that's showing on timing as being in the pits again.
Don't know.
And they've only been out for a couple of minutes, so keep an eye on that story there.
Keep an eye out on that one for Adam Willis. Other people come on and say Jack Collins to be on, saying looks brilliant, 90 plus karts. Yes, it is, Howard. Back into the pit lane once again for the 113. So whether it's a carry-on of the previous problem or whether it's a new one, we'll try and find out as well. Got some reporters down there as well. Janie's been on just saying, come on to her brothers who are in the 619 Reckless Racing. They're in the owners. Thomas Harper's been on just asking whether they change drivers. Well, most of them do, with the exception of Joe Patterson and one in hires that's also doing it as well as a solo effort, the 24 Hours for Diabetes. Most other teams have between 4 and 6 drivers. That's generally the optimum. We find most owner kart teams going down the 5 route. Just a quick one, I think I've just noticed the 58 DW Racing, Howard, coming out of the pit lane. So if you can keep an eye on their time, we might be able to find out just how long they were in the pit lane for, if it was them that were in for quite a while.
Will do indeed, as Red Graphics are still down in the pit lane. I think we've got, I think Andrew's in the vicinity down there, so we might be hearing something about their race soon. Looks, yeah, they're having a look at the front of the cart. I'm intrigued by this one, David. I want to. We've obviously got a few people solo racing this one for some very good causes. We've got the world record attempt. I want to know. I'm not expecting you to know off the top of your head. I want to know what the highest number of drivers, like ever in a team here, must have been. I'd really love to see a record attempt for it as well. Just pit every lap. That would be highly entertaining.
20.
20?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I can't remember what they were called from either last year or the year. It was last year.
Okay.
They worked at Lark Hall circuit in Scotland. And
okay.
Half of them did the Saturday here for the first 12 hours and went to work on Sunday. And the other half worked Saturday and raced Sunday.
I think I heard about this at the time. Yeah, fantastic effort there, and good way of playing that. You asked about DWS Racing on that one, mate. They've lost, if you account for the lap time, they've lost a good 18 minutes in the pits there. So costly time for them, but they have now emerged back out into the race.
Quick update on the 113, hearing stub axle and column after contact with another cart. Now, don't know whether, let's say, they've tried to just change one component, be it the track rod earlier, and drive round the issue of the bent column and the bent stub axle until later on, and that's not been possible, or whether they got sent back out after the first one and have had another issue later on. Not quite sure. We'll try and find out.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a brief yellow down at hairpin 3, which is now cleared. Quite a bunched up pack of carts actually here, just coming through to start the new lap.
The marshal went and picked something up, Howard.
Yeah.
That had come off a cart that was on the racing line.
Now, what can happen here over the bumps, I've seen this happen before, is if people have lead ballast on posts, if they've not... there's a technical defect flag being shown for the 119 Dukes of Stafford.
Well, if you're missing a bit, it's in Marshall's post on the inside of hairpin 3.
Yeah. That probably undoes the point I was going to make. Sometimes you've seen lead ballast that actually will shatter here if they've not put some bushing or something that supports it properly on the posts, particularly down into Ribs Bend. As you're going over the bumps to see that. So this one is shown on the light board.
This one is, the technical deflect is
yes,
flag.
Yes.
Just a report back in as well from Andrew down in the paddock. 81 Team BPR, they've been in the pits with the problem, they're coming back out. Red Graphics, the 113, same issue, couldn't get it fixed the first time, so they're back in. I think they tried to fix it and send it back out and drive around the problem. The pace, not enough though, they're back in for the second time with the same issue.
Yep, number 22 of JDM is going around to take some fuel, after which you'll see the driver and one other pushing the cart round to the point where they can start the engines. Obviously the point where you start the engines is away from where the fuel is.
We've had a change for the lead, Howard, as the conditions continue to dry here, back down to 117s. It's only 5 seconds off the normal pace, and MS SoCo Select have taken full advantage of the drying track to really take advantage of that. And by that I mean, if you're confident enough that you can, take that dry line you were talking about 10 minutes ago, and Josh Volkers has now opened up the gap to just under a second on the TTM2 Rossa Corsa kart.
Yeah, just starting a new lap now. Obviously, Volkers feeling the confidence in these drying conditions, and as you say, just been able to get on it and buy by the 133 to take the lead for the MS Soco Select squad. As they're currently working their way through the outfield section of the lap. Red Graphics still in the pit lane in that 113. As we were hearing with their trials and tribulations down there. Team BPR, I believe, have emerged back out. Oh, yes, sorry, we covered that a moment ago, didn't we? That the number 81 is back out. I haven't covered too much what's happening at the sharp end of hire karts recently. So 31st place overall for the number 25 Honolulu by Santa's kart. With Race for Ruben 40 seconds back. SKA Racing pitting not too long ago. I should say, when you're seeing this camera shot, by the way, on the stream, the weather isn't as bad as that camera makes it look. I think there's some residual water on the lens there. Now that I've said that, everyone will go off at hairpin 1 because I've commentator cursed it. But yeah, so Honolulu by Sun, Race for Ruben, SKA Racing is a lap down there in the hire karts. Who's having a close battle in those hire karts? Core Blimey Racing, the 113, had just got by another one of the Honolulu Friend by Saints into 37th place. So 37th place, excuse me. And ABC Racing, no, that's they're about to be passed by Team BPR, who are working their way up through the hire kart field. Who else is having a close run? Receding Racing, the 172 and the 65 of Boom out there battling over 56th place. They're not too far apart. And Honolulu Juniors being chased quite closely at the moment by Tockwith Motorsport in the number 78. That's for the bragging rights over 59th place.
Well, Boom, of course, Howard, leading the way in our novice class in 57th.
Yep.
And there's I won't say a tight battle so far, but CSM and Maple Motorsport, who are the front two in Clubman, are on the same lap. But they're at other ends of the circuit. There's about 40 seconds between them. Second place, TTM2 Rossa Corsa, hit with a gap of 2 seconds off the back of MS Soco Select. Mason Barker, having double stinted that one, comes into pit lane at 1 hour and 6 minutes, which I think could be slightly earlier, but as the track starts to dry, might be the perfect time to send out a fresh driver, with Mason having done the best part of 2.5 hours in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice healthy stint out there for them. I'm just trying to see actually if the 119 has come in to serve its mechanical. Yes, it has. So the Dukes of Stafford are in the pit at the moment, getting that seen too. Here is your race leader on your screens here. The MS Soco Select kart scything its way through some of the traffic. And second place in the race is in the pits now, David. The 133 of Rossa Corsa are in, as there's a contact warning as well for the number 629 of Garage 29 Graphics, so they need to watch their conduct out there lest they attract the attention of the clerk of the course once again.
What you saw on screen there, Howard, obviously as Josh Volkus ran round the outside of 2 hire karts, was him just put his hand up, and that's his way of saying thank you. It's like the light flash or some sorts at Le Mans. You know, he's put his hand up there to say thank you to those hire karts. They've kept it quite tight on the way in, knowing that he's there, and allowed him to come through nice and cleanly through that traffic. Contact warning, they say, for the 629 is conveyed on the digiflag straight outside of the commentary box.
I feel like my long pit stop sensors are tingling again. The 22 of JDM is still showing as being in the pit lane, and I feel like we saw them at the Fuel Bowser a fair old time ago.
Well, they were third when they came in that class, I think, and or fourth, I think, and they're certainly not there anymore.
Yeah, one of our Clubman runners there. So that's along with the 113 Red Graphics kart, which has just crossed the line. So Red Graphics are back out, and they've lost, once you account for the pit time, David. That's a good 9.25 minutes, 9.5 minutes that they've lost there.
Yeah.
In the act of repairing whatever issue they had with their steering. on that kart.
Column as well, apparently, on the 318 kart, the Team Tate Motorsport 1 entry.
And the 22 is back out as well, having had repair for accident damage is what's happened to that kart. So the 22 JDM effort back out on track as the GrabX Motorsport number 36 are into the pits now for their stop, which looks to me like that's on schedule. That's there's nothing concerning to me about that.
Rick Loftman's been on in the live chat saying, can I get a shout out for the 29 Chadwick Racing for their support karting with disability? Yes, you can, and there you go.
Self-fulfilling comment, that one, isn't it, if you read it out? But no, great to hear of that effort, and kudos to them for supporting that. So, a few karts that have been in the pits for some time back out there. Red Graphics, JDM, back out there. Rossa Corsa, not been in the pits for too long. They had a standard stop, but they are now back out into the race. They've retained that second place, we should mention as well, such as the cushion that they had over Emmett Lucas. As it looks to me, David, like the rain is coming down again.
Yeah, I'm just looking out the window to see if I can see who's in the Rossa Corsa car. Rain definitely out at Rib, though, as we see one of the higher karts confirm that by going round down there. But yeah, rain at the early part of the track down at Rib.
And a driver getting all crossed up there into the corner and had to choose to go to the outside of that higher car. It's challenging conditions out there.
Yeah.
Medium intensity is the message that we're getting from Andrew down in the pit lane. I do wonder if that's going to be out of date information in a moment's time, as there's a yellow flag out.
I think we're going to see a lot of yellows for the next 5 minutes, certainly local ones, as everybody gets used to, once again, what the track conditions are like. That's the piston broke entry with the 56. See if I've got. See if I can see who's in that one at the moment. I think it's Andrew Pybus actually in that kart at the moment, just having a little moment down there at 3. And Reckless Racing are also facing the wrong way down at the same corner, because they've got a very distinctive kart. It's black all the way round, apart from the nose panel, which is glistening white.
I will give it to them. Facing the wrong way on the racetrack is fairly reckless at times, but they are now back underway again. And as I say, very distinctive design, isn't it? That's I like that.
Yeah, still trying to find out who's in that TTM car, the TTM2 Rossa Corsa, because every time I go to look, something happens out the window.
As we've got Spinner there is that into the reverse corkscrew, I think?
It is, yes. Down there we've got...
Now underway again. So, lap time's falling again. We're into as that's the 33 squirreling around for grip at the bottom of the reverse corkscrew, that being the BTM squad trying to find some traction, as we've got a kart off to the side of the Pope Straight, just as we're coming over the crest onto that straight here. They're underway again as well. A little bit of rallycross going on out there at the moment, David, as the conditions are changing on them once again.
Oh yeah, we've got a couple of hires off at 4. But yeah, it definitely has gone out again in terms of lap times. We're over the 1.5 minute mark once again, having been down to like slick normal race times down to 1:13s, 14s again before that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the drivers again returning to. We've gone into it again. If they were on the wet line about half an hour ago, it's time to go back to it.
That's an Alfano that about 5 seconds ago was worth £500 and is now worth 5.
This is in front of our comms box position here. That was off the 818 kart, I believe, that it came off.
Yeah, and what that is, that's the lap timer off the kart, and most of them are on a bracket. It sits in between the spoke. Rather than the spoke being up the middle, it sits on a bracket, and that is on the outside. Now, what we don't want is we need a bit of space in the track, and we do have it, and the marshal's been able to retrieve that, but there was bits bouncing off it, and I don't know whether there's going to be much resale value into that unit.
Yes, so that's I'm pretty sure that was off the Dazzle kart. So that's do you know what I have to say, just looking at it out the window, it's held up surprisingly well to that. We're looking at the 303 racing kart on your stream. That is, as our helpful little graphic is showing you there, the clubman leader in owners, running in 10th place overall. running at the moment in that very nice fetching red livery. Is it Slavik in the car?
I believe so.
Piss course. Do you know what? I caught him in the paddock earlier. Great to see him again at an event. It just so happens that we've not been in the same paddock for quite a while. So great to see Slavik and great to see him out there now.
Should be able to see if it's him because you should be able to see his big long beard poking
I
out
was
the
yes,
bottom of the
indeed,
lid.
indeed, indeed you should. So good to see him out and about. I didn't look for the beard. He's gone past the window. He's going too quick. Oh, backwards is the 529 there in front of our comms position.
Yeah, HWR. Does the transponder work if you cross the line the other way? Does it add a lap on or take it off?
I think they've just crossed. On the, I think it counts. I think it counts.
Yeah, the problem they have generally here, if you have a spin in a bit that's quick, is you have to make sure there's space. Credit where credit is due there to the 529 car. Rejoined the track and then went really wide and pointed everybody through until he was up to speed. Fantastic there for the 529. I want to see if I can find out who it was. I think it's George Davies at the wheel of that.
Yeah.
Fantastic there from George. Just the awareness that he had after that spin to rejoin, but to rejoin safely.
Yeah, absolutely. What you don't want when you have one of those moments is to get flustered, and not think about the rejoin, because that's what can take a dodgy situation and turn it into a disastrous situation. So, as you say, very well read there by the number 529 there. Although I think am I a bit of a jinx here in the comms boxes? Oh, they're almost going four wide here in front of us here in the comms box.
You mean every
time they all work their way out?
By a jinx, you mean every time you say it's drying a bit out there?
No, I mean that's the second drop the 529's had in front of the comms box. They've come into the tyres, they've gone backwards. I think they've only got sideways to go during my stint in the box. Change for position out there, 6th on the road has changed because Omega Racing in the number 3 has got by the number 77 of Offline Motorsport, and that is not only an overall change, but that is a change for second place within the Pro subclass there, the red number plated karts within our owners. So that's good stuff there as we are looking here at the 133 was in the background of shot, just coming up onto the back of some of these higher karts in your shot. As just looking out actually for where on the track is that lead that battle that just went through. They're coming through the last sector now. The number 3
Omega and Offline.
Yeah. I was just seeing how close together they were. There they are. There is Omega.
Omega, I think, have managed to get through a bit more traffic there, but I think just trying to figure out who was in that Omega kart. Then we'll try and find out when they come back through next if we can pick them up, because we see the Dazzle entry, the 818 kart.
We'll have a VP for them.
Making its way round. Just having a quick look. I think we've got Hock Chan in that kart at the moment, and Howard was lucky enough to catch up with the team earlier on.
Down here at Dazzle Racing, just a good example here of the kind of repair work that, I don't know if you call this repairs or an entire rebuild.
2 minutes left.
Hot from the team. Do you want to just talk us through what's happened to the 818?
Yeah, so we've had a cracked chassis, completely snapped on one side, cracks have gone underneath the chassis and out the other side. So in a way, we're very lucky the kart didn't snap completely in two. And that's just wear and tear on this track. So we're now taking everything off this kart and rebuilding onto our T chassis and hope to get out for a bit of fun later, but very disappointing.
Yeah, and as things go, that's about as major, or this is amongst those major things that can befall a team when they're doing this type of racing, right?
Yeah, we've been doing the racing for quite a few years, and it's very rare for us to have a snap chassis. Certainly to this extent where we completely write off the chassis in the middle of the race, and so early on, only 2 hours in. So very disappointing, especially after Connor put it on 3rd place on the grid at the beginning, and we're running a good steady race and only into the 2nd stint, and hey, that's racing.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been able to catch it, Ollie, but it's the bits like this right here, right, where you've got the cracks. And we're very grateful for you to talk to us, because I daren't ask any of these folks here, because they are going hell for leather to get you back out there. So,
yeah, what you're seeing is hours and hours of meticulous kart prep being condensed into as few minutes as possible over there during a race. So we'll see how we go, and hey, we've still got 15 seconds, so hopefully we'll be able to get out there and join the fun.
Yeah, still a long way to go, and you win some, you lose some, but all the best for the rest of the run.
4,
yeah,
3,
have some fun out there.
2, 1. 65. You're looking for 65.
Howard there with the Dazzle entry. I'm speaking to Hock Chan, who is now actually out in the kart as well. Now, whilst we've been away with that interview, the 104 Rethink Racing, they've had quite a big off into hairpin one. That kart has come down into pit lane for, let's say, precautionary checks at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. It was quite a moment off there for. Well, do we know who's in? Was it? Both Travis and Harrison have white helmets in that kart, so I'm not entirely sure who it was who was involved in that moment. But
I think it was Harrison Dunstan, because it looked like a black suit rather than a blue one.
So that
but can't be 100% sure on that.
That was an interesting off for me, though, David, and I've seen a couple of karts have this actually already today. It's happening a long way around the corner, and is it that they're just taking the wide, wet line, and then there's a drama, and there's no extra tarmac, so they just end up on the
with
grass.
That Rethink one, it just looked like they just took that wide line round the outside and then ran out of tarmac. It was very much a straight in off, rather than having a spin late on, but just potentially just too much speed carried in. I've seen the 881 Blue Speed entry almost doing the same thing actually, but they managed to find the grip just before it ran out.
Yeah, absolutely.
The 61, that's Alessia, have got themselves a contact warning. It's coming in right in front of us. Bottom of the hour, yellow flags are out down there, so it's time to have a quick look at the higher kart class. Howard did us the owners, so I'll run us through the hires. There'll be one or two missing because we have got a few owner karts that are further down the order. So at the moment, Honolulu by Saints lead the way in 31st place overall, with Race for Ruben in second. There's a lap between those two. SKA Racing and Honolulu Racing, they're both in Pro, 33rd and 34th respectively. Once again, a lap between the two of them in front of JS Racing and Teesside Tigers in 36th. Then we have an owner entry, so it's down to Core Blimey Racing in 38th, with Honolulu Friend by Saints in 39th. Then in 40th, our leading higher club, as Howard has a quick look out the window.
Sorry,
at some
that was for
that
was for the number 8 that did some serious rallycross. That's Grabex Pro, who just went by. They did very well actually not to end up in the tyres next to the Marshall post here. They were out wide, out of dogleg, which you can only think is because they were trying to duck around some higher kart traffic. Sorry, go on, David.
No, keep them coming, and if anything exciting does happen out there, feel free to cut across. Do have a couple of karts off at hairpin 2. They're just trying to find some space to get in. Both of them actually there, Howard, have lost nearly a minute just waiting for some clear track to get back in there, which is unfortunate for those. One of them was the Garage 29.
It's the 629 and the 541, I believe.
That'll be Bottas Boys, the 541. Now, Garage 29, I was about to get to them in a few moments because they are third in higher club. Leading the way, though, in that class, 40th overall, is CSM, with Maple Motorsport a lap behind in 42nd. Then ABC are 43rd. Then we've got an owner runner before Simtex Manila in 45th. EDKT are 46th. With Scenario 77 in 67th. Then we've got the Garage 29 effort, who've just had an off. They dropped 2 places because of that and dropped to 4th in class in 49th. 50th is Newmarket Hornets, with Boneheads behind them, with TYS Racing in 52nd. Simtech UK and Porsche Sport 53rd and 54th respectively, in front of our leading novice runner, which is Boom, the number 65 kart. Receding Racing are 56th, in front of Team Norfolk in 57th, with Badger's Best Racing and A66 higher in 58th and 59th. Honolulu Juniors second in our novice class, along with Coulda, Woulda, Shoulda. 42 seconds between those, both on the same lap in second and third, with Bonato in 62nd. Top with Motorsports, they've just come into the pit, so they're going to drop a place or two in 63rd, in front of V3 Racing, who were our early pace setters in novice. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat are in 65th place, in front of LC Racing, Newmarket, Buzzing Hornets, and then it's a Core Blimey Racing double in 68 and 69. The 413 kart in front of the 313. Still plenty more to go through. BCW Mulsanne Racing is 70th. Good Chip 72nd, with an owner kart between them. Lockstock are in 73rd, with Core Blimey 212 in 74th. BTM 75th, with Lads Racing in 76th, with Cheshire, then Super Pink up the rear, and Steel City Racers running in 80th place. Chadwick Racing recover from having an off in the gravel on the opening lap to run in 81st, in front of Bart Barp, who are 82nd. The Piston Broke team, they've just come into the pit lanes for fuel, so they'll be taking maybe a drop, although they do have a bit of a gap back to them to the Optimist, with Century Sim Racing now moving up into 84th place after their tribulations earlier on. Renowned Vankels, they've obviously had some issues because they started the day very, very well with pole position in the hires, and now they're in front of Straight Through Crew, who we know have already been in for a mechanical issue. CFK Granada are in 88th place, with Century Sim Evolution in front of Full Throttle Racing in 89th and 90th. Veterans Motorsport UK are in 91st. Stilts Racing 92nd. Dukes of Stafford in 93rd, with the 24 Hours for Diabetes, the solo effort, running in 95th, in front of Bottas Boys, who are 96th. And that completes our higher runners.
That's how they stand, with just under 18 and a half hours to go of the 2022 running of the British 24 Hours of Karting, here from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough, England. Howard Mitchell and David Sullivan in the box, and Adam Sears is joining proceedings.
No, well, it says Adam Sears into the abyss, and that normally means that the cart's got a problem.
Oh, I see.
And is heading down towards into the paddock. Now he's in the 103 Rethink Racing.
Yes.
Neither of those carts have run trouble-free so far. We know the 104's had issues because it went in the tyres. I'm not sure whether that has rejoined, has it, or is it still showing?
It has, yeah. So they're both showing on timing as circulating. Presumably the 103 is back in some shape or form.
What I have noted.
Or does he mean that he's had a big off in the 103? Well, into the abyss, is that?
Oh, normally that means he's gone. It used to be through the top gates and down the hill.
Oh, of course, yes.
But now the top gates are closed, and you have to drive round to go into the abyss.
But they're not showing us in the pits, I think, is what's confusing me on this.
Now, one thing to note is that, and don't worry anybody at home, on the timing it shows Guinness World Record. That's Joe Patterson's solo effort. He's currently in 26th. He has been in the pit for a long time. That isn't because of anything to do with the kart. He's built up enough that he's taken an extended comfort break at the Iraq just before 6 hours. So that's all part of the strategy. Don't worry yourself at all.
Whilst David was going through that higher kart run through as well, there was technically a change for third place, and that happened because the MS Lucas Racing number 42 car had a pit stop, which as far as I could tell was nice and scheduled for them in the number 42, but it does mean that MS Car Shop have been promoted for the time being in that number 11 kart to third spot in the race.
Couple of pit stops that are due in the next 10 minutes or so that we need to keep an eye out on. One of them is the race leader MS Soco Select. They're due in. They're currently at 1 hour and 9 minutes. MS Car Shop 1 hour and 7. Further down there we've got Amiga Racing as well, who are second in the pro class. They are at 1 hour and 13 minutes as there's contact. Bihok Chan up and over the curbs. They went 3 wide into the D chicane. At best it's 2. Ideally, it's one.
Yeah, what that was it was caused. Well, I say caused that. I mean that not to apportion blame, but it was the triple.
The triple one, the MSJSR outfit, trying to sweep round the outside and get in before the door closed.
Yes, and sadly the door. Well, they decided to close the door, and that meant that Hot Chan was riding up onto the curb of the right-hander that leads into this D chicane, and that is. I want to say, it's been a couple of years since I was last here at Teesside, David. I want to say it's slightly less slab-sided, the initial part of that curve, to when I've seen it before, but it's still not a curve that you in any way want to be going up over as you go into that D chicane.
You can use it if you put a wheel on it, but if the under tray's dragging along it, you're very aware of it underneath you.
Technically, he did put a wheel on it. It was just his left side wheels rather than the right, and that's not what you want there. So, a bit of a heart in the mouth moment for the 818 kart, which is having a dramatic time of it there, the Dazzle Racing kart, but as the 303 Racing kart is into the pits, as our MS Scorchio, they're in the pits at the moment, and I think David mentioned a moment ago the Guinness World Record attempt, Patterson in the pits at the moment. I suppose I'm not sure we ever sort of fully clarified this one, but rain has stopped, drying out has happened, lap times are back into those teens, the 114s, just set by those at the front in owners, and into the low 1 minute 20s, 1:22 just set by Honolulu by Saints, number 25 leading the higher carts. So lap times now back to those dry conditions, and anyone who's wearing a rain suit right now is wondering why they are getting a little toasty out there.
Yes,
maybe I just need to get a better rain suit. Maybe mine just doesn't breathe enough.
As
carts riding up over each. Sorry, there was a brief moment there where
that's a Honolulu kart, because they've all got the same audio panel with the exception of a tiny bit of colour.
Hairpin 2 for those of you on the stream. In fact, you can just see on your shots the big pack of carts now heading through the South Bank curve. Now they all had a bit of a contretemps there in Hairpin 2, and there was a brief moment where one of the carts rode up over the bumper, which is hard to do in the higher carts, because they're, the bumpers on the side of these things are really designed to make that very, the wheels aren't exposed by the bumpers around these higher carts. So that was a dramatic moment there. The 36 of Grabex Motorsport is in.
Unscheduled as well.
And do you know what, David? I think that might have been because they were involved in that contact at Hairpin 2 there. I think they may have some damage to examine on the rear of that cart after it all got a little bit too close for comfort
16
into
minutes
that Hairpin
they were
2. Yeah, absolutely. So that's an interesting one there, and hopefully that's going to be a quick check over and they can carry on. Drama there, as Omega Racing as well are in the pits from 7th place in the race, which means that Offline Motorsport has gone back by them into 6th in that number 77 kart. As usually I discern something of use from if you go to live.alphatiming.co.uk and go to the 24-hour kart series page, you can select specific teams, as I know we've mentioned before on commentary. If you don't do that, though, it's so busy that I can't discern anything. This is the thing I love about this race, with the 96 karts in this race.
Well, Tom and I we worked it out really. It's one kart every 8/10 of a second. This HWR
Really?
have had a spin on the inside of hairpin 3, and they're going to struggle to get that going again.
Yeah, tough.
They've got to wait. They've got to get some space. Yeah, one kart every 8/10 basically means that the kart tracker in the top right-hand corner, you can barely. We can see a little bit of track at sector 1 down the back straight, but at the Bob Pope straight before the chicanes. But other than that, it's just basically just dots of karts.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you say, if you want to follow a particular team, that's ideal. Head on over to that page, click on the number board next to a team that you are there to support. Maybe you want to highlight a kart that they're close to or chasing or, building a gap on. If you click again, you get a different coloured dot. So you can highlight, karts that you're supporting in blue and karts that they're chasing in red, or whatever you want to do within that screen. So head on over to the live timing page live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. That's the number 24HR.
Updates coming in from the paddock regarding the issues that have been had by the Rethink Racing duo of karts, the 103 and the 104. 103, bent track rod on that one, and potentially an injury to their driver Alex Bomberg. So they could be down a man on that one. On the 104, it was a bent steering column for Harrison Dunstan, and we thought it was him going off because he had a black suit and a blue one. That kart, though, is back out and running again. Another kart that is back out and running is that of Joe Patterson in the Guinness World Record attempt, now down in 29th place, having run at times as high as third in club by himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting then about you saying about Bomberg potentially, that maybe it was that kart that actually I saw have somebody ride up on it, and that would make more sense actually, because the owner karts do have slightly more exposed flanks. It's still very rare to see karts riding up on the side pod of each other, but yeah, that would make a bit more sense if there is sense to be made of that sort of occurrence.
Still waiting.
So hope for the best for him, of course, that he's not too bad.
Still waiting for our leader to pit. They are at 1:15 now, with Josh Folkers having double stinted that one. Trying to have a look who's in the second place kart, TTM2 Rossa Corsa. Do get a feeling it's David Brown now out in that kart. Then there's a lap back to MS Car Shop, and then a further lap back to the MS Lucas Racing 42, which at the last time of checking had Jake Brooker behind the steering wheel of that kart.
Do you know what? I'm just scrolling through. There's only one kart in the pit lane out of all 96 of them, so it is an extremely busy track.
And they've gone out
as well. And it was the Call Blimey Racing Kart of 313 were briefly in the pits, but right now, at this moment, as far as I'm aware, everybody's out. Everybody's circulating of our 96 karts that are out there in this 2022 British 24 Hours of Karting, which is 5 hours and 46 minutes young. So plenty to go yet. We've got changeable conditions we've had so far today. We've had the rain. It's now dried out again. I think that cycle has happened at least. I think it feels like it's happened at least 3 times so far in the race. Obviously, then with those changeable conditions, we might see more rain going into the evening and into the night. Driving, as you've got the lower light conditions there. Will we still have this cloud cover during the night as well?
If we do, that's when you often see the fastest laps coming for the higher cars.
Yes.
Because they get new rubber at 11 o'clock at the service stop. It's a bit cooler. It's still warm because the track temp, but the air is cooler, the air is thinner, so the engines work better, and there's 2 really long straights. And by that I mean the Bob Pope straight is really long, and the back straight and South Bank are also flat out as well.
Yeah.
Which basically means that all in total, you're probably at full throttle just in them 2 sections alone for 30 seconds, which is 40% of your lap.
Yeah, exactly that. A large portion of this lap. So it's just, I like that. It sort of shares it with Le Mans of like that sort of 24-hour race at a big venue that has a lot of on-throttle portion to the lap. But the other thing I tend to find if you've got cloud cover in the evening, David, is if you've got a nice clear sky, you get a long twilight time. If it's cloud cover, it can go dark a lot more quickly. Obviously, we'll have the floodlights come on, but that can happen quite rapidly.
Just noticed Adam Sears back out, so the 103, we knew they'd gone down to the abyss. We had the update, they are back out and running, which is great to see.
Yeah, that is indeed good to hear.
But yeah, normally I think I wrote down, it's on the schedule somewhere. I think Andrew's brought it as well on his, but we're looking at around about 9:10 for sunset, and then just after 5 is it for sunrise, I think, in the morning, about 5:15 by the look of things. Yep. So, and by that I mean it does start getting light about 4 o'clock, but the sun doesn't come up. But that's when it really, and for me that's when it starts. Even if it's warm, there's a tinge of cold in the air at about 4 in the morning. I don't know whether that's because the body's starting to shut down after putting in such a stint.
Yeah, there is that. There is definitely that.
I know I will save this all. Well, I'll probably say it again, to be honest. But
the darkness for me is such. Oh, as we've got, is that a driver going slow through the wiggles? The 61.
Alessia
is
look
going,
like they've got a problem, and generally, if it's going half speed, that means that they've had an engine down.
Yeah, half as many engines giving them some grunt. So, and there's the customary driver looking down at their cart to see if they can diagnose the problem. So they'll be heading
I've
back
had
to the
somebody
pits.
pop in the commentary box just with a quick. They want to give a big shout out, and I've just seen one of the drivers go through. So, Bottas boys, who are currently running right at the back of the higher kart grid, are having a lot of help from GrabX, the owner kart. They've had a couple of drivers go down, have Bottas boys. GrabX have jumped in, and even though we are only 6 hours in, they're going to sort of rotate the stints as well and try and get that kart to the checkered flag at midday tomorrow. Alessia are in. He's still looking down to the right and the left, actually, so not quite sure what his personal diagnostic is on that one. But, yeah, problems for the 61 of Alessia.
Oh, and is that... Oh, and then look, I'm gonna guess once again that the number 33 of BTM is probably going to pit soon because I've just seen their pit bull go out as well. So they'll be going to the pit lane soon.
Still waiting for MS SoCo Select at 1 hour and 20. It has rained, so that means that the fuel economy can be stretched ever so slightly, but at some point it will run out. And so we'll expect them in the next 5 minutes or so, I believe. I think they are just trying to find out roughly where they are on the track. With using the tracker that we've got, there's a line that goes across each one that gives you an approximate track position as to where they are, and they're normally out of sight, Howard, aren't they, for around about 30 seconds when they go over start finish to where they reappear halfway down coming out of the Bob Pope straight before the Wiggles.
Change for position, third place in Clubman Hires. Newmarket Hornets now up to third within that subclass, and that is courtesy of the number 74 Maple Motorsport squad making one of their pit stops. That Maple Motorsport effort, the one that finished third in novice hires last time, is that someone well off the track there in hairpin number 1.
I just saw, and I'm just going to ask Andrew, who's getting himself ready for his stint in about 8 minutes' time, just to go back to live chat. I've seen somebody watching from Nova Scotia in Canada. That's Tammy Rogerson. Now, I don't know if Tammy knows anything about our Canadian driver that's out there, but if not, there is a fellow countryman for you to follow, Hassan Al, racing in the V3 Racing novice entry in our higher class. So at least you've got somebody from your country to follow. They're currently not doing too bad at all. They were leading the way in early doors in the higher class. I think they've dropped down into fourth in that higher novice class at the moment. So they were running very, very well. I'm just having a quick look on that higher novice as to Boomer still leading the way. V3 are in fourth behind Coulda, Woulda, Shoulda, but are on the same number of laps, albeit some 44 seconds down, so that's around about half a lap at the moment.
It's now officially declared useful that I packed the little monocular there. It was the 96 of Veterans Motorsport UK who had that off at hairpin 1.
Race leader, though, is into the pit lane, as is MS Car Shop, who were in third. So they've been now overtaken by both MS Lucas Racing and MS JSR. There is your race-leading car in the pit lane. Driver who's done a double stint has handed that one over, and it is being pushed back in under the capable hands of David Folkus. Now we're going to find out who's jumping into that 43 kart, because Josh Folkus has double stinted that kart. As you were rightly pointed out, the 33, the BTM higher entry, has come into the pit lane. The gap was over 1 lap to TTM Rossa Corsa, and with the lap times being down slightly, although they are now heading back towards that full slick at around about 1:14 for our front runners, it's how close will TTM2 Rossa Corsa be to MS SoCo Select. It adds around about 30 seconds to your lap time. Maybe a little bit longer for a pit. So it was about a minute, wasn't it, before it adds. So we need to be looking really at the overall lap time when MS SoCo Select, because it's around about 1:14. We'll see what their time is when they come over.
It's interesting to me, David, how at the front of this one, everybody's people aren't in sync. So
no,
the teams at the front have already, I say already, we're over 5 hours in, but they're off strategy already. All of the teams in that top 3, as MS Car Shop have come back out behind the MS JSR kart onto circuit.
Rib Bend looks like it could be raining again, Howard.
It does, doesn't it?
Let's keep an eye. And the problem is that if it's just that corner and everyone comes over, start finishing, it's dry, that's a big surprise.
Yes.
MS SoCo Select have come out, crossed the line, and look to still be in the lead. How close are TTM2? Connor Lucas back at the wheel of the 43 MS SoCo Select entry. We're awaiting the arrival of that of the Rossa Corsa kart, just to see whereabouts they are in terms of time. And it is raining quite heavily, although we know that we have got some residual on the screen there down that back straight.
That's officially the pessimistic camera now in terms of rain, I think. But yes, I do agree with you, the general point though, David, that conditions are changing somewhat out there once again for our drivers.
Rossa Corsa have come over the line just now with a gap of 46 seconds. So with that rain coming down, the lap times have gone out ever so slightly. MS SoCo Select with a lap of 2 minutes and 18 seconds. So that means that in terms of its dry comparison, that's roughly 1 minute and 4 seconds of that kart being in the pit lane. Reckless Racing are off.
Yeah, that wasn't me just casting aspersions on my comms colleague there. That was the noting of the Reckless Racing
With him
kart.
rolling that kart back, Howard, that seems to suggest that it might not be able to get going under his own power. Although
is that on the inside over the crest?
No, that's on the bottom of the hill. There used to be where that hill is now.
Yes.
There used to be a tarmac run through there, so you
Yes.
didn't have to do this bit. And they used to they used to keep a couple of track day cars in there back in the day, but then they filled it all with soil, and so there is tarmac under the bottom of there, through into the middle of the back straight. Basically cuts through. In fact, we've got on our track map. There's a slight picture. You can pretty much see where it is, and then it stops because there's a tyre wall there, then through.
I know exactly what you meant. The way you said it, then my brain already the time is a second. I was like, really? They buried 2 track cars under the soil? But no, yeah, that is interesting. Very obvious, as you say, from an aerial shot above the track. If you take a look at that from an aerial view online of this fabulous Teesside Autodrome, the 529 coming into the pits of Team HWR, a team that we've seen have a few dramas over the course of the last couple of hours, but they've been steadily working their way back up through the higher kart classes, as are, do you know what, I'm going to give a shout out to these owner kart teams that are almost through that higher kart. It doesn't, obviously there's still, a lap or so, several laps off the back of the rest of the owner cars, but it's a bit of a psychological boost when you get to the front of them. So shout out to TSG Racing, TSG Karting I should say, who are getting onto the top 3 of higher karts now. They'll be going past SKA Racing soon. Team BPR, the 81, working their way back up. Prime 57 as well, getting there. They're just coming onto the back of the top 5 now. The next target for them is the Teesside Tigers. So, yeah, those teams trying to get themselves back up into the main body of owner karts within this race.
Yeah, and Prime 57 as well. Big shout out to them. Now selling sponsorship opportunities on the underside of their floor tray.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Didn't Jason Plato do that a few years ago in British Touring Cars? Absolutely. Boneheads have just gone into the pits in the number 200, and it's promoted the 420 of Simtech UK up into 51st place overall in the race, which puts them up into that 6th place within the Clubman Hires class.
Yeah, there's not too much. Clubman Hire actually only has a gap of 37 seconds between the leading duo in that class. It's the closest battle in terms of in-class, because at the front of the elite class there's a bit of a spread as well. In Pro there's a bit of a spread in that as well. So just as I head towards the final minute of my first stint on comms,
Indeed, yeah.
I just want you to scroll towards Joe Patterson, because at the top of every hour we've sort of been looking whether he's up or down on his delta.
Yes.
It's it works as a strange average at 38.666667 laps per hour that he needs to do. So after 6 hours, that's 232 hours. He's currently at 256. So he's built himself up sufficient window. He's got 24 laps, roughly half an hour to 35 minutes of rest time later on. Or if he's good to go, just even more cushion should the weather be turned bad. The kart, we know they're going to have a big service stop later on to basically just check that kart over, give him enough time to recover, but also make sure the chains are good, the clutches are good. That's one thing that they can do that the teams that are racing for the win can't. You know, they could bolt brand new clutches on if they wanted to make sure that kart's good. They could, you know, put different things on that kart. You know, that we know they're going to change the tyres later on as well, but they can take a little bit more time. You know, they don't have to rush through things because their target is laps and getting Joe to the end, not racing anybody else, as the 85 gets a curb warning.
That's the Honolulu's junior squad.
That does mean that I now have to hand over the reins, so it's time for a pit stop in the commentary box. I get 4 hours of break, so I'm off for some nourishment and a little bit of rest, and it means that I can hand over the reins to Andrew Mather.
Yes, indeed. David Sullivan finishes his first stint in the box. First of 3 stints, I believe. And I will be joined in a moment's time by my partner in crime of DDM. And mate, it's been a long time since we've done this, actually. Hello there.
It's only a couple of years.
Yeah.
I've not switched you off, have I? There we go. All good.
You've not. No,
I'm going to ask you to continue keeping talking because we're going to do a DDMM comms box cam reset.
Okay. Well,
for the stream
actually,
purposes, and we've made some technical changes.
Indeed.
So whilst I'm doing that,
well,
and then I'll reintroduce myself.
What I'm wondering actually is if maybe whilst you're doing that, maybe not the best segue in, but we did see a contact. We saw a curb warning there for the Honolulu Junior squad. When I was going around the paddock a little earlier on. We've seen a few bits and pieces from that already, but there was another section to the paddock that we wanted to show you, and in amongst all of that we also got a chance to have a word with the Honolulu racing squad. So let's take a look at that now, as we're just under 18 hours left to go in the race. So here, just another bit of the paddock. We've moved round a bit